I'd like to call the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order, and we will begin with roll call.
Chair McGordy.
I'm here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Heshek.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Mulhern, would you like to lead us?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next item is public expression. And just a reminder that public expression is for items that are not going to be considered on the agenda today. So if there's anything that you wish to comment on that's on the agenda, you'll want to wait till when the item comes up. So please line up at the podium for to be recognized, and let's keep 6 feet difference or 6 feet distance between each other. And if you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom portion of your screen, or by pressing 9 if you want to get in the Zoom meeting via telephone. State your name, please, for the record.
My name's Chris Brennan. I'm from the 4th District, used to be 3rd District. I've been going up Spy Rock Road since 1972 and have lived full-time. I ranch back there for over 40 years. And our county road is the worst it's ever been. Under Supervisor John Pinch, we had decent roads. Under Supervisor Tom Woodhouse, we had decent roads. Under Supervisor Wagonette, we had decent roads. The roads are horrible. Some of the land I lease from my cows are owned by people in their late 80s. I don't know if an ambulance is going to go up that road. I have neighbors that have to take their kids to school every day because they closed down the Spy Rock School. They're destroying their vehicles. I don't even want to drive on the road. If I go check cows, I do it on my ATV because I don't want to beat my truck. This is under John Hackensack's supervision that our roads have gone to hell.
That's
We need to-
Supervisor Haschak, please.
Okay, excuse me. I know there's union problems in getting employees. I don't care. I'm a taxpayer. You guys need to think out of the box. If you have to hire a private contractor to fix our roads, that's what you got to do. You're sending the Covelo crew over to work on our roads. They have their own roads, and they're short-handed, and it's 3.5 hours to drive to get there and back from Covelo, so you're wasting half a day. Something has to be done. Why am I paying taxes? That's about the only service I get from this county is my county roads. And our roads are the worst they've ever been. And something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair McCordy, if I could just say, the Laytonville road crew is down to 0 employees. It has had 4 people normally. And the County Department of Transportation is recruiting. It's been actively recruiting for several months. But it's just a situation where there's nobody in that office. So people are coming over from Fort Bragg and or from Covelo to fill in the North County.
Thank you for that information.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, aka Goldilocks. Happy New Year. Missed last session. I really appreciated what happened about the jail and Supervisor Jurdy, what you had to say about it, and the sheriff. Really appreciate what he had to say about it. It's a state problem. From what I understand, the sheriff kind of knows how many inmates we have that should be in a state prison, that the state dumped on us. I would ask him to tally a bill and send it to the state. If they don't pay it, we should sue them. That simple. That's a huge, huge thing. It should be attacked. I appreciate what the board does and that you do your homework and you read each other's reports and you come ready to vote things and get them done pretty much. But I would like to see more, like this thing with the state and bringing money into the county. I've always said, and people don't want to admit it, we're a poor county. And with this jail thing, there's no end in sight. So, you know, let's put some effort towards that. and other things. Tourism, and it leads back to cannabis. The general government meeting is always filled with cannabis. We never move on with that. There's no end in sight with that. It's kind of strange. I see all these extremely intelligent people coming and talking every single time, but we have no direction yet from them or from you. I'm not blaming anybody. It's a mess. But come on, let's get on to some new business. Today, all we're doing is just voting stuff that should already be voted. I agree with Supervisor Williams. These meetings should be quick and dirty. If people got something to say, they should line up and say it. That's pretty much it. I'm out on the streets a lot, and people want to complain all the time, but they don't want to read the agenda. They don't want to come and say anything. I just find that amazing. So this year, I want to be grateful for the public coming up to speak on agenda items, because I can't follow them all. I just got to the point where I'm reading the agenda. And I pretty much like to make comment on things I've already seen from the past sessions. Again, because it's an overall direction, broaden our minds, like I started when I first came up here. Open our minds, let's look at new things. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Robert Madej. I'm here to speak on behalf of Creekside RV. I am what you might call a seasonal worker. Basically, I work with trees, so when the PG&E has a contract, we basically move where the tree work is. And as such, we move a lot from place to place. As such, Creekside RV opened its gate, and it was a great opportunity to be close to where I work. And since the September, it's never had any problems staying there. There's great variety of people. You can imagine this place as a first step in the ladder. For so many people, it's like a transitional one-step separation for dignity and for degree of a freedom. Hard for me to imagine anything closer to the original spirit of pioneers, in the West. They all started like this. From the financial standpoint, it creates this great refuge for people who don't necessarily want to be on the, speeding wheel in the city, but they want degree of feeling like they have something. They have a place to go outside. They have a rent that is cheap enough so that they can afford it. So it's kind of a surprise for me why county wouldn't amend the issue with the sinkhole and basically leave these people. It seems to me like almost like a class warfare in a way. Like if they were rich folks, maybe that issue would be fixed right away. So I'm staying in the park because I want to support all these people who do stay there. I am able to move out. I just don't want to. I think this is in our best interest. California, with all the homelessness problem, is to fix it up and be there for those who are really this one-step separation. All we need to do is reach down to them and give them the ladder to climb up. But that ladder right now represents that little bridge that separates us from being able to function like normal people. That's what I'm asking here for. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Richard Morrison. I do live at Creekside Cabins. It's more of a, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I do live there. It's more of a transitional thing for me. I left a job out in Laytonville that wasn't panning out. So I went there because the rent was cheap and everything. Since this sinkhole came in, there's been a lot of distress in the park. I understand why the county would do what they're doing. I understand completely, but I don't feel like the people in that park should be the ones that need to suffer. Able-bodied like myself, I'm able to, go to work, figure out different opportunities for myself, get into an apartment. It's not a permanent thing for me to be at that park, but for a lot of people there, it is. There's a lot of elderly people that don't really have an option to go anywhere. And what the county's offered is not feasible for a lot of people. It's going to basically force a lot of people to be homeless and on the streets. I don't think Mendocino wants that. I mean, I would hope not. But mainly, I would like the county to put a road in there so people have access in and out. If the park gets condemned, I understand that, but the people in that park should not be the ones that need to suffer because of this. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Teresa Thurman, and I'm the owner of Hauser Holdings, which owns Creekside RV Park. And I'm here today to address this board in order to clear the air and to respond to the false claims that the county has made against our conduct. And I want to reiterate to the park that first and foremost, I was on this on the 30th, and all that mattered most of all was the safety and the care and the concern and the welfare of the tenants on the park. And immediately wrote to Darcy Annell to make sure that we were working closely together. And at the time, I believe we were. The park did cooperate with the county personnel in good faith to protect these residents. And during the safety of the storms and evacuating the park, which was requested on the 4th by Chief Carter. And they went back, I believe, and they talked to, I know it was the sheriff and somebody else. I only have 3 minutes, so I don't want to get into a lot of stuff. That, again, they went down and they decided that they wouldn't evacuate the people for safety. I don't understand why. But at that point, that's when the discord began. But most of all, I think you need to take a look at the way Chimney Rock and San Luis Obispo handled this exact same situation a week ago, where they were able to get a completely isolated properties that had nowhere to go, and they had a culvert sink, and they fixed and repaired that culvert in 3 days. I was under the understanding from Brian, who you've now hired to do a temporary bridge for $250,000, that this could have been repaired by Caltrans, who was out there on the 30th for less than $100,000. And then we could have been discussing in a meeting with, you know, people who are being calm and not throwing out false allegations. The biggest false allegation here is my water. And they have asked the water board to issue a boil water notice. And are you aware that my treated water is never tested bad? Are you aware that my water's not bad? Are you aware that I was asked to provide 2 tests to show that the raw water that goes into the treatment center was clean, and it was provided? And yet again, yesterday, they told me I can't take this boil water notice down because what the county has told them to do, so that they make your notice look accurate, that there's safety issues on this property. And I don't understand why you wouldn't feel that. I mean, it seems racist to me to not want transgender people, elderly people, veterans that need a place to live. We have people who are gay. We have people who are American Indians, one of which who couldn't be here, American Eagle Feather, who was supposed to be here this morning and couldn't. But most of all, I want to also add at the last 15 seconds that we have a gentleman, Terry Boudreau, who's lived in the park over 20 years. He's in the hospital and he's afraid he has nowhere else to go. This is his home. And he's asked me to speak on this behalf because he wants to go home. And that would be a culvert that the state needs to repair, and you need to ask the state to repair, and we can all get into a meeting together and talk about it, if that's what you want to do, but it'll be less than $250,000. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers this morning.
Are you allowed to speak more than that? Because I'm happy to take questions or do whatever you'd like to do, because it's a great concern that this gentleman here just asked to repair roads. You can take whatever you're going to save and repair his roads. You know, $250,000 for 2 days for a temporary repair is not a repair that could be fixing something. This is an opportunity for you to know and understand that your low-cost housing is being handled by other people, and you need to respect the people that have afforded to live the way they live. They bought their RVs. They bought them, and it's racist to not go after them and say, we're protecting you. Protecting you isn't coming in and saying, we have nowhere to go for after 30 days, except, like he said, be homeless. And
So this is probably not a forum to really discuss this, but I will allow board members if they have questions or comments.
Yeah, this is an agendized item. It's an off-agenda item. It'll be item 5A.
And at that, you're speaking right now under public expression, but during that agenda item, there's more opportunities to
I
have a back
appreciate
and
that.
forth with
Thank
the
you.
board. Yeah.
Okay, I did not know that, and I appreciate that.
That's okay.
I want to do whatever the county asks of me, and I have done that since the beginning with Becky and with Darcy. I've worked very closely with the county to do the right thing. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we're going to, okay, I'm sorry. Do we have also someone for public expression? Well, first, let's go to who's in the room. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'm noticing on the agenda that there's nothing about the 21-22 budget being closed or any discussion about the numbers being brought forward into this year's budget. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else in the room before we go to comment by phone? Okay, so we have someone on the phone. State your name for the record. So it's Danoa Sands. Well, first Adam Height.
Yeah, my name is Ronald Carroll. I live up Spy Rock Road. I actually live on Red Guest Road. And yeah, I'm just letting you guys know how horrible our road really is. I even have some, pictures and DVD or recordings of the potholes and how deep they are and how big they are. And it's just the worst that our road's ever been. I've lived up here for 17 years and it's just never been this bad. And it's not because of the rain. Years ago, we used to get lots of rain all the time. And so the fact that we're now having, normal rainstorms like we used to have, the potholes were here before that. The rain made them worse, but yeah, the road just definitely needs some attention, especially for the elderly people that live up here. Like Chris Brennan was saying, if anyone doesn't want to come up here, then that's a problem. And so, yeah, we just need some assistance to our road. And that's all. Thank you.
Next, we have Danoa Sands.
Danilo, we don't have the ability to allow you to speak. If you can call in via telephone, it looks like perhaps you joined on a computer and there's no mic. It appears that Danila has hung up.
Okay. All right, nobody else? All right, then we'll close public expression and move on to consent calendar. Voicemails, okay.
Hi, my name is Vicki Richardson. There is no item number, so I'm making a public comment. I'm calling about the lack of maintenance on Spy Rock Road, which is a county road that never before in my 30 years living here have I seen it so bad. I am an essential worker, and traveling on this road is destroying my vehicle, and I would like to know where our tax money has gone, if it's not being used to upkeep our county road. I know that if I were to not do my job, I would get fired. Trying to blame rain for this mess is no excuse. This is not the first time we've had heavy rain. Our roads need to stop being neglected. It's an extremely dangerous situation, especially if we need emergency vehicles to come here.
Okay, next we have Danoa Sands.
We have another voicemail.
Another voicemail, okay.
Hello, my name is Sam Mailer. This item is for the 9 a.m. open comment. I'm a resident of Spy Rock, and I drive my son to school every morning and pick him up every afternoon. So that is 4 trips on Spy Rock every day. I need to let you guys know that we have put almost $8,000 into our vehicles and repairs. These potholes are about 12 inches deep, and it's 1-lane road, and it's getting extremely dangerous, and you only did half of it this last time. I'm just wondering where our tax dollars are, and let's close our Spy Rock school, and so now we drive all the way to town, and it's just out of control, and it takes us over an hour and a half to get to school now. All right, thank you.
Okay, now we'll try Danila.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. On December 30th, 2022, during a storm, a sinkhole over a culvert developed at the entrance of Creekside Cabins and RV Park north of Willits, trapping over 50 people. UDRNC has been on site since day one, advocating and supplying food and other supplies to 50+ disaster victims. While we appreciate and understand the complexity of installing a bridge, the 3-week delay and now only 2 days for our clients to move is very concerning. I understand the red tape and paperwork. I understand the issue regarding whose responsibility it was to fix the culvert or sinkhole. I also understand these folks are human beings, our neighbors and part of our community. There are veterans there that served our country, a retired nurse, moms with newborn babies, and residents that depend on 24/7 oxygen. I have met with seniors that have set up their yard with a fence and outside plants, a home they thought they would live in for years to come. With that being said, some residents have not registered their trailers because they thought the trailer would stay permanently. Now, in order to move into an RV park, the trailer needs to be in their name with current registration and be able to move down the highway or be hauled at $150 an hour. Keep in mind, 90% of these folks are on SSI, SDI, and/or Social Security. Their next check comes the week after the bridge will be taken down. Social services can offer rental assistance and possibly motel stays for some that qualify. UDRNC, our organization, and NCO are working together to gather additional resources. Those with registered and working RVs can be transferred to another park. What about the remaining individuals? These folks deserve compassion. Seniors with their whole life's belongings will not be able to pack up everything in less than 2 days. Let's be honest. There is more than one person there currently in the hospital who will not be able to drive out their vehicles or pack their homes. Realistically, with common sense, this is a 6-month minimum job, not a 2-day job. While the bridge is being built, folks don't have a walkway in and out. A walkway would have allowed their friends, IHS workers, and family to help them pack, bring boxes, or carry items. When the bridge is removed, there is a possibility that there will no longer be a path near the sinkhole to walk over. Other agencies have already stated that the individuals that decide to stay there may not be offered services or additional help. Will they be forgotten? I'm asking you all to consider how long it takes to process a trauma or recover from a disaster. 3 weeks, and now they will have only 2 days to collect their life's belongings while on 24/7 oxygen, in a wheelchair, or while raising a newborn baby. We have already ran some numbers, and at minimum, it is going to cost some folks $1,000 to move. I'm asking you to either A, leave the bridge up longer, or B, leave them a walkway. I'm certain that everything is set in stone with this job. I understand the public health concern, but some of you have not been up there in person. And with that, it could be easy to forget that these folks are real live human beings we are talking about, not numbers or dollar signs attached to a bridge. I know this is the only current solution, but it's really not feasible for 90% of the occupants. There is a layer of help that should have been addressed prior to the bridge install and definitely prior to taking it down. So please don't forget about them. Don't forget about the man in the wheelchair. Don't forget about the nurse who worked a whole life helping others. Don't forget about the man that fought for our country. Don't forget about the families just trying to get by. They need time. They need help. Please consider what I said and at least leave them a walkway.
Is there any more public expression?
No, there is not.
Okay. Then we'll move on to agenda item 3, the consent calendar. So, clerk, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay. Is there any items that wish to be pulled for comment or other consideration?
Yes.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Thank you, Chairman Gordy. I'd like to pull items 3C, 3E, and 3S.
Okay. Go ahead.
Item 3C is the appointments, and so two of the appointments that are being renewed are for the Public Safety Advisory Board. And some of those people have been on that committee for a couple of years, and they've never met. I talked to Sheriff Kendall yesterday, and one of the hang-ups has been a person to do the minutes and the posting for Brown Act compliance, and Sheriff Kendall has a person who can do that. I think that the board, we adopted this board and Public Safety Advisory Board. We appointed Supervisor Jurdy to it this year, and I think that if we have a meeting of the board, that they can set the time that works for everyone, and I think that there is much interest in it. So I'd like to see that happen.
So what do we want to do? Do we want to pull this for consideration at this time, or?
Well, I don't think it needs a separate vote. I'm just bringing it to everyone's attention that the board hasn't met for at least the last year, so I would hope that we can get it going.
Okay, so you're just making a comment on the board.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Right.
Next item.
Okay, item 3E is a proclamation celebrating Edie Cicerelli's upcoming 115th birthday. This woman is an incredible person, resident of Willits, Mendocino County for most of her life, and she's now the oldest person in the United States. She's the 3rd oldest person in the world, and 63rd oldest person to ever reach 115 years of age. So it's a real celebration, and I think this day should be, February 5th should be a day that the county really honors one of its own for living a life well lived.
Hear, hear.
An inspiration to all of us. And then item 3S is the contract for the jail's laundry and kitchen. And I'd just like to thank the people who worked on that. It was a difficult task, and I think that the solution worked with the sheriff's office, working with SEIU 1021. I think they've come up with a real a viable solution to this problem, and I hope that it has some cost savings in it and provides better service to everyone in the jail's kitchen and laundry. So I totally support this item.
Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
We need to go to public comment.
Okay, public comment. State your name for the record, please.
Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. And I would just like to echo the comments of Supervisor Haschak. Would like to thank Sheriff Kendall and Under Sheriff Brewster for the hard work that they did to finding a good resolution to make sure that our long-standing and hard-working kitchen and laundry staff at the jail, who in one instance I think has worked here at the county now for 15 years, providing service through all sorts of disasters and pandemics and such, will continue to work, but we'll also have the backstop and the safeguard of bringing in a company to make sure that the county's meeting its requirements and its mandates from the state to provide nutritious meals to the inmates. So again, thank you, and thank you for the board for their work on this as well.
Okay. So I might note that item 3S must be adopted as revised. Is that acceptable to?
The maker of the motion agrees.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further comment? No one online? Okay, then let's call for the roll.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair McGorty,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're going to move to agenda item 5A, which is an off-agenda item pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2, discussion and possible action including adoption of a resolution ratifying the local health emergency proclaimed by the public health officer related to the release of waste at Creekside Cabins and RV Resort. So this is sponsored by the Executive Office.
Mr. Chair, as a procedural matter, just because it's an off-agenda item, I would recommend starting with addressing whether to take up this matter. There are two potential criteria under which the board could consider it. One is as a matter related to emergency, which requires only a simple majority vote. The other is a matter that came to the attention of the board after the publication of the agenda and which has a need for immediate action. I believe this would meet both of those criteria, and in the past I have recommended where that's the case, the board go ahead and make a motion on both grounds.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion as described by County Council.
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? If not, let's vote.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Chair McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now we'll refer to the Executive Office.
I'll ask the clerks to bring in Dr. Corrin, Public Health Officer. Last Friday, we had code enforcement, public health, and environmental health do a tour at the Creekside facility. At that time, there was a number of health concerns due to sewage on the ground and running into the creeks. So there was a large concern. We've asked Dr. Corrin, was submitted the information and declared a public health emergency. So I'll turn this over to Dr. Corrin.
Thank you, Chair McGorty, Board of Supervisors, and CEO Antle. I'm here to request the board approval and extension of the local health emergency declared last week for Creekside Cabins and RV Resort. As you know, this began with the sinkhole on December 30th that eliminated access to this community, stranding them from emergency response, as well as routine maintenance of sewage, clean water, and trash pickup. This exposes the residents to infectious waterborne diseases. Indeed, the State Water Board has issued a boil water notice citing very high E. coli in well water samples. So sewage is now, we've sent environmental health out there, and the sewage is now covering the campground and the dump station, contaminating the well water. So this community faces health problems that range from uncomfortable to life-threatening. The presence of E. coli indicates that the wells are not properly sealed and disinfected and may in fact be contaminated with more than just E. coli, such as viruses, protozoa, multicellular parasites, as well as other even more pathologic organisms. E. coli is usually a harmless inhabitant of the intestines. However, bacterial invasion of this germ can cause urinary tract infections as well as traveler's diarrhea. And while these infections are usually mild and self-limited or treatable with antibiotics, they can cause very severe, even fatal diseases and outbreaks, especially deadly strains that produce toxins that can cause kidney failure, shock, and death. The mortality from the toxic strains STEC can range from 2% to 20%, and the most vulnerable are the elderly, the very young, as well as frail or immune-compromised people. We hear about horrific outbreaks in places like Haiti and India, and some may think that in the United States we're really not at risk. but prevention is due to the meticulous hygiene standards maintained by farm workers, others in the food production industries, as well as careful maintenance of our clean water systems. In this case, at Creekside, it's imperative to understand the risks and mitigate the dangers before severe illness affects anyone or an accident occurs out of the immediate reach of our first responders. So I want to just restate that I'm requesting the approval and extension of this local health emergency at Creekside. Thank you.
Okay, supervisor comment, Supervisor Williams.
I move we adopt the resolution ratifying a local health emergency proclaimed by the public health officer related to the release of waste at Creekside Cabins and RV Resort, and authorize chair to sign same.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
We do need to go to public comment.
Okay.
Well, can we have comment first?
From the board first, please.
We're gonna go to board comment, and then we'll go to public comment. We have to go to board comment, and then we'll go to the public comment.
Yeah, we'll let you know when it's time for you to comment, okay?
You will. So the board has an opportunity to comment, and then it'll go to public comment, and then it will come back to the board, at which time they can make a motion.
Okay, Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, thank you, Chair McGordy. This is really a tragic situation, and I appreciate everyone's involvement on this, from the county to our local officials to our first responders to our state officials, who have all been taking this very seriously from the time it happened, and also the nonprofits that have been involved in this. It's a situation that we need to fix, and it's, you know, unfortunately, it hasn't been fixed by the private property owner, who's the owner of this RV park. But I think that everyone who's been involved has been working diligently and cooperatively to try to resolve the problem. And there have been endless hours that the county and the state have put into trying to resolve this issue. So I totally support the resolution, even though it's very unfortunate, the situation that we're in.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
So this is a question either for Dr. Korn, if he can answer it, or for CEO Antle. There's been a lot of focus on the sinkhole, and that, as far as I can understand, drew attention to Creekside Apartment. But was it the sinkhole or the incident relating to the sinkhole, the weather event, that triggered the contamination of the creek and the drinking water in the wells? Or did that contamination predate the storm event?
I don't think we have the answer to that. But the problem is that the well water is definitely contaminated and raises an emergency for the residents there.
CEO Antle.
I would report, I had a conversation with the Division of Drinking Water, and they have been monitoring this well prior to this event. For what exact reasons are unknown to me.
Okay, any more board comment? If not, we'll go to public comment.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure that the board is aware in terms of the possibility, the length of time that this may be in place. Our understanding, and I will say our understanding is evolving, but our understanding has been that there was a brief opportunity sort of at the beginning while the storms were still happening for the property owner to obtain certain emergency permits that would have allowed for the repair and the restoration of access to the property. Our understanding is also that that window has probably passed, and that because of the steelhead spawning season, even if the property owner is to take action here, we're likely to not see any sort of permanent access to the property for a minimum of about 6 months. Now, again, our this is based on representations by state agencies. It's always possible that our information may evolve as we go along here, but it's looking like there is unlikely to be vehicle access for quite some time.
Okay, thank you for that. Public comment. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Teresa Thurman. So Dr. Corin, is he there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Darcy, is it you, Ms. Antle? Then, thank you. Okay, so you're saying that there hasn't been monitoring. There's been monitoring for the time I've owned the property since 2005. They go out and they monitor it every month, and it's the state boards, and I follow everything that they're supposed to do. And are you aware that, Dr. Korn, that, or anybody here, that the tested water tested negative? And that I was then asked to, the raw water that comes in, which can test, and all the systems in California have raw water that tests positive, and that's why you have a treated system, and it goes through the treated water and it tested negative. Are you all aware that it tested negative for the treated water? Correct? Are you aware of that? I need to understand. Dr. Corin, are you aware of that?
That is not my understanding.
Okay, then I'd like you to talk to Zach after this and then report back to the board if you could, please. But the treated water tested negative, and then he asked me to treat the raw water or test the raw water, and then he said the resolution would be that I test it 2 days in a row, and that it had the raw water, the water that I don't control, had to test clean, which we did, and we tested it and we provided it to him. He told me I could take the boil water notice down on Monday. And then he said, after talking to you, no, on the err on the side of caution, you guys wanted to make sure that not only did my tested water, which tested negative, and the sinkhole water that tested negative twice this weekend, that you still weren't going to remove it. And that, Dr. Korn, I think you need to talk to Zach Rounds at the water boards. And I'm concerned about the fact that we're continuing to talk about something that I haven't taken care of, specifically you today, saying the owner hasn't been willing. I've been working with the county directly, and you called me. The conversation that you had with me, this is about your constituents and taking care of them, and that's my greatest concern, and it should be yours. I am a property owner that has always taken care of anything that's been brought to me, not only for the safety of the people, but because I house people that need a place to stay that are not taken care of by the county. And this water, the monitoring of it, you need to know and understand, has been done monthly forever. And you can take a look at it. They come out and they did an annual inspection in September. And they said to me, we'd like you to do these things. Now, you don't have to do all of it, but we'd like you to do it. And I said, okay, what would you like me to do? And it was about $2,000 or $3,000 worth of work. And I said, what would you like me to do if you guys would like me to just complete it? They said, it's going to cost you about $10,000. Can you handle it? I took whatever money I had and I put into the $10,000 because I don't mess with water, I don't mess with safety, and I take complete offense that this board is not talking to me and having a meeting with the county, with the state, and talking about the fact that this road can be repaired, and we still have a window of time that it can be repaired in a short period of time if Caltrans gets in and repairs it in a couple days. And we have the ability to sit down and talk and do that, and stop talking about the unsafe, a sewer. We have a honey wagon that's pumping people out. There were a couple people that were full and it was dripping. We treated that ground properly. We did what we were supposed to do, and I don't know of any water that went into the river. And they're saying that the only reason they're continuing to keep the boil water is that if and maybe there's somebody who's dumping, because you guys say that they are dumping and they can't prove it, that then maybe feces can get in it. So maybe we should keep the boil water notice, because the raw water, not even the tested water, they both came back clean. So I don't understand his report at all. I don't know what he's talking about, and maybe he's got tests from another park. Maybe we should revisit this completely and take a look at the facts as I know them. Thank you. This one part of what I'm going to be talking about, and then several others, or is this the only Creekside agenda item? Okay, so then I need to let you know, I did put, we did temporarily, we were able to fix the honey wagon. So what happened was people were getting full, and they had trash buildup, as she was explaining, Danella explained everything beautifully. And the fact is that because of the trash. So we created a truck with a bunch of sides, and we've got the trash in it. We're waiting a way to get it off. It's starting to look terrible inside there and smell horrible. But then again, everybody was getting full from the sites, not being pumped out from the outside vendor. So I did get the honey wagon working, and we have pumped out the people. But the dribble that came from their stuff that came onto the ground was treated properly per HCD. We are governed by HCD. I have always worked with the county. When they asked to go in and they asked me if they could do an inspection, my answer was not, that I will not do it. What I said to them is I'm governed by HCD. Talk to HCD, and whatever inspections you want have to go through them, and I'm happy to do whatever through HCD, because I have to do what HCD tells me. I'm not governed by the county. And so I've never said I wouldn't work with you, ever. I don't appreciate that going out into the public. I don't appreciate the fact that my water's been treated as if it's not okay and it's not good, when in fact it is okay and good. And not only good, it's compared to the rest of the state, it's acceptable water because it's treated water and it's safe and it's been treated properly and it tested negative. So I'm in great confusion over how that has occurred. I'm in great confusion about a lot of things, but all this, I wrote to Caltrans this morning and I asked them, please have a meeting with the county and I. Brian, who you have chosen to fix this, was the contractor I had on standby since the 30th. And we talked to Fish and Game and we did whatever we needed. And there is a window we can fix this. But if we can all sit down in a room and figure out who should do what, we can get this done for a whole lot less than $250,000, and you can spend that money on other things. I'd like to know if you're fixing Spy Rock Road, because if they're going to be trapped like we are, because as their potholes get fixed, then you're saying they're more important than the people on my park if you do Spy Rock. And they have just as much need for the money as we do. I'm not saying they shouldn't have the money, but that's the same exact issue, access and not being able to get over the road. So I appreciate your time, and please contact me if you'd like to work this out.
Chair?
Yes.
I have a question for the property owner.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I would like to understand, what is your plan for fixing your access road to your property?
It's not my access road. This is the problem. It is, have you been out there where they have they did the markers for the boundary lines? Did you see that?
Is a sinkhole on your property?
No. It's on actually state highway, private right-of-way, public right-of-way property. And so I sent all that to Caltrans, and I've asked for a meeting, and I've constantly asked for a meeting, but I've tried to clarify, because what they said originally on the 30th was that they pulled away because they had to find the encroachment permits that I had. And I said, I've never had an encroachment permit. That's your encroachment permit. So they looked it up on my property, and in fact, there are no encroachment permits. So I have been requesting over and over again for O2, which is the property it's on, which is deemed, again, public access highway. And they're trying to get me those encroachment permits, or see if they have the right, because it's public information, to give me that information. So if the encroachment permit is on their property, then they're the ones that need to fix it. But someone had to have an encroachment.
Yeah, thank you. And further, through the chair, I think this would be between the property owner and Caltrans. I don't think the county is a party. The county doesn't own any of the land involved.
But again, why is county then saying all that they're saying and talking? My understanding from what you said in a news release, maybe I misunderstood, is that the county's putting out $250,000 to put in a temporary bridge. Why then? Is it Caltrans and not? Why don't you give the $250 to Caltrans? They'll be happy to use that because it costs them less to fix it. Give it to them. It'll be fixed and we have no problem.
So, Dr. Corin, you have your hand raised.
Yes, we do have a boil water notice from just a few days ago from the state water boards. And when they find that it has been mitigated, they send us a lift boil water notice, which they have not done.
Right, they decided not to.
Yeah. So from our point of view, and the visits by our environmental health team, recalled the odor of the sewage on the grounds. The dump station was covered with water. There is black water from the RVs that are being drained directly into Creekside, the creek. Because of that is the reason for this health emergency.
So you're saying there's a tested
who's
water?
responsible is another issue. But at this point, it's a risk to your residents, the people that you are very concerned about. We're very concerned about also. And I think that that's the reason for this emergency order.
So you're saying that
Mr.
the
Chair,
tested water was
I might
tested?
suggest, sure. I might suggest a public comment really is the opportunity to address the board. I would recommend that the chair sort of specify and maybe explain to the public a little bit about the process for public comment.
So public comment normally is allows 3 minutes to express an opinion on an agenda item. It's not really meant for us to enter into a debate or to give testimony. So, it sounds like probably the best solution here is to engage in further conversation offline out of the meeting with the county representatives dealing with this.
I'd like to speak with Dr. Corn, and would it be Darcy or would it be?
Well,
I would like Mr. Hashik to be part of it, because after this comment, I really would love for him to. These are
Okay,
his
so we'll
constituents.
work with the CEO's office to set up a meeting with you at this point. Is that acceptable?
But I want it on record. You're telling me the treated water tested positive or negative. What was reported to you?
Okay, so what we're going to...
I need to know this.
We're
The
going to move
treated
back.
water, please tell me, the treated water tested positive or negative. What was sent to you?
Ms. Thurman, we have to move on with our meeting, so
It was
you will
tested
have the
negative.
opportunity to find further information on the process, but we just simply don't have time to continue
Thank you
this
for
this moment.
When will I get a meeting then, sir?
We'll contact you. It won't be before the end of today.
Okay, thank you. And then no more comment about the temporary
No.
bridge? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any further comments or questions? Yes, go ahead.
I know that our sheriff's department, our social services have been out, along with the nonprofits that have been out to assist the residents of the Creekside cabins. And when I hear from those residents, I just encourage you to get as much assistance from social services that you can. There are opportunities to help you move your trailers, help you get into a temporary location. I don't expect that even if the property owner is able to work with Caltrans to repair the culvert, that is going to happen quickly, and your safety is a priority. Not only is the water an issue and the sewer, garbage collection, propane delivery, and as we've discussed, medical supplies. So please use the assistance that's being given to you through the county and get yourselves into a safer place to be in the meantime.
And I'd also second that with the other admonition that do not take chances with water. Boiling is really simple, safe or not, when you have shallow wells that haven't been properly maintained perhaps. It's a very good idea just to continue to boil the water until such time that the state is saying it's okay. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
I have the mover of the motion as Supervisor Williams. Can I please get a restate on who the second was? Hashtag.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to agenda item 4B, which is the Chief Executive Officer's report. CEO Antle.
We do need to go to item 4A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of December 2022, January 2023 winter storm update and direction to staff.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, bar none, we'll move on for the vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we'll move on to the CEO's report. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair McGorty. I would like to introduce you to a new CEO report and a new format. It's a new version, and it's reported electronic version with many leaks to additional information, but it is in alignment with the strategic plan. I want to give credit to the communications team that worked very hard to implement my vision of this report. Miriam Ramirez, Tony Rakes, Willow Anderson, just to name a few that were on the team. So thank you to them. So to start at the beginning, there's an update on the winter storm, and you can read further information as well. And then the report again is lined out by the strategic plans. The next item is an effective county government, where departments submitted information reporting on what they're doing under these particular pillars and goals of the strategic plan. The next item is under safe and healthy county. We talk about how well we're taking care of the animals, general services working on the tree in front of the courthouse, behavioral health and recovery services, and a recap from social services on those that they have reached out to. You'll see a thriving economy. We talk about behavioral health and recovery services again in the alignment with that strategic plan. Prevention, recovery, and resiliency mitigation, partnering with the EDFC to distribute $250,000 to each eligible micro businesses that were impacted by COVID. Again, thriving economy, you'll see additional information supplied by social services. And then the other pillar we have is a prepared and resilient county. We talk about updating to our broadband, cultural services, all the work that we're doing under the CSA arrangements with library and museum. The information technology, which is dear to me, improving our infrastructure here within the county. And then there's a public health update as well. You'll find what we've asked in this report as well is any overviews that the department wanted to share about the work that they had done in 2022. So there is some links there that are providing additional highlights of what those departments did. And then you'll see the Board of Supervisors section, and that's where we list the most current directives. So again, I really want to appreciate the team. Again, it's an introduction to you. If there's any feedback on this report, please let me know.
Thank you, Darcy. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so CEO Antle, thank you, and I thank the team that worked on it. One thought would be under thriving economy. I know we're getting, I don't know if they're quarterly or monthly updates from West Company. It seems like reports from outside groups that we've contracted with could maybe be put in the appropriate category, even though they're not a county department.
Okay.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the team for creating this new report. I am adjusting to my reading style as I discussed with them yesterday. Just some thoughts. Maybe we could do a minimum or a maximum characters for the actual newsletter and go ahead and use the department's webpage for their update. That way it is static on the website and people can view it without going through the CEO report. I do think the department's updates are important and valuable. And I really just want to show appreciation also for including the strategic plan and the goals with the CEO report.
Supervisor Haschak. Is your mic on?
Sorry about that. I was going to say the same thing about the strategic plan. Is it's really nice to focus on what the strategic plan is and the pillars that we have there, the 4 pillars. And I think that the more we do that, the more it will bring those into what our strengths are and also where we need to be moving as a county. So I think this will be helpful in that regard and keeping the strategic plan in the forefront of our thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Supervisor Mulhern, additional thoughts?
I did have an additional thought, and that is we do have department head reviews coming up, and it will be my expectation that departments are submitting information to the CEO's report. That is how we communicate with the public. So I just wanted to start the year off with that. That will be an expectation for the departments. And of course, all of our elected officials, obviously, we wouldn't require them, but we would encourage them to submit a summary of the work that they're doing in their departments as well.
Yeah, I'm very enthused about this because I think one of the things we don't do very well is tell our story here in Mendocino County, and we let other people take over the narrative, which sometimes doesn't turn out good for us. So I think an informed public is and transparency in our business is critical to us being effective and as a county. So I really appreciate the work and the efforts of CEO Antle and her team to do a better job of this. So thank you very much. So do we need to move to accept the report, or are we okay with it? Public comment first. Is there any public comment in the room?
Good morning, board members, county executive officer, county council. My name is Andrew Smith. I'm the temporary ag commissioner contracted with Mendocino County, and I just wanted to offer some information, some input on the CEO report. I think that it's a really great opportunity to share with ultimate honesty and clarity what each department is up to, and to share that with the county executive office. It's my hope that that information that's provided by each department is also circulated amongst the Board of Supervisors. Our department has been working really hard on some organizational development and working on building out our vision and our mission for the Department of Ag Weights and Measures, something that's been missing for some time. We think that's a really great thing, and we think it connects very well with the organizational excellence that this community and the county strives for. I didn't see any information related to our department in the CEO report, and I'm just hoping that when departments submit their input for the CEO report, that's at least able to be shared between the CEO's office and the Board of Supervisors collectively, even if excerpts are not chosen to be displayed publicly. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that. I think every department head should be prepared to answer questions from individual board members and or deputy CEOs or the CEO on what they submit in those CEO reports. I think some departments are putting a lot of effort and energy into what they do to bring honesty and clarity to the boards and the CEO's understanding of what goes on within those walls. And I just wanted to put that out there, and also offer that if anybody wants to, we're happy to take field trips to our department if they want to see how we're trying to turn things around. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hold on. Any questions for Ag Commissioner Smith?
Well, I appreciate hearing the words "turn things around." Thank you for your hard work. And I don't know if I've received all of the updates. Is there an archive for the board to review?
Please, CEO Antle, archive of.
Well, I don't know what I don't know. So it sounds like there may be some updates circulating that that I haven't seen.
If something was missed on ag, I'll review it with Deputy CEO Dunnicliff, and we'll get it circulated if we missed something. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have no intention to pull anybody under the bus or anything like that. I'm just trying to advocate for if there's a way to circulate the CEO report amongst the board members, because I'm not opposed to presenting some of the more glamorous things to the public as to what different departments are up to that align with the strategic plan. But I think it's also important to be able to, for the board's understanding, to know exactly what's going on in each department, because I think that's how we advocate for resources. That's how we really let you know what's going on with the nuts and bolts in each department with staffing, et cetera.
So, Ag Commissioner Smith, thank you very much for assisting Mendocino County. He kind of voluntarily when I requested Sonoma County consider temporary staffing, he agreed to it. He's really doing a great job and bringing a level of professionalism and organization back to the Ag Commissioner's office that we've missed for some time. So I'm really happy that you agreed to do that. And I just want to recognize your efforts right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
CEO Antle, yes, I would just assure Andrew that we do share this with the board, and it goes to them, and it is posted on the website, and it goes out to all staff.
Okay.
So we're doing our best to circulate.
Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we do have some online comment from Hannah Nelson.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Board. Hannah Nelson. I think that it's wonderful for you to be consistently looking at the pillars, and I agree with prior comments regarding the need for additional detailed information to be linked with regards to some of the more nitty-gritty aspects of each department's work. And one thing that I would encourage the board to look at are the outstanding directives and what, if anything, are the obstacles to moving some of those along for each department, and knowing that there may be reasons why things haven't moved. I think perhaps having a report as to why things haven't moved along and what else is needed from the county to support moving those directives along might be beneficial. Additionally, I certainly hope that the MCD reports can be folded in with respect to aligning to the 4 pillars and the accomplishments as well as the challenges on how those 4 pillars are being achieved for the cannabis department. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Barring none, I would entertain a motion to accept the Chief Executive Officer's report.
Move to accept report.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll move on to discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation on the December 31st, 2022 County Pooled Investments Report and approval of Mendocino County investment policy for calendar year 2023. And the sponsors, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair McGorty, Supervisors, County Staff, Shamice Covison, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Thank you for introducing the item. We just wanted to cover some regular routine business. We haven't had an opportunity to do that in a little while with the transition to the new consolidated office and my role there. So we are required to bring forth the December 31st investment report, as well as there's an annual update to the investment policy. So those items have been presented and prepared, attached to your agenda item. And with me this morning, I have Carlos Oblites. He is a senior portfolio strategist with Chandler Asset Management who assists us with our investments, as well as reviewing our investment policy and providing recommendations for updates. So I actually don't have anything additional formal or slides to present. I don't know if any board members have any questions or comments, but Carlos and I are here today to answer questions if you have any.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you. I'd just like to say, you know, during the past year with the downturn in the market, it's pretty incredible that we were able to actually make a little money on this. So I think sometimes it's a little frustrating that it's so conservative, but I think it's played out well in the last year.
Supervisor, you're absolutely correct. It's been a very favorable period of time for interest income in the portfolio. As you're aware, and as you stated, you are very restricted in what you're able to do per California government code. You're restricted to fixed income investments, bonds, and though the rise in interest rates in the markets have made bonds for everybody their value drop, at least on paper, the interest income that you're earning on new investments continues to increase. We came from a period of time when interest rates were sub 1% for a good 12 years, and now we're back to interest levels that we haven't seen in about 15 years, and that plays favorably to a pool like the county's pool, which is designed for safety and liquidity and to provide that quarterly apportionment rate to its participants.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I appreciate the department bringing this forward, and this is a question I probably should have asked the previous treasurer, so don't take it directed. So these interests that are shown, interest rates, yields that are shown on the report, are they after fees or prior to fees for management?
No, Supervisor, when we show the yields are always before the fees are charged. Fees for this portfolio average less than 5 basis points. That's 0.05% annually. We charge our fees based on assets under management. When we report our actual returns, which is rather than the yield to maturity, which is a measure of what you're due to earn on an annualized basis, your annualized earnings basically, we do a look back for a period of time, typically rolling 3-month, 1-year, 3-year, 5-year periods, and we show total return. And when we show those returns, we can calculate a net of fee, which we freely share with the treasurer tax collector.
Okay, great. So if I'm reading the report correctly, the average yearly yield in this report was just under 4%, 383 basis points, and you're saying your fees were about 5 basis points.
That's correct.
Okay.
So you would, effectively, you could net that number out by those 5 basis points,
Got it.
0.05%.
And thank you for the department for keeping the fees low. That's extremely important for all investments. You're in the range of the Vanguard company, which is extremely low.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, so is there anyone who's prepared to move that we accept the December 31st, 2022 Mendocino County Pooled Investment Report?
Move the recommended action.
There's more. And approve the Mendocino County Investment Policy for calendar year 2023.
So moved.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Any online comment? Okay, barring none, we're ready for a vote.
Supervisor Mulhern, Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Chair McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, now we'll move on to item 4D, which is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance delegating authority to invest or reinvest the funds of the county and its other depositors in the county treasury to the treasurer for calendar year 2023.
Again, good morning, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamise Cubison. Again, this is an annual requirement that we update this ordinance per government code section, so I brought it forward just for the annual update. Not sure if you have any other questions.
Any questions from board members?
Move the recommended action.
Any further board comment? No? Okay. Any comments from in the room? Any comments online? All right, looks like we're ready for the call.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern, and Chair McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Cubison. Okay. Item 4E, notice of a public hearing, discussion and possible action, including approval to establish shorter Williamson Act contracts effective in calendar year 2023 pursuant to state statute, making the requisite findings pursuant to Government Code 16142.1D. So the sponsors are the assessor and the clerk recorder in agriculture. Who would like to speak to this item?
Chair, I'm willing to move the recommended action. We do this every year.
Is that okay? County Counsel?
Yeah, you can do that. I was just going to comment. I think that the staff may have just stepped out.
Okay.
It is a public hearing, so I would recommend that we follow the public hearing steps, even if you are just going to approve it. We're ready for you, Katrina.
Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, Clerk Recorder. I'm sorry I couldn't get off the phone quick enough to be in here just prior to that. So this is an annual thing. It doesn't change anything. It's an annual filing or recording that we have to do. We should have done this in December, and we just got completely off track, and I forgot all about it. So as I said again, this is an annual thing that we have to do, and it's just there for you to know that we're doing it.
Move the recommended action.
Thank you.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. Being that this is a notice public hearing, we do need the chair to go through all the steps listed here.
Sure, I'm sorry. So the first thing is, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
And we're doing this little retro here, but the chair will open the public hearing and announce the hearing procedures. The board and clerk will note correspondence and telephone calls received. Are there any?
Any comments received would have been uploaded via e-comment. We have not received any telephone calls.
Yeah, I did receive a phone call about this matter, and the county was urged to perform a Williamson Act audit.
Okay. Is that something that's routinely done?
Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, Clerk Recorder. So we had not sent out surveys for a number of years, I think since about 2014. And in 2020, late 2020, we sent surveys out to everyone in Egg Preserve contract. Because of short staffing, because of elections, I'm just now beginning to process those. So I'm about a third of the way done. We have over 1,000 contracts. And I think I'm up to about 400 right now. So we are going through the audit section, and we have found some land that's not in compliance. So, we'll be taking care of that later this year.
So as a matter of procedure, do you also consult with the agricultural commissioner on some of these
No,
contracts?
anymore. Now it's the assessor's responsibility. We used to do it with the ag commissioner, and now rules have changed, and I'm about the only one that can do it. So I'm working with Matt Kadrowski when I have questions on procedure or anything else, but ultimately, it comes down to me. I thought about not including the ag commissioner on that, but it had been done in years before, and by the time I remembered we had to do this, it was pretty much hurry up and get it on the agenda.
So how are you sure that people are still in agricultural production if they're in the act?
They've completed a survey. Because you have grapes, you wouldn't
Right.
get the survey most likely. There's an income requirement that they have to meet. So I take and I look at every parcel they have to make sure that the acreage is there. And I have a little spreadsheet that I provide for each one. I figure out the acreage, I figure out the open space versus the prime and what those would be. And as long as they've met the requirement and they state that they are using it, if we have questions, we can send an appraiser out to look at that. So far, we haven't. We've taken them for, for what they're reporting. So hopefully, at the end of 2024, we'll be able to do another one and have it processed timely in 2025 when there's no election, and be able to be up to date. But we're also putting together a letter to anyone who buys into Williamson Act properties that, they are required to be in compliance, to remain in there, to benefit from the reduced taxes, property taxes. And Matt's working on that with me now too. So that'll start going out to everyone who buys ag property.
Is that disclosed on the title documents when people purchase a property that they're in?
I honestly do not know.
It should be.
I'm told they are, but I'm also told that people are told about supplemental taxes, and you'd be amazed at how many phone calls we get on supplemental taxes that, so I think that there's a lot of things when you're buying your home or your property that are disclosed, that because you've got so much, that I think that's a couple things that, you forget about.
Yeah, well, because it does represent a reduced income for the county, I think it's very important to assure that agriculture is going on. I know that back when Tony Leniger was Ag Commissioner, he did a very thorough audit and discovered a lot of people were in the Williamson Act, but shouldn't have been, because they weren't really using their property for agriculture.
Correct.
Most of them remedied it pretty quickly because a lot of it were larger pieces that were grazed. They just hadn't grazed it in some time.
Right, and sometimes people don't understand the survey, so I'm also sending out emails for questions that I have. And so far, they've been pretty good about returning my emails and answering my questions, and then I send them back their ag survey so they can adjust it, because most of them just don't understand, what it is. And now with the income requirement, there didn't used to be an income requirement, and now there is. So with that puts another little kink in it all.
Okay, any questions for staff?
So I have a question. So Katrina, I know that you're working hard to try to fill the vacant positions in the appraisers' spots and other vacancies. I heard you mention that there's, I guess, been some change in state law about who can work on this project. I guess I'm just thinking, given the vacancies in the department, if there's any of this work that could be handled by any other department, whether it's the ag department, the executive office, whoever, it seems like because there's so many different things that your department is the key linchpin to bringing in those county revenues, that if there's any of that work that you can share with any other department, I think that'd be fantastic. Just because, like just this example, if your staff is working on validating the Williamson Act performance, then that's on some level, it's time that they don't have to go and do discovery where we all believe there are properties with buildings that are not on the tax roll. So
Right.
It seems like it's sort of we're kind of not gaining ground if these different projects overwhelm the other. And so I don't know, if there's any way that any other department can take any piece of this workload, I think it'd be great.
I agree with you, and when I'm reviewing these, it's not staff that's reviewing them, it's me that's reviewing them. And I tried to get staff to be able to help me with this, or someone, and it was my understanding that Matt said that no, it was just me. It started out until I got used to doing it, that Matt and I would review them, and now that I've got a handle on it and what needs to be looked at, then it's me that reviews them. But I agree with you 100%. I just wish I could.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So with that, the public hearing is closed.
Move the recommended action.
Second, is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote.
Just want to clarify that we currently have no public comment on the line.
Oh, yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jerdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we probably can take a break if staff wishes. Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break and be back here at 10:35. Now move on to agenda item number 4F, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution and approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Public Attorneys Association, Teamsters Local 856, for the term of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. Executive Office.
CEO Antle, I'll turn it over to Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. The Board of Supervisors negotiating team has met with representatives from the Mendocino County Public Attorneys Association, Teamsters Local 856, and have reached an agreement regarding the appropriate terms and conditions of the Memorandum of Understanding. The term is July 1, 22 through June 30th, 2023. The proposal includes a 2% cost of living increase effective first full pay period after Board of Supervisors approval. No increase to health plan premiums through June 30, 2023. Attorney classification and compensation review, and some administrative cleanup language. Thank you.
Are there any board comments?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comments? Oh, Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment, just generally not specific to this contract, but I just think that as we've seen the cost in the healthcare plan, the County of Mendocino, we're paying between 23 and 28% more for our healthcare plan than the cities are paying for their healthcare plan. Their plan is actually slightly better than ours. They have a 10% employee copay. We have a 20%. So when we look at the cost of our healthcare plan, I think as we look at the next upcoming contracts with all the bargaining groups, I think all the bargaining groups and the county should be in agreement that we're not going to continue to defer the employees paying their 25% of the cost of the plan. And so right now, none of the employees are paying 25% of the cost of the plan. The plan is 23 to 28% more expensive than the healthcare plans that the cities have. We've got to bring some balance to that because it's a drag on wages as the county pays such a large share of compensation towards a healthcare plan. It's basically unsustainable, and it's like I said, it's a drag on wages. So the money that's going to the healthcare plan is not going to wages. I think we got to fix this.
So that brings up an interesting question for staff. We're in a contract now for healthcare, and how long does that contract last, and when could we renegotiate?
So Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, so we're in a contract for 3 years with our new fully funded plan. So this plan is where we know every month exactly what our payments will be. So we can work, and we will be working on plan changes for the upcoming calendar year. We actually meet tomorrow with our first Health Benefits Committee, which is with representatives from all the various bargaining units to be talking about what are the next steps. So more to come to the board with that information.
You know, I think we've made really excellent progress just getting to a kind of a regular health insurance that we participate in as a pool compared to being self-insured, which I thought was incredibly risky, having lived through it with also Ukiah Unified School District, where you just can't predict what's going to happen with your costs. So we're on the right road, and I kind of agree with Supervisor Jordy. We want to be as fair and equitable as we can. We want to shop for the best deals. And this is something that sounds like we have a commitment from Deputy CEO Johnson to continue. Okay, so we've moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Is there any online comment? Okay, we'll call for the question. Here he is. We're ready to call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams? And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now we'll move on to agenda item number 4G, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution and approval of a memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Department Head Association for the term of September 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2023.
Yes, Chair, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So the Board of Supervisors negotiating team has met with representatives from the Mendocino County Department Head Association and have reached an agreement for the terms, as you mentioned, through September 1 through of 2022 through August 31, 2023. The proposal includes a 2% cost of living increase effective first full pay period after Board of Supervisors approval. No increase to health plan premiums through June 30, 2023. An increase to flexible time off from 60 hours to 120 hours, and changes to the processing of management training funds that will now be paid quarterly.
Okay, any board comment?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further comment from the board? If not, we'll call for the question.
You need to call for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment. In the room? Online? Okay. Barring none, we'll now call for the vote.
Supervisor Mulhern? Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 4H, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the presentation of Mendocino County's fiscal year 2022-2023 budget status, and the sponsor is Executive Office.
Thank you, Chair McGorty, Darcy Antle, CEO. As we start this presentation and the workshop for 2022, we have some news from Auditor Controller Shamice Cubison and Treasurer Tax Collector that's hot off the presses this morning.
Good morning again, Chair McGorty, Supervisors, County staff. Shamice Cubison, Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector. So as I think some people are aware, we did manage to close the fiscal year 21-22 books last week on Friday. And I just would like to, hopefully you can indulge me for a moment. I just want to be sure and appreciate the support and encouragement from the community members and other staff members through this really challenging process. And I would like to also thank staff in the Auditor Controller's Office for their hard work and their willingness to work extra hours in order to accomplish this goal. Then, as well as thanking the fiscal staff in the departments, especially in social services, behavioral health, and public health. And I'd like to just mention that the county was extremely fortunate that Sarah Pierce, acting deputy CEO, was able to jump in and assist with many of the closing requirements for public health. It's a huge agency with lots of budget units and lots of complicated grants, and she was instrumental in being able to provide assistance and resulting in the best possible close for those budget units. And lastly, I'd just like to say that I'd like to thank my family, my husband and my son. This has been an extremely challenging year and a half, and there's been incredible personal sacrifice on our family's behalf. And I'm sorry I'm emotional, but I have been at the office all the time. And it has resulted in no family vacations, very little holiday and family time, and my house is a mess. We eat out a lot, and I just really want to appreciate my son, who's 12, and my husband for the sacrifice that we've made. This was an important goal of mine, and I feel like it was a great achievement. We're not done. There's still a whole lot of work to be done, and we will move forward with those next steps. But I would be remiss in not appreciating their sacrifice and their support. I'm sorry. We're going to move on, obviously, to closing the first and second quarter as quickly as possible. There are various steps that have to be taken in order. We have to work in conjunction with county schools to make sure that we close those periods in conjunction with them in order to have as little impact on their processes as well. So I just want to assure this board that staff will continue working hard to try to get caught up on those other closings as well. I know everybody's waiting for me to say. I would say that the carry forward is roughly $2 million, but there needs to be time allotted for the auditor's office staff and county CEO's office fiscal staff to work through the other encumbrances and requirements, as well as the other actions the board has already taken so far this fiscal year to ensure that we cover any of those budget-related items that will require some of that use of those funds. So I'm sure over the next week or two, we will be meeting to discuss those items. I'd also like to say that I appreciate that everybody has worked really hard, and we're going to move, unfortunately, right into audit, and it's going to be really busy time frame. We need to get the county's audit completed in a very short amount of time. So I apologize, but I appreciate the additional commitment from those departments who have federal programs that are going to need to have fiscal staff available to respond to the outside auditors' requests for information. But we are moving forward with that process as quickly as possible. So we will be meeting the CEO's office and myself with the outside auditors on Monday to make sure that we have a good approach and that we communicate clearly with departments about the expectation on the turnaround time on those information requests as they come forward. So that's my brief update on the fiscal year end close.
Well, thank you, Auditor Controller Covison. We really appreciate the effort you put in. I'm sure it's been difficult, but I'm sure you're also upping your game as you go, and that now things are clearer to you so that as you move forward, it won't be as challenging. And hopefully you can be more timely with your information, but we really appreciate, we know how hard you're working on it, and we're really grateful to hear that we're not in the hole. Comments from other board members. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, thank you, Chair McGordy. Yeah, so after this process, and certainly we appreciate your work on it, have you been able to reflect for any kind of minute about what might be ways to streamline the process in the future? To, do you have any thoughts that we should be considering too about how to make this so it happens a little sooner in the year, all those issues with this process under your belt now?
I appreciate the question. Again, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamice Covison. I haven't had a lot of chance to reflect. I will say that, there was a large jump between the previous version of the software and this version, and making sure we actually had all of the documentation to make sure we had all the steps in order. We have learned some things. I have, under the previous auditor, there were some tasks that were specifically under one person, and just because of staffing limitations, I've had to spread tasks and have multiple people working on them. So there was kind of a group approach to a few things that I think obviously we will be doing moving forward. I do have to be careful because those duties have just essentially been added to other people's other duties that they already had a full workload. I think obviously for myself, having not been in the role of closing, I've learned a lot. I think there's definitely opportunity to work with the departments and the executive office fiscal team to kind of look at some of our funding sources and make sure we're maximizing the best use of those funds. And that's where I think there's perhaps opportunity. And we have started in the kind of, combined office, whether it's combined or not combined. Our office did provide support to the Treasurer Tax Collector side during collections during that first couple weeks of December because they were short-staffed. So we have realized some opportunity there. We provided staff to, for instance, open mail. It's huge volumes of mail coming in. That those staff were better served from the Treasurer Tax Collector side, assisting people at the counter and on the phone. So, we have tried to kind of support the combined office in that regard where we can. But I would say that, it's really also important that departments and their fiscal teams understand their financial information and provide the closing information to the auditor's office, thoroughly supported so that there's not a lot of back and forth. So, hopefully we'll work through those obstacles and be able to have a more smooth transition. I would say, I know that the board's desire is to get towards more frequent reporting. We're still not quite there yet. Departments still need to really be in the mode of submitting their information as quickly as possible, and also doing their kind of inter-county billings amongst themselves as quickly as possible. So, those are there's still some challenges in departments for staffing in other departments. And those departments still have to have the opportunity to have those staff, onboarded, trained, and brought up to speed. So it isn't just, up to the auditor's office. Sometimes there's really an impact in another department in their fiscal team as well.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
What is the exact amount of the carry forward?
That's kind of got a big asterisk next to it. So I'm looking at roughly about 2.2 million, but there are encumbrances, which mean there are prior period obligations that we're still going to be paying for in this year.
When will we have that number?
That's going to depend on the availability of the fiscal team and myself and my staff to be able to sort that out. I guess, like I said, in addition to the action the board has already taken this year.
Is there like a confidence about some tolerance? Is it 2 million plus or minus 100,000? How much of that 2 million can we count on? I guess what I'm looking for is assurance that we won't get an update later that there's only $1 million.
I cannot give you any confidence that the board hasn't already committed $1 million of that to something.
So, but as far as the carry forward, this year we may have encumbered funds and we may have to pay for it with the carry forward, but the carry forward is from the closed books. So that number should be static, correct?
Correct.
And what do we think that number is as a static? Is it 2 million even?
I think it's about 2.2.
Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, my only question was, so is that 2.2 million, is that general fund dollars?
Yes.
Or? Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you, and thank you to you and your team for working hard on getting this closed, and I appreciate that you guys have been able to find some opportunities for improving, sounds like. One of the things that, since I've been a board member, I've been really interested in is having more direct contact with the department heads, and we now, as supervisors, have closed session performance evaluations at the beginning of the year. So those will be in February, and to Supervisor Williams' comment earlier about we don't know what we don't know. If there are specific needs from your department to be able to close, either from specific department heads or a list of things that you need to make sure that we are tracking with the department heads in conjunction with the executive office, please let us know. Please let us know which department heads have had a more challenging time submitting the reports timely so that we can follow up with them. Because otherwise, our expectation is that they're doing things timely, but if that's not what's happening in the real world, then I would definitely love to know that, and specifically so that we can talk about it during performance evaluations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? If not, I just have a couple. So I agree with Supervisor Mulheron. We're going to have kind of a scorecard as we move forward on our department heads, and fiscal responsibility is going to be one of them. So we'll be concerned when people aren't getting their budgets in on time, when they aren't reporting on time. So that's something that we will want to know with you. And then I have a question about transparency and the ability to follow what's going on in your office, because that's been an issue in the past. And as I understand right, some of the software reporting in Munis maybe haven't been activated, which have you changed anything that makes it easier for CEO Antle and her staff to know what's going on as we move through the year?
The Auditor Controller's Office has worked with the outside auditors to consider a couple of additional entries to the period 13 to make some of the information a little more closely aligned with the outside audit report. However, there are many entries that really are not actually related to the budget tracking and the finance system the way it directly is, and that would provide additional kind of misleading information that would need to be further described, on an ongoing basis. So we are looking at what things we can incorporate in the finance system that would be relevant. However, I would defer to CEO Antle in terms of the project on working on reporting. I believe that we're still working with Client First on what the board would be able to or should reasonably expect on a regular basis that would be relevant and meaningful. But I think that is a project that is being undertaken with Client First at this time.
CEO Antle, any comments on that?
I agree with Ms. Cubison, and I want to thank her and her team for all the work that they did, and I know this was a huge undertaking. I would, to your question, just want to add that in February of last year was a rather large upgrade to the system. And so when Ms. Cubison was talking about the changes in the system, there are upgrades into the system currently, and we're working through with her office, CLA, the outside auditor, as well as Client First, to see what those options are for you to move forward with more timely reports and transparency that you're asking for.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for coming and sharing the good news with us.
Okay, so again, to Ms. Cubison's point, we will be working with her closely to identify where those dollars came from, if it was additional revenue or savings in a department due to vacancies or a contract not renewed, et cetera. So we'll work through that over the next month and be back in front of you with a fiscal year 22-23 workshop at the end of February. I'm going to take a guess, and Atlas will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's around the 27th, 28th of February is that second meeting. So again, as we move forward, today we are going to present where we're seeing the information, the finances as of today, which was prior. You know, our information was submitted on Thursday. So taking this new information into consideration, that's kind of a set aside right now. And we will talk about the deficits that we're currently seeing, the to be determined amounts that are a bit of a concern for us, considering the significant damage from the storm. And at this point, we do not have any funding from Cal OES or FEMA to move forward. And I believe we'll have a quick update from Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce here shortly. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Acting CEO Tim Holman.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning, Board. Chair McGordy, first time I've had a chance to address you as Chair. That's great. CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Tim Hallman. I'm Acting Deputy CEO with the Executive Office Fiscal Team. Right now, we have the report before you that we uploaded. The last time we appeared before you was on December 13th, where we had done some allocations and some appropriations in order to help cover the current outstanding budget items that we had brought forward. We would like to go ahead and strike out the third bullet point here. At the time of publication, the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector has closed the books for 21-22. And we'd also like to go ahead and have you take a look at the attachment C. I'm sure you guys have had a chance to look at it. Those are some items that we'd like you to consider for the upcoming budget process. Right here we have our outline. This is just what we're going to be going through throughout the entire presentation here. What you're looking at now is of course, several of the items that we had brought forward last time at December 13th, such as the $3.6 million that is currently outstanding for the 2021 health plan deficit. We had also brought forward on January 10th the $1.4 million that had been mentioned during the presentation on the jail. That is now added into here. We have had discussions with the cannabis unit because of concerns that there may be a shortfall on their revenues, and we are currently working with them, both the Executive Office Fiscal Team, and the cannabis team in order to determine what that shortfall is and what impact, if any, there will be to the general fund. As mentioned by CEO Antle just a moment ago, we are, of course, still working on what the impact will be for the storm damage from this year. And again, if you have any questions on that, Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce is available to answer anything on that. And then we also have heard from other counties that FEMA is determining whether or not they are going to reimburse the counties for the room key, which was, of course, where we were putting folks up in hotel rooms at the very beginning of the COVID outbreak. And right now, that has a potential impact of $1.6 million to our general fund. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Senior Admin Analyst Stella Bratsis with the Executive Office Fiscal Team.
Stella Bratsis, Senior.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Haschak has a question before we get started. Tim?
Yeah, just on the previous list. So the cannabis department shortfall.
Mm-hmm.
We're mid-year through, this fiscal year. And so what is that shortfall? Who found it? And what are the implications?
Right now, as it stands, the fee revenue is considerably lower than it was originally entered into the budget. It was originally at about 1.1 million, and it is currently at $87,000. It was discovered by the Executive Office Fiscal Team, and we brought our concerns up to the Cannabis Department through the liaison. And again, we have been working with them ever since in order to determine whether or not grant revenue can be brought in order to cover that. We meet with them again this Thursday, and to discuss what they had calculated this weekend. It's looking promising, but until we've had a chance to sit down and take a look at it as a whole with their team face to face, I'm not comfortable saying exactly how much they're going to bring back. It again, it looks like it will be a minimal impact, but we have to review the grant, make sure it covers, because in the case of several positions, only a portion of those positions are covered, and we want to make sure that before we bring anything forward, we've hashed out what that is, and we can make sure that we're bringing forward what is the actual impact to the general fund.
So that grant that you're talking about that could be utilized for this would be the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program?
That's the one, yes.
Okay, and so that money hasn't been budgeted in that grant.
Correct.
So we'd take a revision of that grant.
Correct.
And then general fund if it can't be covered by the grant.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, Tim, can you tell us anything more about what you've learned from other counties on the skepticism that FEMA is going to reimburse the counties for the room key program? I guess I'm thinking here was an example of the counties, most likely through social services, being told, here's a federal program, it'll be administered by the state, go implement this. The county responded, it implemented this, and now you're telling us we're hearing from other counties that they're concerned that we won't actually be reimbursed. I feel like we're, like Charlie Brown and Lucy's pulling the ball out from under us.
I have very surface level knowledge of this. Obviously, if you want some more detailed knowledge, we can always bring in Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. She is the one who's been communicating directly with those counties and those county groups. So if you'd like to get some more information, let's see if we can bring Sarah Pierce in.
Yes, that'd be a good idea.
Morning, Board of Supervisors, Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. So yeah, we've reached, or actually some counties have reached out to us to get clarification if we've been paid on the FEMA room key expenses. Currently, this is the largest pot of expenses that FEMA is still reviewing. The question that other counties have been asked by FEMA relates to whether the participants were actually eligible for the program based on if they had COVID or if they were exposed to COVID, whether they were homeless. We believe our documentation is sufficient. But we have not specifically been reached out. FEMA has not reached out to us directly, but there is just concern in different counties that this could potentially not be funded. Follow up more with other counties, but as I said, FEMA has not yet reached out to us as a county, but we do have a concern that it could be.
Okay, does that answer your question sufficiently?
Obviously, this needs close monitoring, and I think if the concern is severe, I think we should be taking this up directly with our local congressmen and our U.S. senators.
Good advice. Supervisor Williams?
NACO, CSAC, RCRC?
Yes. Okay.
CEO Antle, I would just report, yes, we're working with CSAC on this. It comes up every 2 weeks in our meeting.
And then I have one question about I'm afraid to even mention it, but the cannabis item. My understanding is we received significantly less revenue, maybe close to zero, but that would also indicate we didn't do the work. So why do we have expenses for permitting work that wasn't conducted?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman. Again, that'd probably be a better question for Kristen Nevedal, the head of cannabis, as to what the workload is and everything else. We're looking at the number side, and I don't want to make guesses on what she has been accomplishing over there.
Fair enough.
Okay. Any further questions before we move on? All right. Well, we're ready for Ms. Bratsis then.
So Stella Bratsis, Senior Administrative Analyst. We're looking at the 22-23 current cost-saving considerations as presented from the January 10th board meeting. There's a remaining balance of approximately $425,000 of the first round of local assistance and tribal consistency that was directed from the board on January 10th. Currently with the there is not a change from the January 10th presentation to deprioritize capital improvements projects funded through the general fund. Let's see, the PG&E disaster settlement funds brought forward for uninitiated and underexpended contracts of approximately $2 million. And that's kind of pretty much it.
Okay, coming up here is a very familiar sheet. We have worked with the board on it several times for...
oh, wait, we have a question before we move on. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes. So on the previous page, current cost-saving considerations. So at this point, you're not asking us to make any decisions on it. We're just considering it. Is that where we are with this process?
This is what we're presenting here at the beginning. At the tail end, we do have some recommendations that we will bring forward.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, here we are. We're with the very familiar sheet in which we have worked with the board on many occasions in order to determine which projects will and won't be funded. We have them listed out here for what can be brought forward for both our needs as well as some of the alternative funding that we have listed down below. Like was mentioned earlier, there's the $1.4 million that was brought forward on January 10th for the jail. There is a possibility that that should be used within the certificates of participation bond financing, so that may not actually be part of general fund, and that of course will be at the discretion of the board. Cannabis and the winter storm, they're still being determined as we had talked about just previously, and the room key event at the moment. Again, the biggest piece here is still the health plan deficit from 2020-21, and do any of you have any questions on this right now?
Any questions from any board members?
It's not really a question, just a comment, is that the board has been in closed session negotiations on labor for, I don't know, a year, basically 6 months. And as we've considered different options, there's been, I would characterize it as fairly minimal discussion of the deferment, postponement of employees paying 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan. And I feel like that has had a, and it's been recommended to the board routinely that we waive the requirement for the employees to pay 25% of the cost of the plan. And now here in the budget session, we're being told it's a major contributor towards a budget deficit. It's not the only contributor, but it's a major contributor. And I feel like it's been underrepresented to the board, the significance of routinely approving contracts with employees where the employees do not pay 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan, even though it's in the contracts for them to pay 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan. And I feel like there should be more discussion by the board and by this executive office when they're discussing the cost share of the healthcare plan, because I think it's poor management in a way to then say, oh, now you got to cover that deficit in the healthcare plan by cutting other high priorities of this community, and you know, the casualty of the employees not paying 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan is that many good important services of this county will be deferred and maybe never be delivered.
Supervisor Williams.
Is it possible to restate that as a motion? I would second it.
I think we should not even entertain any future contracts with employees that do not have the employees paying 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan. And I think we ought to be communicating that to the bargaining groups.
Is that a motion?
If it's legal to do it at this point, I would make it a motion. I think we've been whipsawed in every direction on this bargaining process, and we have not been clear in what we intend to do in the bargaining process, and therefore we just react to other proposals. And the proposals have not been to the benefit of the public.
If I may, through the chair, I don't know that you can decide what you're going to offer or not offer in negotiations now. The MMBA does require you to negotiate in good faith, which means you do need to go in there and sort of hear the proposals, et cetera. So I don't know that I would recommend making a motion and something articulated as definitive at this point, but I certainly think that the point has been expressed, and the board can take that into consideration when it crafts its negotiating proposals for the next round.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, through the chair, County Council, how can the board signal to staff? Can we at least have a poll so that staff knows where the majority of the board stands on this? And I think Supervisor Jordy is right that we're holding wages down with the health plan that's unsustainable. And I want to make sure we address wages.
If I may respond to the chair, yes, I believe you could do a straw poll just to see if that is what the board would like to direct in terms of staff proposals coming back. I would also note you have the ability to do that in closed as well, if you would prefer.
Okay, shall we just do a real quick straw poll? Dan?
Yeah, I'd like to indicate that I think the county board should not consider new contracts that do not have the employees paying 25% of the healthcare plan.
Ted?
Yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Mulheron and Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I just wanted some clarification that right now in the contract, it says that the employees are supposed to cover 25% of the healthcare cost. Is that correct?
If I may respond to the chair, my recollection, and I would have to double check this, but my recollection is that the MOU authorizes the board to set a rate up to 25%. So the board had some discretion in there. However, I think you also have a side letter that says through, I want to say June 30th, you've waived any increases. So you have contractually committed at this point to at least another 5 months or so of not doing that. And I see Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson has gotten up. She may be able to speak to it better than I can.
Sure, Sherry?
Oh, yes, thank you, Board. Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So in the MOUs, it states that the county will pay 75% and the employee's share will be 25%. And what County Council Curtis, I believe, was referring to is that in the MOU, it does state that the county can increase rates up to 16% prior to, meet and confer. We would meet and confer after that, but we do have the approval through the MOUs to increase rates up to 16%. But it is a 75-25 split in the MOUs. That is correct.
So are you saying that we have some flexibility then to change the insurance charges to our employees right now?
Well, we do have the flexibility to increase rates, yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I support paying for what things cost, and we can't, defer the cost without having a, effect on other things that we care about, and we have such a limited amount of general funds. I'm concerned about that too, because I know that there's key projects that we're interested in that we would like to be spending on that are important, such as funds for carbon reduction and other things that we hope to put money aside through the PG&E settlement. So yeah, let's kind of put it out on the table that there's an expectation that eventually employees have to pay 25% of the cost of the health insurance programs.
And Chair McGordy, if I may, too, we do have the MOU's agreement through June 30 of 2023 not to raise the premiums.
Got it.
So
I understand
yeah,
now.
okay, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure that I said it correctly. So, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman back here. Are you guys ready to go to the next slide? Okay. Right here, what we have is the Information Technology Master Plan. From the suggestion that Supervisor Mulhern had at the last December 10th meeting, and with the board concurring, the attempt here is to show what is an annualized hit to the general fund each year for the ITMP moving forward. This is their first take on it. It's a first draft at it. Obviously, we're reaching out to other departments to start working on something similar, just to show what we can expect in future years. As you'll see on the next slide, that the CIP is also making recommendations for over a 2-year period, and they will continue to work on bringing in further details just so that we have the annualized amounts that we'll be hitting the general fund moving forward. Are there any questions on this? Because I know Tony Rakes is available to answer any questions if you have any on this.
I have a question. So what are we spending right now if we look at fiscal year 2023? I noticed it's blank. So what do we anticipate spending this year on upgrades?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. Right now, the current fiscal year, as projected in the original IT Master Plan, is not exactly what was originally projected because the costs have changed and priorities have changed. So we still have existing initiatives funded that were funded back in 2018, 2019, namely our microwave radio communication systems, Momentum property tax, some of our disaster recovery are still part of that original bucket of funding. So we don't have I don't have a particularly accurate number, although I can provide one at a later time if needed of what we have today.
So let's put it another way. If we look back over, say, the last 5 years, what typically is expended? In other words, what should we anticipate as a county for our IT needs? It's great that you have this because you're telling us really clearly, but also the track record of what we've spent is important as well.
Of course, it's important to note that the original master plan, and this will provide a little context to your question, it included everything from operational costs, routine replacement, maintenance, our microwave radio system, to computer replacements of the computers we have on our desks. That's not the case today, because over the last 5 years, we've taken a great effort to operationalizing some of those expenses and those costs by developing internal service funds that pay for network circuit usage, computer replacement, application licensing, et cetera. So that's all been pulled out of the IT master plan to create a sustainable funding that's allocated out to departments based on their usage. In addition to that, there's our microwave cost recovery plan that also is intended to cover the cost of our microwave radio communication system over a 10, 20-year life cycle. So all of those pieces have been pulled out of our existing master plan. So the historic amounts that we would have had, let's say, in the last 5 years don't necessarily they're not reflected in this because of that change.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. So what you're telling me is that you're kind of making a plan that anticipates replacement and then actually charges the users for the replacement costs built into their.
That's correct.
At each year of use.
We're trying to, in particular, be proactive about the way that we address our technology infrastructure instead of reactive, and allows us to plan for replacements, for maintenance, for the needs in the coming years. Now, to speak to this, what you're seeing here with our IT master plan, there are still initiatives that are important for us to be pursuing that don't necessarily fall into the internal service fund or microwave cost recovery models, specifically related to, let's say, department level applications or systems. As you can see, that's probably it's the largest item on that list, but there are a lot of needs based on software packages that may need to be replaced in any of our departments, additional services that they might require. Best practices there is a small amount, but it represents staff training and trying to make sure that we keep up with the knowledge base of our staff, and those costs reflect that. I can go down the list, but that's the intention.
Oh, that's a good overview, so that's very helpful, thank you. Any comments or questions from board members while we have Mr. Rake here?
So with the AB 87 charges going to the different departments, so would that cover the departmental applications and systems?
Based on my understanding, with the 87 costs, it's predominantly related to labor. We don't, in either our master plan or our internal service funds, include labor in our cost allocations. It's primarily licensing, maintenance.
So you couldn't recover those costs? Okay.
No, sorry.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
You're
Any
welcome.
last comments?
No further comments from me. Happy to answer any more questions if there are any.
All right, with that, we will move on.
All right, up next, we have the capital improvement plan.
Okay, we have the capital improvement plan. It's a multi-year projection. With regard to the critical funding needs for facilities only, there's approximately $4.7 million for current carry-forward projects. For the current year, there's an estimated projects from the general fund of approximately $5 million that is funded, $4.4 million unfunded. And looking at the non-general fund, is approximately $6 million funded and a little over $500,000 unfunded. For next year, the estimated critical projects from the general fund are approximately $2.8 million unfunded. Non-general fund, $28.6 million funded and $2.7 million unfunded. As for facilities preventive maintenance, has an industry standard of $2.50 a square foot, equating to approximately $1.6 million for currently unfunded. If you have any detailed questions, Director Janelle Rowell is available to answer any questions.
Any questions? Supervisor Haschak.
So does any of this include the park system?
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, yes, we went ahead and incorporated the costs for the parks improvements as identified through the parks needs assessment. So in your estimated amounts for next fiscal year and the year after, those do include parks.
So that would be in the general fund?
Correct.
Right. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but you know, we've kicked around the parks issue quite a bit, and over the years, you know, we haven't gotten any better with dealing with the parks, I think. And so, you know, one idea would be to unload, you know, Mariposa Park or the swimming hole in Redwood Valley and put it out to bid and see if we can sell it. You know, and that would take away our liability and also present something that could be, you know, somewhat of a moneymaker for the county possibly, but is that something that we could do at this point?
Excuse me, Director Rao, I believe that the costs for Mariposa Park are like $12,000. I think that this conversation keeps coming up, and it's an important conversation to have. That's why we have 2 board members that are working on the Parks Committee. But I think it's also really important that we have a clear reminder of how much the parks are actually costing us compared to the value to the residents that is received through the parks. And I think we've rescheduled our monthly meetings so that we can come back to the board. You know, we've had 2 parks needs assessment that have very clearly articulated the needs and the deferment of the maintenance. We are working with, for instance, the city of Ukiah to try to see if there's some opportunities for them to take over some of our parks. So if we could just have a little bit of time to come back to the board, I think that that would be helpful. I also don't think it's helpful that we are presented with budget numbers that really show what a top-tier park with zero liabilities would look like when there is not a parks department across this country that is able to maintain all of their trees and all of their equipment. I mean, you couldn't even name a park that doesn't have some unfunded needs. So I think it's just, I think we need to have a clear conversation specifically about the parks, and I'm happy to work with the chair and the department to bring that back, but it really just keeps getting brought up randomly, and I feel like it should be an agenda item where we have the discussion and have a clear understanding of what the costs and liabilities are.
Is that acceptable to you, Supervisor Hasjack?
Well, I'd certainly like to see it brought back, or, you know, we have this liability out there, and whether it costs 12,000 or 2 million, you know, we aren't funding it properly, we aren't funding it at all, and it's just sitting out there, and it is a liability, and so I think that the sooner we can get rid of some of, you know, at least the swimming hole, which, you know, that would be the easy pickings on this, on the list of parks. I think that we need to move on it.
Okay, so we'll look forward to seeing an item come back under the direction of Supervisor Mulhern and the CEO's office. And I just have a quick question on the capital improvement plan. So where do Measure B improvements show up for our new psychiatric health facility?
So those costs are already captured in the funded. So for this fiscal year, we include them as a non-general fund funded expense. So for next fiscal year, for example, of the 28 million that we indicate funding, I believe approximately 19 million of that is for the PUF. So we've gone ahead and broken it out to give your board a little better understanding of unmet needs, but also those that are met.
Okay.
And that was through the direction of the CEO to kind of further refine this.
Thank you. All right.
Chair, Gordy?
Yes.
So just on the parks issue, you know, we have 630 miles of paved county roads. 300 miles of those paved county roads will never, ever be paved again because we have extended our reach, not specifically the people in this room, but we collectively, the county government of Mendocino County, has extended through mission creep its role in the lives of the people of Mendocino County. And the result of that is that we're not maintaining the core functions of county government. I would say maintaining the paved roads in Mendocino County is one of the core services of county government. And we have roughly half of those road miles which will never be repaved. At the same time, we have 6 neighborhood parks. These are not regional parks that draw people in from the whole region, from the whole county to go visit them. These are 6 neighborhood parks. I don't see how those 6 neighborhood parks, any one of them, rises to the importance of maintaining our 630 miles of paved county roads. So from my perspective, this is one example of where we need to bite the bullet and say none of these 6 neighborhood parks will remain county parks. We need to set a deadline for accomplishing this. You know, not saying we just, you know, sell them all, you know, next month, but there needs to be a schedule for dispositioning of these 6 neighborhood parks. And the problem I see, frankly, of saying, well, one supervisor who represents constituents who may be using these parks, or some of the neighborhood parks, and not having another supervisor who takes the position that I have, that it's not a county core function, it is not serving all county residents. We need a balanced proposal coming to this board. And from my perspective, the only balanced proposal is the disposition of those 6 parks. It's just a matter of how do we do it. And so does Supervisor Mulhern agree with dispositioning of these 6 parks, or does she want to maintain all 6 of them as county parks?
Supervisor Jurdy, Mill Creek Park and Logap Park and the Russian River access are economic opportunities for inland Mendocino County. You are very fortunate to live on the coast and have beautiful recreational opportunities that our inland folks don't have. These are opportunities for children to play. I disagree that they're neighborhood parks. They are regional parks, and it is important that our county government maintains open spaces and public access. So, no, I don't agree that they are neighborhood parks. And I also really think that as far as the economic development for inland Mendocino County tourism, our Russian River access is critical to making sure that we have the same opportunities that the coast has for tourism.
So on the Mendocino coast, we do have the advantage of we have a number of state parks. Those are a financial commitment by the state of California for all Californians, not specifically to the people who live on the Mendocino coast. If we want to have neighborhood parks in inland Mendocino County, then I would suggest the leadership of inland Mendocino County, and I'm not specifically looking at the two supervisors who represent the voters here, but I would say that the leadership, the community leadership of inland Mendocino County needs to step up and do what the people on the Mendocino coast did, which is create their own park and rec district. Brook Trails, which is the largest unincorporated community in Mendocino County, is essentially, by state standards, a park district as well. So we actually have two park districts in Mendocino County, Brook Trails and the Mendocino Coast Recreation Park District. The inland folks should not look to the county general fund to maintain 6 neighborhood parks. We should have leadership in inland Mendocino County stepping up and developing their own funding stream to develop and cultivate and perhaps expand these inland neighborhood parks. But they should not be looking to the general fund of the county of Mendocino to maintain parks that it cannot afford to maintain.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I would ask that as far as Bower Park, we be careful. And the state has allocated $2.2 million for us to address major safety concerns that are long overdue. And I think if we decide we're not going to maintain that park, we may not be eligible for the $2.2 million. I think that would be a real disservice. And at the same time, I support Supervisor Jurdy's reality check that we're road supervisors and we're not going, the model we have today is not sustainable. I mean, ask the public. The public does, by and large, doesn't think county government is functioning well today. It doesn't think our infrastructure is being kept up. And if we just keep on the current trajectory, we're not going to get there. Revenue's not increasing at a steeper slope than operating expenses. So I think Supervisor Jurdy is right. I would like to see it brought into a major restructuring. Essentially, how do we implement our strategic plan? When do we have the chair? When do we have the discussion? That strategic plan isn't going to just come about without some painful decision making and restructuring. When do we have those talks?
You know, that's a good question. Theoretically, you have those talks every meeting.
Well, I know, but there's such a resistance, and I mean, I'm guilty of it too, all 5 of us. There will be a recommendation to balance the books, we have to do blank, and we say, oh, well, we can't do that, whatever it is, we can't make any changes. If we don't make any changes, that is a decision to keep the status quo, and the status quo isn't getting us there.
You know, these are really important topics, and I certainly see the issue about our roads, and I listened to Howard Dashiell in another meeting talk about how he really doesn't like being in the bottom 5 counties of California roads, and it feels bad to him, and he would like to do more, but here we are financially just not able to really move on it. So I don't know where we take this up into a bigger discussion, whether it's now or whether it's later. But I kind of feel like, given the time constraint that we have today, that we probably can't take this on to really thoroughly discuss it the way it deserves to be discussed. CO Antle?
Yes, I just want to inform this board, we will be coming back to you beginning in March with regular 23-24 budget workshops, and there may be an opportunity there, if we schedule appropriately, to have a more in-depth conversation about aligning your priorities with the strategic plan and the funding.
Let's see, we have Supervisor Hashtag and then Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, going back to the parks issue, is that I think Supervisor Jurdy brings up a good point, is that we really do need to look at each and every one of the parks, and they all have distinct and unique features and probably funding sources. But unless, I know that the ad hoc committee has been working on this issue for a long time, but we haven't seemingly made any progress. And when we have the capital improvement plan up here costing us money and we don't have any way of funding it, that's a problem. And we still have these liabilities out there that we need to deal with. So I really look forward to having this come back in a month or so to deal with what are we going to do with the parks. Because if it's collaboration with different entities or park districts or whatever, what we're doing right now with the parks is not working.
Sorry, point of clarification. This is not the budget to repair the parks. So again, the parks are being really, I feel like, targeted because of the way that we present the budget. So I'm happy to work with the department to bring forward a realistic expectation, and also, which I have shared in my reports, but will continue to share with the full board, the opportunities that we're trying to find to partner with other agencies to either take over maintenance of the parks, take over the full park, or what have you. But again, let's be very clear about what the cost to each of the parks is and what their role plays.
And I'd just like to add to it, if we think historically about the way all of our county parks are designed, nobody ever anticipated that we'd ever collect revenue from them, and they're not really designed well for that. So that's another big issue. Is I'd love to be able to charge a fee to get in, so you pay $10 when you use the park, and I think people would go along with that. But when you look at a place like Mill Creek, you've got a road that runs along the length of the park, and there's no real entrance, and it's a right-of-way that is a county road. So these are some of the things that we've struggled with in trying to figure out how do we come up with a way to fund our park system. But because this is really kind of a meaty topic, let's sort of hold this for another time to discuss, because I sense that there's a lot there, and we have a little bit of urgency on this item to get through it. So let's continue with our presentation as Deputy CEO has. Tim has been working on here.
Can Supervisor Williams make one additional comment?
Yes, he may.
All right. So I want to thank Supervisor Mulhern, and I feel like we're kind of skipping ahead before we hear her presentation. We're talking about putting out one of the parks at public auction. And I really want to hear the presentation. Maybe there is a way to make it more sustainable. But back to the capital improvement plan, we had this detailed facilities report that to me indicated we have way too many facilities, that this county underwent some sort of empire building over decades and acquired property all over and built structures that it can't maintain. And so when I see capital improvement plan, I think we never got to the stage of the facilities report where we decided to get rid of some facilities. When do we have that discussion? We have too many facilities, there's too many square feet, there's too many roofs, there's too many HVACs. This county can't sustain the number of buildings it has.
That's a really good point too. So it sounds like we should probably have a day where we talk about facilities and parks, because I kind of see them as all being county property, and try to prioritize what we're going to do. These are legacy things. These are things that people say, oh, it'd be nice to have a park, but nobody really thought about what does it cost to have a park, and we're dealing with it.
If I might, just
Sure.
through the chair, we are at we've been conducting an assessment of your facilities. We started with space. We're at the final stages of condition, and via that condition analysis, we have a plan. We had hoped, and we're targeting the end of February, but it's looking like we'll be in front of your board at the first meeting in March. We have a tentative placeholder, and to Supervisor Williams's comments regarding when is the time that may be the appropriate time. In that facility condition analysis, you'll see, which of those of the 68 or 70 properties that you own are recommended either for disposal because of their condition or require such improvement that it may not be feasible to maintain them. So that would be an appropriate time. And then to Supervisor Mulhern's comments regarding the parks, we were asked to bring forward just a snapshot of this current fiscal year and next year. And we went ahead and incorporated what, from a planning perspective, would be included in that CIP for parks. And of the funding that we've identified here, for example, the 2.7 million for next year, a very small portion of that is with the parks. So I think it's important to point that out as well. The other thing to point out is we're maintaining them status quo. So the General Services Agency has always been charged with administering and maintaining them, and we will continue to do so even with the funding or the lack of that we have. So thank you.
Thank you. So Deputy CEO Hallman, what's next?
Okay, coming up next here, we have the certificates of participation bond financing. We had discussed some of that at the last meeting, discussing how there was a greater need out at the Fort Bragg Justice Center. There's also the $1.4 million need that was discussed for continuing on the jail expansion. And also that during this period of time, we've had the storms come through, and there is an increased need over at the Ag building where their roof is significantly damaged, and the building has a large portion of it that is not usable at this time. So right now, what we'd like to do is show where that certificates of participation bond funding, where we would like to recommend that it go forward on the capital projects. Here we have increased from the original $7 million adopted to $8.5 million for the jail expansion. We have changed some of the funding around to allow for the Fort Bragg Justice Center to get its upgrade, which is now currently estimated at $1 million. And of course, we have moved the priority up for the agricultural roof building and are asking that $500,000 of that bond financing be placed towards that. I'm sure there's questions.
Yeah, $500,000 seems a lot for a roof job on a building that size.
I believe Director Rao can speak better to that, but it's my understanding that a lot of that is related to now there is damage on the interior of that building.
If I might, the estimate is 200,000 of the 500,000 that is unallocated from the bond financing. That 200,000, again, roof and potential remediation work that will need to be done due to the water intrusion. So the current estimate is 200,000, so anywhere between 200 and 250. I believe that the intent for this discussion was just to earmark the remaining 500,000 for the ag roof.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Question?
Yes.
So the bond is a funding mechanism, but as I understand it, it shouldn't restrict us in the way we pay back the bond. Or is the bond itself restricted in the way we pay it back? So, for example, if we were hoping to receive state and/or federal dollars for any of these projects, I would hope that simply by funding them through the bond would not prohibit us from later reimbursement from state or federal sources. Is that true?
I believe CEO Antle or Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce can answer that better.
Yes, I think your comment or your question is, I can confirm, yes, we do have opportunities to try and reach out and get these financed, not financed, but paid for. Perhaps the ag building may qualify for Cal OES or FEMA to pay back. The bond financing, we have to use general fund though, but once money is received by us and it goes into general fund, then we have to pay it out. So there's a little stipulations on how we use the funds and the funds that are used to be paid back.
Well, for example, the Fort Bragg Justice Center is a Superior Court facility and a county sheriff's space. So part is county general fund, part is state of California. The jail expansion, by my mind, we should be viewing that as principally a state obligation, not a county obligation. So, and the ag department, I mean, I hope we're not using general fund dollars for the ag department. I mean, they're principally providing service to the state of California with the Weights and Measure program. So I'm just hoping that we're not viewing this as just because we're using a certificate of participation, a bond, as a funding mechanism that we're not, and even though we're on the hook to pay the bond through general fund dollars so that the bondholders know they will be paid, I feel like, you know, our objective should be to get state and federal dollars to pay for these projects.
Correct. I agree with you.
Supervisor Williams.
I think the language jail expansion is a bit of a misnomer. I think jail compliance would be better throughout our presentations, because this isn't about building a resort. This is about complying with the law.
Good point. Supervisor Hasjack. Your mic.
As far as jail compliance, have we had any success reaching out to our state legislators about getting any additional funding for this project? Because it really is, you know, the state should be responsible for helping us out more than the 25 million. So, I guess
There's
could
someone
be-
who probably
I know
knows the
Sheriff,
answer.
yeah, Sheriff Kendall has done some work on it.
Sheriff
was
Kendall,
wondering-
would you care to address the board, please?
And if there's any idea about what the board can do to help the process be appreciated too.
Thank you, Chair McGordy, members of the board. I spoke with Assemblyman Woods. We were at as I discussed before, another event, and I brought that up, and he seemed interested in having a further conversation on that. I was at State Sheriff's, and the conversation was very large on this exact topic. And the reason is that the state of California seems to be stepping away and handing some of its responsibilities down to the counties. It started with AB 109, continued on with legislation. And as they hand the responsibilities off to the county, my point to them has been, you had better fund us to deal with it. The issues that are going to continue to come up with more legislation, I think that state sheriffs as well as CSAC, we're going to have to come together on this and make our voices heard, because some of the legislation that's coming down the pipe will be devastating to rural counties. And we need to reach out together and have a meeting about this, draft up some of our concerns, send them forward to these folks so that we can be made whole. And Supervisor Williams' points on this are absolutely on point. This is simply the goal line has changed. The changing goal line has put us, in areas where we won't be compliant with legislation in the future. And if they continue to change the legislation, we have to be made whole on the steps that we have to take to make sure that we do meet those needs. Thank you.
So it sounds like LED's platform is appropriate to address some of these issues, but also we need to go directly to our assembly member and senator to try to get some of this funding like you've done.
Absolutely. And I spoke with Senator McGuire a couple of years ago about this. He put some feelers out and said at that point in time there wasn't any assistance coming from the state for these shortfalls, and that was about 18 months ago when I spoke with Senator McGuire. But this problem is growing, and a lot of these problems are growing because of some feet dragging at the state, and we have to be very clear about that. With the fire marshal's office, different rules were applied for different counties for some reason, and I don't think that it's fair, and now we're seeing some budget overruns, and honestly, with an extremely volatile market, we can't even put our finger on what that budget overrun is going to be yet. It may be way better than what we think it is. It could be worse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. So it was also a discussion at RCRC, a meeting last week, and I think this is probably a good time for us to try to pull all of our forces together, because they are writing legislation right now. That's the cycle that we're in. This is probably a time for us to have our voices heard through CSAC and RCRC and our state reps. I highly recommend that we make this a priority, because it sounded like a reasonable deal when we entered into the agreement in 2017, and now I don't think it's such a reasonable deal, because we're really taking a big hit in our general fund that we really can't afford. So
the original deal was the county of Mendocino was going to pay 4% of the project. Now we're paying 44%.
Yeah, that's not such a good deal. I think this board wouldn't buy that. So we have to do whatever powers we have to try to get the state to step up a bit. And it looks like they want us to take, charge of more of the inmates, and the state kind of pushes them down the system to the counties to look after. So that seems to be the trend. Okay. Deputy CEO Hallman, what other cheery news do you have for us?
We're just on to the recommendations this morning. The first one, of course, we have to modify a little bit because 21-22 has been closed, but the carry forward for the one-time funding has not been yet determined. So our recommendation is to defer that till at such time that can be brought back forward to determine whether or not it's a priority for paying for the health plan deficit. Again, reaching back to the jail expansion, we are currently asking that it be funded using the bond financing. Cannabis management, we are continuing to work with them. As I had mentioned, we do meet with them again on Thursday. They did work on it all weekend, and we have been trading ideas back and forth as well as information, so it is continuous. The winter storm damage, if you'd like to have more of an update, we can always address that, but also we'd like to just go ahead and continue that till we can bring back more information as it becomes available. Same goes for Project Room Key. Again, we'd just like to make sure that we don't look at that one-time carry forward yet because we don't have a solid number for it. We will continue to work with the Auditor Controller's Office, and the Executive Office Fiscal Team will work with them in order to determine what that final amount that can be used for one-time carry forward.
Okay, is that your presentation?
That is the presentation.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
I think along with that, we should take a stand as a board for the jail compliance expansion and communicate, send a letter, official letter to our state representatives. And then also with the FEMA room key issue, I think we need to send also direct communication with our, representative and senators about these issues. So can that be part of these recommendations?
Second.
Can we do that as staff direction, Counselor, or do we need to make a vote?
I believe you can do that as direction, but I would recommend establishing that you've got a majority.
Okay. Right. Yes.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. Can we please get a clear restatement of the directive?
Yes. Would you once again try so that Atlas can accurately capture it?
It would be directing the chair to write to our state assembly member and senator expressing the need for greater state funding for the jail expansion compliance, and also have the chair write to our state or our U.S. representative and senators for the FEMA funding and the need for full FEMA funding for the room key project or program.
Mr. Chair, if I could just modify my earlier statement. I think if the direction is for the chair to come back with an item to be approved, I don't know that you need a motion and a vote. If it was to delegate and the board was not looking to see the letter before it went out, then I would recommend a motion.
Yeah, I don't need to see the letter. I think that the chair is very capable working with the CEO and staff to craft this letter and to get it off as soon as possible.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is this like a motion within an item, and how do we handle this?
I believe you can take this first, but I would suggest public comment before the vote.
Okay. So is there any comment in the room about the motion on the floor?
Good morning again, Carrie Shattuck. I don't have a comment on the motion, just a few questions about the discussion. Is the county still giving out money for the Project Room Key? Also, it is concerning that the auditor, controller, tax collector can't bring forward an exact amount. The book's closed, but we still don't have an exact amount. There's still like gray area, which is really concerning. And also, I'm still not clear about the county employees contributing to their healthcare costs. If it's in their contract and they're not paying it, why, you know? And especially after the temporary holiday that they had, did they not start contributing again to their health care, even though we got out of the self-funded plan because of the deficit? So if they're still not contributing, I'm just not clear why the county's not enforcing those contracts. And I'd also like to comment on the parks, Mill Creek and Low Gap. I don't consider those neighborhood parks. It's not like they're in a subdivision or something. I mean, maybe Low Gap could possibly be considered that, but I definitely think that more needs to be looked into those. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments online? So let's recognize Peter McNamee.
Good morning. It's difficult and disturbing to once again see that in the budget presentation, the net zero carbon emission funding is being targeted to be redirected in order to solve anticipated deficits that the county has or anticipates that it has, since we don't seem to have final or specific numbers. And it's particularly disturbing because the reason that those funds are there is because the county has not moved quickly and nimbly towards implementing what was outlined in the Wildan report on the county's energy use and emissions. And I think I really want to say very strongly that what the Wildan report says and illustrates is that obsolete and inefficient goods and services which the county is currently using are costing the county and taxpayers every day. And we could avoid those costs if we would expeditiously move towards a more efficient use of our energy and reduce our emissions. And delay is waste. It's costing taxpayers money every day. And I'll point to a specific example. If we had been moving nimbly forward to put solar on county buildings, we would be under the old net metering regulations. But since we haven't, it's in all probability, any solar that we install in the county at this point will be under the new net metering regulations, which incorporate a 75% fee increase for grid hookups. And that's just a waste as a result of delay. And I also have to say that when the county adopted the net zero carbon emissions program, it wasn't adopted contingent upon being terminated if the county later ran into future deficits. It was a commitment that you made to doing something not only about carbon emissions and their impact on the environment, but also in terms of saving taxpayers money going forward. And to single out this program for the purpose of funding deficits that are resulting from things that have nothing to do with it is disingenuous. If we're going to do that, you should put every county program on the table and consider cutting them all back in order to make up your deficits. It's not the environment that caused these deficits, and it's certainly not reducing the cost to the county for its energy uses and its emissions that cause these deficits. I have to say also that the county is behind everybody else in the county. Businesses and residents throughout the county are already using solars and battery systems to cut their energy costs and saving money as a result, in many cases generating money that they wouldn't otherwise be able to capture. The nation and the state are transitioning to a zero emissions transportation system, And if we're not competitive in this county by offering electric vehicle chargers, then we won't have the tourist industry that we rely on to fund county government. So it's not just like a nice thing to do. It's about the businesses surviving in Mendocino County that are in the tourist industry. And the public is already converting to LED lighting, to heat pumps,
Okay,
and to
Peter,
cooling
we have to move on, so can you wrap it up, please?
I will wrap it up just by saying that, again, it's very disturbing to see the net zero program being targeted to finance these deficits. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Yeah, you're welcome. And you know, we haven't made a decision here, and we are in the process of negotiating and trying to find a path forward, and we'll certainly keep all of that in mind. Supervisor Jurdy.
If it's appropriate, I'd like to have, offer a motion for direction from the board to staff that as they come forward with future options to balance the budget, that their last options would be to cut the carbon reduction and the drought PG&E funds.
Would it be possible to vote on the current motion first?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, before we stack up too many. Let's see, do we have anybody else online? Yes, we do. Hannah Nelson?
Do you need a second for that motion?
We're getting kind of confused. Can we finish this up first and then move on to the next one, if that's okay? Hannah Nelson, are you still online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to comment in general on the budget issues, or if you would prefer to wait until this motion is taken care of.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. With respect to what the last speaker said, I concur that there are many ways in which the county's slow response to things costs money and creates such inefficiencies that it really is detrimental to catching up. I also really appreciate the difficult task that all of you have in dealing with these budget issues. It's not fun. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate the difficult work that you have ahead. With respect to the $1 million potential shortfall of the cannabis department, it's really unclear as to whether that's from annual permit fees that were not collected because those annual permits were not processed and renewed, or whether they're from taxes. It's really important that as those issues are looked at, not only that issue is considered, but also comparing the LJAGP grant that has been received a year ago and really having a detailed accounting of what has been spent, how much staff time, what was already counted on, projected in the budget compared to actuals. And then also, it's really, really important to not reduce the direct grants to fill any shortfall, especially because the LJGAP grant now is not going to be, the county is not going to be fulfilling a specific service that it contracted as part of the grant with the state to provide, meaning the preparation of Appendix Gs. And therefore applicants are once again, after whiplash back and forth, being told the county would cover CEQA, then no, you have to do it, then the county will cover CEQA process. Now again, people are going to have to go out and do it. So the LJGAP funds and direct grants are absolutely necessary for that. So it's important to not reduce those. With respect to taxes, it's really important if it's cannabis taxes that are helping to create the shortfall. It's really, really important that the potential of working out payment plans and waiver of penalties and interest is moved forward by the board so that LEAP waivers, fee waivers can be used to pay back taxes because currently they can't be processed for penalties and interest. So people aren't having that benefit or the county isn't receiving those funds. And also people who don't have LEAP can't make payments. And we're going to just cause a cascade with more and more people not being able to catch up. Additionally, and more importantly, there needs to be tax relief. Our neighboring counties have already severely eliminated or reduced cultivation taxes based on actual amount cultivation or actual sales. And a failure to address this will perpetuate the failure for people to pay not only the cultivation taxes, but also property taxes and lower sales taxes in the county's economic system. So hopefully these other solutions can be looked at to improve the budget outlook. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we have one more comment online, which is Monique Ramirez.
Hi, good afternoon. Monique Ramirez, District 3. I want to support all of the comments Hannah Nelson just made, especially in concern about the cannabis downfall with this $1 million deficit. And I just want to share a testimony for myself personally that I've been in the renewal process with my application for over 8.5 months now. And I brought this up yesterday in the General Government Committee meeting. It just highlights that if the MCD department is going to take a year potentially to process a renewal application, that's revenue that the county is not receiving because I'm not essentially paying for the permit until it's been finalized and approved. And I have been a permit holder since 2017 and every year have paid my permit fee and have been approved within a couple weeks of submitting my renewal application. So there's, potentially a lot of applicants that are in a similar position as me and have not been able to pay for their county permits with either their fee waiver or personal funds because they're still waiting to be approved. So that could be a huge reason why some of this money is not being shown on the sheets. And also drawing attention to the LJGP fund and it's concerning that potentially that funding may need to be reallocated to make up for what's wrong in our MCD department. And that hurts the applicants that money is intended for. And that's really disheartening. That was something that was stated yesterday in the GGC MCD report. So I just wanted to bring that forward too. And then aside from that, just when you guys had the discussion about the parks, I have been visiting France and been to their beautiful parks in Paris, and all of them are free and they're gorgeous. And I had walked around with my baguette, just looking at just the beauty that surrounded me and wow, I can't believe they don't even charge for this. And so we have, I think a diligence to our community to provide certain things for free, even though they may internally cost taxpayer dollars to keep them going. But I don't think we should look at this as another way to make money. I think, families can't afford that. We enjoy parks, taking our children there to look at ducks and play on slides and things like that. And so to think of charging $10 entry fee just doesn't sound right to me, just as a community member. And so I understand that there's expenses that have to be accounted for, but we should figure out other ways to fund them. And if we had a strong, robust cannabis program that funded our program properly and the community was making money, then we could use some of that money to help pay for parks. So just wanted to state that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So with that ends, was there more? Okay. So with that, I think we're ready to call for the vote unless there's any further comments from the board. Okay. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Just regarding the cannabis, so as the chair of the GGC last year, I was set to work on the cannabis tax issue, and that was deferred because VegMod was placed in higher importance. And we're still not done dealing with VegMod, so that's why that hasn't come forward yet. Regarding the Appendix G, the Director of Cannabis stated yesterday that they are working through staffing up the department and also working on a contract, and then they're going to figure out how many people they are or are not able to get through with their Appendix Gs. And also, just for every cannabis cultivator, if you've submitted all of your documents and you've not been sent back to the portal and you have everything turned in the cannabis report, which was in the consent calendar of today's meeting, it has a graph, and your state license is the date you're going to look for. That's when they're going to work on your permit. So you should not be expecting to hear from them until that month. So if that's July and your state license is due in July and they're going to work on that in March, that's when you're going to hear from the department. So there's been a lot of miscommunication and understanding about when the department is actually working on the permits, and I was hoping to just clarify that. Before we get to Supervisor Girardi's motion, I do have a comment on that, but I understand there's another motion on the floor.
Supervisor Williams.
They say cannabis isn't addictive, but cannabis policy making sure seems to be. I appreciate that general government is the place to have those discussions. And when those two supervisors agree, they can bring it to the full board. Somehow it's creeping back into our non-cannabis items.
Any additional comments before we call for the vote?
I was just about to offer to restate the motion. I have direct the chair to write to our state assembly member and senator expressing a need for greater state funding for the jail expansion / compliance, and direct the chair to write to U.S. representatives and senators for the FEMA funding and need for full FEMA funding for the room key program.
Good. Okay, let's vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. And I will say that we will need a repeat of Supervisor Jurdy's motion, as the system only lets me put one in at a time.
Yep.
Okay.
So new motion. As the executive office brings forward proposals to balance the budget, they should look for proposals that first do not include redirecting the PG&E drought or carbon reduction funds.
Second.
Comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've already voted for and approved this with the intention, my belief, the intention was that those funds would be replaced. And I think that the motion could potentially add that if there is a carry forward, that immediately replace those funds.
Supervisor Haschak.
I thought that the motion was going to deal with reducing the carbon footprint. You're saying both of them at this point?
I think these are both board priorities, and I think we should restate that we want staff to look for options to balance the budget that first do not include targeting these funds.
I'll just add to it. Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Haschak.
You go ahead first.
I'll just add to it. I kind of thought we decided that when we allocated the money in the past, and it seems like we sort of lost momentum on that. And I kind of agree with Mr. McNamee. Had we had our act together, we would have probably spent some of that money on infrastructure improvements to reduce our carbon footprint.
Okay, so what I see is this board, which I'm a part of, directs the CEO to do something she says we can't afford. And we tell her, go find the money, come back with a plan. And she comes back with a plan, and we don't like it. And so this isn't, I agree on this motion. I'm the second on it. But we've got to stop with this spending money that we don't have and then telling the executive office to go figure it out. We can only do that so many times before there's just nothing left to squeeze out. I think we've hit that point.
I would have to agree with you, and I think it is a little bit unfair to staff, because in the end, we're the ones that have to take responsibility and make the choices. But it's kind of an imperfect system. Part of what I think has made it difficult for us is we just haven't had the financial information that we needed, which now we're getting much closer to, and that'll really help a lot.
So I would agree if we didn't have the information, or if the information were wrong, it's possible we could overspend and create this predicament.
Mm-hmm.
But that's different than the dynamic we've had. We've had the executive office saying, board, you don't have the money to do what you're asking. And we tell them, do it anyway and come back with a plan. And I'm serious, you can only do that so many times. And so I want to see the previous allocations used as directed, but part of that has to come from the board having the fiscal responsibility to not continue to spend dollars that we don't have.
Okay, so when we're negotiating with our labor, then how do we pick up the slack on that?
Well, I know we're not supposed to discuss much about closed session. However, I think it's fair to say there was almost no discussion by the executive office staff on the fiscal impacts of twice asking this board to approve, which we did at their request, 6-month extensions where the employees would not pay 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan. Twice we were asked to do it, twice we approved it, and it had a direct fiscal impact on our budget. And there should have been more discussion by the executive office staff when we were discussing those provisions in our contracts extensions.
Okay, so Supervisor Haschak and then Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, getting back to the PG&E money is what we're really dealing with right now. And my feeling is, Supervisor Jurdy and I had a conversation with the facilities director, Janelle Rao, the other week, and she lined out where we're committed with that money at this point, what the plan is, and how to move forward, especially with the electric vehicle charging stations and the museum. And then there's a myriad of other projects that could be implemented, sooner than later, and hopefully with the solar panels and the change in laws coming in April, we can get committed on some of those projects. So what I would like to see is the commitment from the board to maintain those PG&E monies for especially the reducing the carbon footprint. I think and so that's why I thought we were just going to vote on that one at first. And with the drought, that money is part of, projected plans, matching grants and all that. At this point, we don't have any of those projects lined up. We don't know what we will have to match or anything like that. So I would, I want to maintain the reducing the carbon footprint monies as is at this point. So is the motion for both of them or just the one at this?
Motion, as I seconded it, was for both.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I have a comment about the employees and the health premiums. And, being a fairly new member to this board, it was certainly a challenging first negotiation round. But I am not going to say that the executive office didn't fully inform us about the costs or about the impacts. I'm a grown person and understood the way that I was voting and that I didn't want to put that funds or that additional impact on our employees during an inflation, during summer where we had gas prices well over $5. So I just want to be very clear that I feel that I was informed about the costs and I was given an opportunity to put that onto the employees. If that was the wish of the board, then that is what should have happened. I understand that and I'm grateful that the negotiating teams from each of the labor unions is now going to work with HR to figure out the health care moving forward and what our opportunities to change it are. The first step that the board took was to move into a not self-funded plan. But I wanted to articulate that I made an informed decision.
Supervisor Jurdy.
My other example is the jail project. Each time the costs of this project have gone up, and I'm not even directing it to anybody who's necessarily in the room right now, but each time the cost of that project has gone up, the presentation to the board has always been, here's the new incremental extra cost. It's just another blank. It's just another blank. And it's only been the last 6 months, mostly because some of us on the board have been articulating this, that wait a second, take a step back, look at the big picture here. This is a state program to realign state prisoners into county jails. This is a state program to provide better treatment for people with severe behavioral issues in county jails. This was a state initiative directed to county jails. The county should not have, county staff should not have so quickly just said, there's nothing we can do about it. It's just another blank $1 million. And I'm glad that we're finally getting our act together and preparing a timeline and a budget showing the cost increase and how much of this is attributed to state inaction versus county inaction. It looks like it's the vast majority is on the state side. But I feel like county staff who are responsible for projects like this that balloon out of control need to step it up and not just throw this onto the board's lap and say, just come up with another blank millions of dollars out of the general fund. We do not have those general fund dollars. And so those are two examples of where I feel like longtime county employees have who are involved in these projects have let the board down and let the public down as a result. And these should not be resulting in cutting of important county services, visionary investments by this county in the future of this county.
This is a tough one to call, and sometimes we're victims here of circumstances beyond our control. It just kind of, but I agree with you, when we make a decision, such as to have a carbon reduction plan, we need to move on it. We can't, here it is, I don't know how long since we made that decision, we really haven't accomplished what we set out to do. And we need to track these things a little bit better so that we know what's going on. I don't want to blame our staff for everything too, because they're also victims sometimes of circumstances beyond their control. So when we have extraordinary inflation, when we're suddenly negotiating and expectations are really, really high, it's hard sometimes to meet those expectations. And I think the five of us want to take care of our employees. So this is what happens when we just don't have enough income and we have a lot of needs. However, it's really great to have a heads up. I have an old saying, if there's going to be bad news, deliver it early, not later. And that's something that also I think our staff is usually pretty good about doing. Supervisor Williams.
I want our staff to be paid fairly, and I want the roads to be fixed, and I'm frustrated that we can't seem to make progress. And we're going to be back to negotiating where we say we have nothing to offer. And I don't know, last time we said that, we came up with 2%. I still don't know that we actually can afford it, right? It's hard to imagine doing that again. Employees will expect a COLA. As one of the Sonoma County employees who called in said, 5 or 10% is what's needed at this point, and we offered 2. I want to start working on that now, and I think Supervisor Jordy is right. There's other restructuring decisions that need to be made. We're not going to have a revenue increase sufficient to do that COLA. Same thing with the roads. Unless we reprioritize and we say we can't afford it, well, it's general fund. We could reapportion it. We could cut something else. We could decide A is worth more than B. And I thought that's what the strategic plan was about, but I'm not seeing any real movements. I'm seeing this sort of 1 or 2% difference overall, which is not going to get us there. I drive down the county roads and they're horrible. I mean, I think thousands of dollars our residents are putting into their cars. They can't avoid the potholes. There's so many. Or they're going to get rear-ended if they stop and get out to look and see, find a path. It's like finding a maze. Supervisor Jordy? Oh, sorry, I thought I heard your pen. So I sound like I'm just complaining, but I'm ready to make some of these hard decisions. And when the hard decisions come, what I see is we try to do nothing at all and just live with status quo.
Okay, Supervisor Hasjack.
So just one last comment about the motion on the floor for the PG&E money for the reducing carbon footprint and the drought. I see those two as kind of different because we are spending the money on reducing the carbon footprint, and the ad is active and it will save the county money, in the near future and in the long future. The drought, we don't have these proposals in front of us. It's for matching money. And if we need to use any kind of money, I could see using that for the time being, and then replacing it and doing the match as those issues come up. So I kind of see them as very different pots of money.
Well, they are different in purpose, but grant matching is something that is important. And we just are really kicking off our water resource team, and they are writing grants even as we speak. So I think we're going to see the need for some of that funding here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and if I could just reply.
Sure.
That I totally agree with you. I just think that as far as priorities go, reducing the carbon footprint is a higher priority at this moment, and that we do need to have the matching funds. But if we're going to sweep anything, it would first come from the drought. So, just my opinion.
All right. I think we have a motion on the floor and we're ready to vote.
Just due to the back and forth, I'd like to clarify the motion. I have direct that as the executive office brings forward proposals to balance the budget, they should first look at options that do not target PG&E funds for the carbon reduction plan or the drought.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I just might ask for clarification, is that, in terms of the prioritization, is that sort of putting those at the top of the priority list for those options on the table, or is the board looking at essentially asking for other things to be cut from existing county services, that essentially alternative cut proposals?
Well, the executive office would be bringing forward proposals. So it's looking for other proposals other than these proposals. These would obviously be part of the proposals, but not repeatedly being at the top of the list. They'd be below the top of the list.
Okay, ready to vote?
Chair McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern, Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, CEO Ansel.
Chair McGrady, if I may, I would just, on behalf of staff, like to say that these items were put on at the direction of this board to look at every contract that hadn't been spent under the PG&E funding. So they will be removed from the list to look at moving forward, but we were following direction of the board. So thank you.
Okay. All right, where are we now with agenda item 4H? Oh, Supervisor Hasjak.
Just before we move on, there was a comment from the public asking about the project room key. Are we still spending money on that? If there could be some clarification on that.
Darcy Antle, CEO, no, Project Room Key has ended.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have a motion on the floor for, we're finished with our presentation for 4H. Are there any further discussion? Is there a motion on the floor to accept the report?
Second.
Okay.
I don't know that we really need a motion for that.
It seems like a way to end it. Okay.
Thank you.
Then are we done with 4H? Is that correct? Okay, all right. Well, with that, we're going to close for, adjourn for a closed session lunch.
Read into the record.
Yes.
And, sorry, Mr. Chair, for Brown Act purposes, it's sufficient just to refer to items 6A and 6B as listed on the agenda. You don't actually need to read the whole thing as long as you refer to the items as written.
Okay, so we will refer to item 6A and 6B as written on the agenda.
Did we take public comment for these? Public comment.
Is there any public comment in the room or online for these closed session items? Okay, with that, we will adjourn at 12:25 approximately.
We will reconvene no sooner than 1:30 p.m.
this session back into order. And regarding item 6A, the board voted unanimously to direct county council to file litigation against Hauser Holdings LLC and Teresa Thurman to address conditions at the Creekside Cabins property. And on item 6B, there's no reportable action at this time. We'll now move on to agenda item number 4L. Right?
4I.
Oh, that's for I can't see. Oh, it's capitalized. Got it. Sorry. Discussion and possible action, including direction to county staff to continue work on necessary steps to implement the county service area 3 benefit zone pilot program for the Sherwood Road area, determine appropriate appropriate Mendocino County policy as the implementing agency to effectively and efficiently deliver adequate, reliable, and sustainable services, license versus easement, approve and authorize expenditure of any surplus funds in the land improvement budget unit 1910 for contracting up to $105,000, and acknowledge land improvement budget unit 910 has expended $60,000 in staff effort to date, and anticipates that an additional $95,000 to $105,000 in staff and consultant effort might be required to complete the process for a total estimated past and future cost of $165,000 for the Sherwood Road area, and the sponsor is Transportation. So, Mr. Dashiell.
On the board, I am Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation, and I believe that Alyssa from my staff is in on Zoom and can share screen. First time we've done this. So in 2019, you know, I was first before the board when we were just contemplating this idea of private roads for emergency access. The last time I updated the board was January 24th, 2023. And at that point, we were going back to LAFCO. So next slide, please, Alyssa. This is fun. She can hear me out there, I hope.
I think that date is actually today.
Okay.
The last time it was March 1st, 2022.
Yeah, that's right. Uh-oh, it's not advancing. Well, we thought this would work. Then Steve told me later that I could have taken a seat over there and done my PowerPoint from there. We might have to, because she's not hearing me. Oh, there we go. So the idea was, and that's a picture from the Oakland Hills fire in 1991, which was really the time that the state passed driveway standards and private road standards. They didn't have them before then. But the idea was to look at trying to separate emergency equipment from evacuation traffic. And that was kind of the idea behind these emergency access roads. Next screen, whoever's next screening for me. There we go. So before 2018, Brook Trails Township used to show this map of evacuation roads. And it was, the roads in red never were county roads. They were private roads that I suppose through some sort of agreement at some point in history had been made available, but many of them had fallen into disrepair, weren't really passable. And you know, the idea came up is, well, how would we get these roads ready to go if there was an emergency? Next slide. So the board decided for this pilot project to look at 2 roads. One of them was the old Furco logging haul road, and there's a picture of a typical section of that. And the other one was the Willis Creek Trail. It's called various names, the Sewer Easement Road or the Summer Lake Road, but it is another road that we thought we would study for bringing emergency equipment in and out. Next slide. Okay, so in last summer, in 2022, we did go back before LAFCO again, and LAFCO had said they needed to do a municipal services review, and they completed that. And they said, okay, this kind of activity, forming a zone of benefit for these emergency access roads over private roads was, acceptable use. And they identified 2 areas because the county really only had 2 that we were looking at. The Brook Trails area, and then there's a square in green, which is East Hills of Ukiah, where there were active proposals and ideas floating around, and they put that into the municipal service review. However, some of the issues they came up with as we worked with LAFCO were first, the durability and dependability of the easements that these roads would be over. Right now, at least in Brook Trails, there are license agreements that can be revoked by the owners. And, LAFCO was concerned that to collect these monies under zone of benefit, have the public have an expectation of the benefit from that. That's what a zone of benefit does. That if that could be taken away, that durable enough. The other issue that we came up with that troubled me was other counties that have zone of benefits don't do a formal boundary and legal description, Board of Equalization type district map. It's a little less formal. It's a zone of benefit that the Board of Supervisors forms under their CSA 3, hence the title of our item today. However, LAFCO seemed to indicate that no, they could require mapping and a work that is equal to forming a normal community service district. That's why I have that big number. And by the way, 1910 wouldn't have enough salary savings or surplus money to go all the way in 1 year to funding that kind of a mapping effort. But, those things are still uncertain. I never really got a definitive answer from LAFCO on just what their standard would be. Next slide. So yeah, the one big question, this durable land use right versus the revocable license. And it's just, it was not, LAFCO never said yes or no for sure. Their counsel, legal counsel, questioned it, and they sort of left it there. So I think if this board came back and said, no, we want to proceed with just a license, they may question it again, or they may say that's up to the board. Next slide. Again, just overall, this is a slide I had in 2019. These emergency access roads are rather new. That's why it's a pilot project. They're really not defined in law anywhere. I chose as a standard to look at the roads to try to meet the fire safe standards out of the Public Resource Code, just as sort of a bare minimum. And I think the 2 roads that we're looking at, the Furco Road, and which was successfully used during the fire of 2020, was used for emergency equipment. I think that they're acceptable for that. But I might add that neither road really meets the standard for vehicular public traffic. So we are looking at these roads to assist us to get emergency equipment in and out. And it probably needs some more policy direction from the board to make sure they agree with kind of the way we've been going at it. I guess that's part of the discussion for today. Next slide. And again, what I just said, what do we use the fire safe standards? Do we just look at this as emergency equipment only? And then do we proceed with just, licenses versus something more solid. And I've got a recap of several decision points up there. I guess another one would be, we had decided during our discussions with the board that because this was for evacuation, that the people who would benefit would be the people who actually live in the area, and therefore the vacant lots or the undeveloped lots wouldn't pay the assessment because obviously they weren't there to evacuate, you know, because they haven't improved it yet. But at some point, if they improve their lot, obviously they would come into the assessment, benefit assessment. And I think that might be one more slide. We're to questions. Nope, I've got another slide there. So the big decisions, you know, they're irrevocable license or not. Shall staff, if we don't want to do irrevocable licenses, we need to meet with the owners, negotiate easements, and that could be quite a process, more than is in the budget I have before you today. Then, you know, would we, you know, need more general fund seed money? If we did have to actually acquire easements, obviously you would have to offer the landowners fair compensation. And then those mapping standards, again, if they do require us to come to almost a regular map that any special district would have to file with the Board of Equalization, that is a bigger cost. And right now, we would continue thinking that we would go with the occupied lots for spreading the assessment, 1,547. Those are my main points. I think the next slide is questions. Yes, so questions from all of that?
Well, thank you, Director DeShiel. That was a very nice presentation. As someone who uses PowerPoint a lot, you did a good job.
Okay.
Questions? Supervisor Jurdy.
So Howard, I was a little unclear in the presentation on one point, and that was, are you saying that LAFCO gave you a definitive answer, or the LAFCO board gave you a leaning that they were saying that they wanted the county to own the land, or was it just a preference, or is it a requirement that the county own the land?
Their legal counsel, mostly in meetings that we had at a staff level, and again, you know, the attorney who was assigned from county counsel's office has moved on. He's not here anymore. Their attorney said then the examples of other zone of benefit, there is almost always at least an offer of dedication. They might be private roads, but at least there's a written, recorded, you know, right. And she tend to lean towards wanting something that was durable, because there is a clause in their law that I quoted in the PowerPoint. I didn't quote it in my presentation, that the service offered needs to have a certain amount of dependability and durability. But they didn't tell me yes or no for sure, no.
Okay. And then just the two different fees that we're roughly looking at right now is the maintenance of these two public access, if I read this correctly, is estimated at $30 a year per occupied parcel. But if there was a $1 million one-time cost to acquire the 5.3 miles, which is the estimated cost, there'd be a one-time payment from the occupied parcels of somewhere in the neighborhood of $650 to maybe $750 per parcel, but that'd be a one-time cost versus an ongoing contribution of $30 a year to maintain this.
Sure, and that was a spitball number at just what I think the easement would cost. But yes, that was just to give it some kind of context.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I will really want to appreciate Director DeShiel in working on this issue. You know, it's been a long time we've been at it. Of course, there have been enormous contributions and efforts by Keith Rutledge and Sherwood Firewise Council or community. The pro bono time from the Chronic, Holly Robeson. Mendocino County Foundation contributed money to it, and Steve Dunnicliffe and County Council and staff have all contributed to this really important work. And we saw it with the Furco Road when we had the Oak Fire. And that, you know, like the Sheriff Kendall says, that was the best evacuation that he's ever seen in his 40 years of law enforcement. So, Director DeShiel brings up some important questions. And this is a pilot program. We did that from the beginning. We knew that there were going to be problems, and we knew that, we would have to confront those problems, figure out where they were, what they were, how to deal with them. And it will be an ongoing process because that's what we're dealing with this kind of new territory. At the same time, we don't have the luxury of not dealing with them because this is really life and death for, the fourth biggest community in our county. And so we really need to figure out solutions, and we can't let the perfect be, the enemy of the good. So the easements that we have in place are MOUs with those property owners. They have worked so far in the work that has been done, and the roads are safer. But if, we're seeing that people want to pay, or at least we're getting a lot of feedback, that people want to pay this assessment so that they can maintain those roads for as long as possible. Those MOUs, they have a year out option. You can opt out after a year. But these property owners, through the kind of generosity of their own hearts, say, hey, this is important work and we need to do it. And so, they don't have a real reason to opt out. But at the same time, they don't want to grant easements. They don't want to sell their property. They don't want to do this extra part that kind of the bureaucracy says that we should be doing. And so with that, I don't want to look back and say, well, we couldn't get that easement. We couldn't, do eminent domain on these properties. And so we didn't do anything. What we need to do is deal with what we have, which we have these MOUs in place, and we have the community, for the most part, are very supportive of doing this assessment. So let's move forward with it. Let's get the ballot out. That would be one of the processes. Let's say that these MOUs are sufficient for what we're trying to accomplish here. And once the assessment is put in place, we can actually charge some of the cost of setting up this program to the assessment. So we can actually recoup some of the expenses that we have. We already have $50,000 in the account that we could be using to help move it along further. And so I think it's too important not to do. And I certainly hope that the board sees it that way too.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I support it, and I think it may be a model for other communities. This is the test case, and I can think of communities that may want to use this model to improve their road conditions above what the county can provide. But I do have concern about the idea of a protest election. I want this to pass because people have the option, and the majority decide to opt in, and so it passes for their community. The idea of a protest vote where if you don't affirm in the negative that you don't want it to go forward, there's an assessment. I don't think that'll set so well with folks. How do my colleagues feel about that model?
Well, it's the law.
I know. I just want to ask because I think there may be some pushback on us from people who don't feel it's a fair process. It may be the law, but maybe we have an obligation to explain it well in advance and be very clear about the process so that people who do want to vote against it know what that process is.
Well, I think...
Well, we have Councilor Curtis.
Sorry, I was going to comment on something else, so maybe I'll let this part.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes.
That Director DeShiel has already prepared the people and informed them that this vote was going to happen maybe 2 years ago or so. And I think that the Sherwood Firewise Council has certainly been very active in informing people. And so people know that this is going to happen for the most part if you're paying attention at all. And so I feel confident that, it will pass and that the people have had a chance to really mull it over and be informed about it.
A couple more questions, if I may. The estimated cost of about $30. Do we expect that to rise over time? I mean, just the nature of inflation is, how will the reassessment work if we find that it's not enough to cover ongoing maintenance over time?
My understanding is that that cost could go up, it could go down, it's going to vary, and until we find that point, you know, that we'll have to be reviewing it each year. And so I think that's the process that's going to be laid out.
Will there be a new protest vote if that amount changes significantly?
I would, yeah.
Well, there were a couple of different, and again, I'm learning this right along with the board. I've never done one of these before. There were some examples out there of elections where the voters actually voted for a CPI type escalator. Some of my other colleagues in other counties who do these for subdivisions mostly, for instance, like big storm year, and let's say you have a slide or a lot of damage, they then have to turn around and go back to the zone of benefit and do another election for a large cost. But I think that there is a mechanism, although I don't think in the end the committee advising us wanted to have the inflation escalator. Again, once the funds are set aside, they're restricted. And if they weren't used, or if the amount was growing too fast and wasn't needed, you could have a clause in there that it, you know, not kick in. Again, these are all things I'm learning about, but it's definitely the monies collected have to cover the actual costs.
And then there was some talk about billing back some of the expenses to date. And I think some of the expense to date is probably research for this model countywide, and I wouldn't expect folks in one area to pay for that. But I think some of the work is likely specific to this one community. How do you see billing back? Is there a set amount, or when will that be calculated?
Well, a lot of that will depend on the cost of this map and legal description. Again, I was really hoping for a simple, kind of inexpensive approach, and that'll be our next step with LAFCO. You know, we have the municipal service review, but before we go back to actually hold the election, I'm going to have to they'll have to make it clear to me just what the description and
So maybe a better question
cost is.
To clarify, looking at the agenda summary, I'm not clear what the cost to our general fund has been so far. And how much.
60,000.
60,000, and we're projecting 95 to 105, but we're also expecting this $30 assessment to offset that. Is that right?
I don't know. I put enough in the agenda to where if there was money, you know, salary savings or other savings in 1910, I could plug away. I'm hoping it'll come in a lot less than that. I'm hoping in the end, LAFCO will say, well, a more abbreviated map and description is okay for ZOB. Other counties appear to have a much more abbreviated thing than a full-on district boundary map.
Understood. My concern is seeing in the agenda summary annual recurring cost 95 to 105,000. If I vote yes to support this, am I committing our general fund to $100,000 a year?
I think the assessment would have to cover that, yes.
Yeah, so I would appreciate if the maker of the motion would include language to have the assessment cover this identified expense so that we don't hit our general fund with $100,000 a year.
Well, I have a question. So my understanding is that we're looking at the overall cost, the ongoing cost of the CSA3 and road maintenance would be around 45, 50,000. So this 100,000 that we're talking about is just the one-time cost to kind of do the maps. If we have to do the full gamut of maps required by the Bureau of Equalization. Right? So it's not an ongoing 105.
So
the ongoing cost would be the 45, 50,000 and would be covered by the CSA3 assessment.
So the agenda summary is wrong?
The agenda summary is uncertain because I've got a lot of estimates out there.
Okay.
That's I don't really know what the costs are. Once we're specific, I've been told we can go back make the assessment cover past costs. At
Okay.
least that's what
It's,
Nate Graff told me.
Essentially, it's self-funding, maybe not to the dollar, but close.
But we have to get to this point where people actually vote. And you know, that'll be the other thing. If $30 covers it, then that's good. And if the $30 catches us up over enough years, that's good. But if for some reason some big expense comes up on either of the roads, then we're going back to the voters to ask for more money.
Councilor Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that, and I apologize, I think Howard's heard this from me a few times, and some of you may have as well, but I just want to make sure that the board understands the distinction in terms of the license versus the easement question. As it stands, I believe there was an MOU that created a license agreement that allowed for the entry onto the property to do the work so that the emergency access roads could be maintained. That was not negotiated by the county. I believe that was I want to say the Firewise Council or one of the local districts that did that, but it was negotiated with the term that would allow it to be transferable to the county. Now, because it's only a license, it doesn't run with the land. So when we talk about an easement, we're generally talking about a property right that continues to exist regardless of who owns the property. And so the concerns that LAFCO is expressing, and this is something that I've advised on in the past, is that as it stands, the proposal, while there's a potential, I think, opt-out period of 1 year. So if the current owner wanted to terminate it, they'd have to give about a year's notice under the agreement. There's no guarantee that we would have that for any 1 year period at the time that the assessments are levied, right? So you would bring in the money, but conceptually, if the property sells, if there's a sudden death of the owner or some other circumstances that lead to an unforeseen transfer of the property, you can lose that unexpectedly. And that could mean both that you lose the route for the purposes of maintaining it and having the emergency access. It can also mean you might have a situation in which you're stuck with a pot of money that's restricted to a purpose that you can't possibly fulfill. So, for example, if you levy the assessment 1 year and then immediately after you've collected it, the agreement gets terminated by a sale, the new owner won't negotiate. We may have a little bit of an administratively tricky situation in terms of figuring out what's the legally correct disposition of those funds. And then if you wanted to put in a new route in a new location, you might have to conduct a new process and otherwise be going through some of these steps again. So, generally speaking, the best practice here is to have an easement. I understand there's the board is got some reasons why it might want to go a different direction, but I want to make sure that the board understands the full difference and sort of the risks that could come along with that and the trade-offs that you get.
So I agree with you. I don't know if you have a perspective, but I think an easement is a better approach because then it's permanent, but I also appreciate it's harder to negotiate right off the bat. And I think having the whole system in place is probably the most important thing at the moment. In these agreements, is there like a fee that's paid directly to the person who owns the property on an annual basis, or how does that work? Is it just strictly for maintenance?
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, so far these owners have donated that use. They haven't asked for anything.
Just curious.
And
Supervisor Hasjack.
Chairman Gordy, thank you. I'd just like to say that there are, I think, 6 or 7 owners along these roads. And so if one person decided that for whatever reason, like county council spoke about, that if one person decided not to do it, then you'd still have 5 or 6 owners who were willing, and you could still do the work on those pieces, so it's not like an all or nothing.
So you've got some redundancy built into the plan.
Right.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
What happens if the residents support it, we collect the assessment, we improve the road, and then we get a 1 year eviction notice? How much money did we put into a road that's no longer available?
Well, like I said, there's 6 different owners, so the odds of all 6, bailing out on the same time would be very
I
minuscule.
was just curious what the dollar amount might be roughly of improvements to a road without any guarantee of future use.
Well, what we're looking at is $45,000 to $50,000 a year.
Per road?
For the whole.
For the whole.
For the CSA 3.
What's that?
Supervisor Jordy.
Well, 2 points. So first, I think these improvements have already been made principally by CAL FIRE, right? So so it's really a maintenance of the improvements that have been made in the last several years, as I understand it. But the other thing I just was, and I know there's been tremendous amount of volunteer work by all the people mentioned and many others that have gotten this pilot project as far as it is. But just looking forward, it looks to me like there's 2 kind of known costs that are coming up that are unique to this project. One is the LAFCO protest vote, and the other is the potential cost of some kind of map that will be required for that process. And just, eyeballing the map that we have in this PowerPoint, it looks like because of the small size of the parcels in Brook Trails being basically city-sized lots versus the large rural county lots that are west of Brook Trails. It's just wild guess by me. It looks like probably 90% of the parcels are in Brook Trails. I don't know, some large percentage is in Brook Trails. I'm just curious, given the fact that Brook Trails is a special district, in looking at these next step costs of the mapping, the protest vote, we know that those costs would be recovered from the annual fee if it passes, but if it did not pass, it looks to me like the county is looking at covering right now possibly 100% of those costs. And I guess what I'm wondering is, what about some deal here where basically we're fronting the money, but if it's not approved by the parcel property owners, then Brook Trails town, the Brook Trails special district would pay some portion of these next step costs, because there will be no way for the county to recover anything. And the Brook Township is, and the homeowners there are the principal beneficiaries of this. The subdivision was created by the county back in the 60s, but that there's nobody in county government today that was part of that decision-making process. And the urban legend is that that subdivision was created under the premise that it was going to be a temporary, kind of vacation home subdivision. And of course, that's not what happened. It became principally a year-round residential neighborhood with just one road in, one road out. And so anyway, I'm just putting out there that maybe some of the risk that we're looking at in this next cost could be covered by the Brook Trails district.
Supervisor Hasjack?
Just one point, just to be clear with everyone, is that Brook Trails is an entity, and it covers a large percentage of the parcels. But we're also talking about some of the subdivisions past Brook Trails too. So I think there's 3 other subdivisions that are included in this, just to be clear. As far as the funding goes, at what point do we need to do the extra map for the State Board of Equalization? Can we do the protest vote and see if that passes first?
Well, through the chair, answer Supervisor Haschek's question. I would go back. So far, I couldn't get LAFCO's counsel to say yes or no to easement or offer dedication versus license. So I think she was waiting to see if the board said, we're going to go with licenses, it's good enough. Let's say you decide that today. Then I'll really find out first whether that's going to fly for them, and they're not going to, because I can't go to the vote until I get them to agree to that step. And if they say no at that point, I'm not going to spend money on maps and legal descriptions. I'm going to come back and talk to the 5 of you. So I wanted to get past that today, what we're going to really go back and say we want to do. And also it's your opportunity to decide what's a good policy and what's not. And then as far as the I wanted to say something else about cost. The $30 is assuming, just regular routine maintenance. And I will say this, the Furco Road, the owner there is very, very good about maintaining their culverts. They put in new culverts recently. I know you all had a conversation about culverts earlier this morning. They hire a timber management firm to keep their property in good condition. So the maintenance, it won't be a lot for that. Other people have testified of those routes that are shown on the map from way back in the 70s or 80s. I've heard from owners that, those roads got big ruts in them and they washed out and no one's taken care of them. That's not the case with the Furco Road. Padula family does a good job of taking care of that road and the other owners there. But you never know when someone won't take care of a road, and then it could be a lot more than $30 a year. And if there's a major failure or washout and the owner doesn't want to pay for it and the zone of benefit would have to, that would mean probably coming back and getting that cost, voted on. So it's unknown. You just don't know what the cost will be.
So I have a question for County Council. When you have a zone of benefit, I'm thinking about how the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District often has cost share agreements and such. What is the legal structure of a zone of benefit? In other words, can they take on debt? Can they receive grants? No.
So the zone of benefit is not a separate entity, and neither is the CSA. So really, it's just a tool that the county uses to define certain areas for certain financial tools, right? The idea is that you can, under the relevant statutes, the county is allowed to sort of subdivide the county into areas where you provide different levels of service and where you could have certain tools, in particular special benefit assessments, that are raising revenues within that area to fund those specific services. So if you have an area that wants a higher level of service or a service that's not provided elsewhere, you've got a mechanism where the residents of that area can pay for it, but it is this board that controls it.
So this is a county entity then? All right, thank you, that's helpful. Other questions? Supervisor Williams.
Director, can you provide a guesstimate if we were to go the easement path, the fair market value of these roads and the legal overhead involved?
To actually acquire and own an easement, I spitballed $1 million for, what did I say, 4-point-something miles. I'd have to get my slide back up, but yeah, okay, thank you, 5 points. That's, I mean, you've got to offer fair market value. And I've also suggested that if there were relocation clauses where a owner had some flexibility to change an easement in the future, that might lessen the encumbrance and therefore lessen the assessment. There might be ways around that. You also may have owners that are just generous and willing to, give the community a break. But I had to just look at fair market value when I spitballed that number.
Yeah, so Supervisor Haschak, do you have any sense of whether the community would support an assessment sufficient to go the easement route?
Well, it's not just whether they can afford it or would be willing to pay for it. It's also whether the owners would go for it. And our understanding with conversations with the owners over the years has been they don't want to do official easement. They want to do these licenses, which they're perfectly fine with, but they don't want to sell over their land.
So the licenses have been in place already, would you say? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
So we already have a system that works, so we don't really need to reinvent something.
Right.
And no one's dropped out in that time frame since they were first created.
Correct.
So that's a level of certainty then for that system working.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I do think I want to correct one point. My understanding is that there was one that dropped out due to a death and a complication on one of the routes. I don't know if that was remedied later, but Supervisor Haschak might, or Howard Director DeShield might be able to speak to it better than I can.
Well, Mr. Padula did pass and his family holds the succession to that unless they've sold. So they have not given notice to release the license. But yeah, the person who signed it is no longer there. I do want to say too, I am not sure if I go back to LAFCO saying, okay, the board said move forward licenses, that they'll say yes or no. But maybe you need to do that today. Just say, go back to LAFCO and see if they'll let you move forward, and I'll find out. Or you'll decide that it's not good policy to not have a more durable, they keep looking at clauses in the law about collecting these monies in a district that does not have a reasonable expectation of, being sustainable and dependable. I forget the exact words, but I had it in the PowerPoint.
Sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Again, yeah, through the chair, county council, does the county face any liability for, if these roads were to be used in an evacuation, if they weren't kept to a standard? Say this $30 doesn't allow us to maintain the roads to the standard that we would all like, but something is better than nothing. Does that put the county in financial risk?
I want to say potentially anytime that property is maintained in a condition that's substandard and there's a hazard that's not obvious, there's potential for liability. That being said, my understanding is that the intended use is not as an evacuation route, but rather as ingress for the emergency vehicles. And I think we may be looking at a little bit different issues there in terms of the suitability for the vehicles to be able to use what is sort of a non-standard roadway.
Okay. And should the roads be used and damage sustained? It'll be great that we have the roads, right? And we have a better emergency response. Is there anything we can do now proactively in the agreement so that we have a better chance of some reimbursement from the state? Say there's a fire and heavy equipment uses these roads, and you have CAL FIRE coming in with dozers and trashing the roads. Given that they're private roads, we want to make sure that we have the ability to file claims to put the road back into the condition that it's in now. Mm-hmm. Given that it's private property without the county having an easement, I'm trying to avoid the situation where damage is sustained and then we tell the private property owner we don't have the ability to help them fix it. Yeah, I want to make sure that I understood. You said reimbursement from the state. Are you talking about in the event of a declared emergency, so therefore FEMA or Cal OES type of funding mechanism? Given that it's a private road without easement. So my understanding, and CEO Antle might understand this area a little bit better than I do on the fiscal side, my understanding is that generally those federal and state programs are not necessarily available for private roadways, and that a government access route may be entitled to more in terms of compensation and repair. That being said, unless CEO Antle knows more specifically, that's something I think we'd have to look at to be able to give you a more definitive answer. And could the property owners hold the county responsible for damage sustained in an emergency if FEMA is unwilling to cover the repair? There are some potential liability issues. I would say in the case of a declared emergency, there are also some immunities that come into play where certain actions that would otherwise be tortious are immunized because of the fact that it's in an emergency response. So I don't think I'd want to say that definitively. I think it's a factor worth considering. I don't think I can tell you, exactly what the outcome of that case would be at this point. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking for a point of clarification. So the roads would be used to bring in equipment if there were resources needed, so that the public roads could then be used as one-way evacuation routes. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to charge vacant property owners their responsibility for also needing public safety personnel to be able to access the site, especially because, as we know, in Brook Trails, unoccupied properties tend to lead to becoming a nuisance like we dealt with on Birch Terrace. So those property owners should have responsibilities to supporting the community. So I was just confused with the presentation as to it. No, they're not evacuating, but at the same time, they're contributing to the neighborhood in a negative way, really.
So through the chair, Supervisor, I tried to voice this last summer, and the board was probably rushed that day, but I didn't get concise direction like that. So you could come back, the majority of your board, and direct to charge the vacant lots. That was a point of discussion we had last year. I think the logic became, if it's evacuation and you don't live there, at least that's the logic I put out. But you can disagree with me. We'll do it however you want to do it. We had a $1 assessment for unoccupied lots and say $30 for occupied. We can go back to that if this board so directs.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't know that that's actually a decision within the authority of the board. And the reason is there was a constitutional amendment that imposed certain limitations on the special benefit assessment process. And the concern there was that essentially it was being used by local governments as a way to impose a tax without actually going to the voters. And so there were certain requirements that were imposed for any special benefit assessment. And one of them is that the relative burden and the relative, has to be, the relative burden of the assessment is imposed on the basis of the relative special benefit that is received by the owners of those parcels. And that has to be determined by an independent engineer's assessment. I'm not entirely sure why it's an engineer, but that is what got written into the California Constitution through a citizen's initiative. And so we did engage an independent engineer to look at that. We may be able to bring the engineer and have them maybe answer some of those questions at it, and it's possible, if there's information they didn't take into account, they might make adjustments, but ultimately, I think it's the engineer's determination that's going to determine the relative responsibilities there. It's not actually something the board's going to have control over.
And again, the engineer would be willing to do that. I think, though, and this comes back to what evolved at LAFCO, there's already a fire protection district up there. So if the special assessment was to just get fire equipment in and you had an unoccupied lot, you might say you can't pay for service twice if you're in a fire district and now we're going to do a special assessment. So it seemed really clean to have it just be for evacuees. Or that was a very clear benefit that we could then spread a cost to. And again, I'd have to go back, and because I went back, because the board didn't tell me to do it any different when I said we'd just be occupied lots. And that was the basis on which I got the municipal service review done. So that's another reason.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, and the other part of that, is that we decided that the main purpose was for preservation of life. And so if you just have trees on your lot, then and if it was $30 for occupied lot, then an unoccupied lot, we might charge $1 or something, and it just didn't even make economic sense to make that assessment.
Well, have we discussed this thoroughly, and are we ready for someone to make a motion?
Well, let's...
public comment, I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a comment on this?
Thank you. Keith Rutledge with Sherwood Firewise Communities. Thank you so much, everybody, for bringing this back to the board, and thank you so much, Mr. Daschle. He's doing a great job. I had some prepared remarks, but I think after hearing some of the questions, I thought I might mention a couple of things. Protest vote in particular. We've already discussed this with over 500 individual owners out of those roughly 1,500 property owners up there have zero concerns from people. They're more concerned about why haven't we gotten this done already. We would intend to do education and workshops. That's part of our mission, is to inform committee. So I think the community. So I think that would be part of what we'd want to do, would be to have not only the ballots themselves, but also informational out there, and have a couple of workshops to let people, encourage them to come in and say why they may or may not support this. So that's very key, so that's a good thing. The termination issue's been a couple of times, the easement. Early on, when Brook Trails got involved in this, we talked with landowners. There were a lot of concerns about trying to negotiate any kind of deeded easement. I think you could, not only the cost, but the certainty of where is that going to be. You talked about relocation. That's another aspect to it. So there's lots of things about whether that easement might even be needed in the future or not. They were willing to come onto a voluntary agreement, in particular, that would indemnify them, and we haven't heard that yet. They were concerned about liability. Now realize that these access routes can be used by CAL FIRE or the sheriff or any emergency personnel with or without maintenance, with or without access agreements for use for public emergency purposes. So those routes are there. If they're needed, they'd be used regardless of the condition they're in. So we're not talking about permission to use for emergency access. We're talking about permission to maintain the vegetation along those routes so that they can be used for evacuation. The damages happen, and I will speak to this and another about somebody said about damages. When the Oak Fire happened, a couple other fires in that area, when CAL FIRE comes through and bulldozes through an area to get access to something that they don't currently have, they will come back and repair that. Typically, they'll come back and do the wattling and the stream restoration. It takes a long time, but they do take responsibility for the damages that they cause. So if there was some terrible situation where there were damages caused, that'd be the case. However, what we're trying to do is create a road surface that can be used by emergency vehicles, that has the clearings and the turnouts and all the safety features, so that there won't be those damages, and they can quickly respond like they did in the Oak incident using the Furco route. On the vacant parcel aspect, we went around on that ourselves because everybody said, why don't we charge everybody? That'd be wonderful. Well, that's just not going to happen. I mean, people already, thousands of lots aren't paying their assessments, and so that wasn't practical. And as Supervisor Hashik said, just the cost alone to get another dollar per parcel didn't really seem to be worth it. And lastly, I want to mention on the maps, we're using subdivision maps. So the Brook Trails subdivision, the Brook Trails Fire District, the Spring Creek, Sylvandale, and Gates subdivisions are all already defined boundaries, so we wanted to use those. And I ran out of time, so I'll stop there. Thank you so much, and certainly support moving forward with the balloting. We think that should be the next step.
Thank you. Okay, now we're ready to...
Move the recommended action.
No online comments, by the way. So.
Well, I'd like to move the action of accepting the revocable license as appropriate for this project, and to move, send Director DeShiel to LAFCO to state the case and to proceed, if possible, to the protest election.
Second.
Okay, so did you capture all of that?
No, I'd like a little bit of clarification. So I have accepted the revocable license as appropriate for this project and direct Director DeShiel to return to LAFCO. Is that the entirety of the motion, or were you wanting to incorporate anything from the recommended action?
He also said to
and
move
to
forward.
proceed with a 50% protest election vote.
Okay, ready for a vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so I'm going to have to recuse myself for the next item because I am involved with a property that's mostly riparian habitat.
We're on 4J.
Okay. Okay.
You just did 4I.
Oh. I could excuse myself from this one too, but I'm not going to. So agenda item 4J, which is discussion and possible action, including an informational update on the status of planning and development of wildlife exclusionary program. Supervisor Hasjack. And also other staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Chairman Gordy. And, you know, it's been my pleasure to be working with a lot of people over the last year and a half or so to come up with this non-lethal program. And current iteration is working with Andrew Smith, the interim or acting Ag Commissioner, Rich Molinari from Animal Care Services, Brina Blatton from the County Counsel's Office, Steve Dunicliffe. And I think we have a proposal today and a presentation of where we're going with this, the wildlife exclusionary services. All right, so with that, I'll turn it over to Acting Ag Commissioner Andrew Smith.
That's the other one.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschak. Good afternoon, Board, Chair, Supervisors, County Executive Officer, and County Council. My name is Andrew Smith, as was stated, and I'm the Temporary Ag Commissioner Sealer of Weights and Measures here in the County of Mendocino. I'd like to thank Mr. Rich Molinari, the Director of Animal Care Services, as well as County Council, and Brina Blanton, who's accompanying me up here, as well as Deputy CEO Steve Dunicliffe for their work in organizing this presentation. This presentation represents an informational update on the scoping of the need for what has been defined as a wildlife exclusionary program that is non-lethal in nature. And the following departments and state agency partners have been identified for their collaboration and collection of information to support this effort, as well as their roles in providing education and outreach to ag and community stakeholders alike in wildlife exclusion and pest management. The following slides are going to identify each partner's role in this effort, and the presentation concludes with a staff recommendation to continue education and outreach efforts to provide metrics on the type and frequency of call for service for wildlife human interactions. The first partner is the Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures. You can see our phone number here. The effort in this scoping or further scoping of the need for further programmatic development comes out of an idea of a no wrong door policy, or that each one of these partners in this effort becomes a very viable opportunity for stakeholders within the County of Mendocino to seek education outreach and potential site visit assistance with vertebrate pest issues, small wildlife, or larger wildlife issues, up to and including depredating mammals, as would be handled by one of our state agency partners. Really what we'd like to do in the Department of Ag Weights and Measures is reinvigorate our role as a location that both ag industry and public stakeholders can reach out to gain outreach and education on how to handle vertebrate pest issues. Our inspectors carry licensing in integrated pest management and have a lot of experience in working with vertebrate pests, and we really would like to become a better resource for the county moving forward. The other partner, main partner at the county level, includes Animal Care Services, and that would be Richard Molinari and his staff at Animal Care Services. Again, no wrong door, so this is an opportunity for people to seek information and support on small mammal issues. One of the things that is distinctive about our role versus, and let me just go back, apologies, is that we work more with small wildlife, rodents, skunks, squirrels, raccoons, those that are usually more of a nuisance pest in and around gardens and homes, especially in rural areas. And that differs from some of the other partners. In the case of domestic animal and diseased animal issues and larger predatory wildlife, we would route those calls to Animal Care Services if it was related to a domestic animal or perhaps a sick animal, say rabies, for them to take care of. And we would also direct calls related to larger mammals, so anything larger than a bobcat, coyote, fox, bear, pig, mountain lion, those would be directed directly to Andrea Townsend, who is the wildlife biologist in Mendocino County here with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. As I stated, Animal Care Services direct citizens that need assistance with small wildlife to us, or they handle domestic animals and other issues related to sick animals. California Fish and Wildlife, we've just reestablished contact and a working relationship with Andrea Townsend, who is the local fish and wildlife biologist in the county of Mendocino. They handle large wildlife, including bears, mountain lions, wild pigs, coyotes, foxes, even bobcats, animal nuisance incidents requiring assistance, and or sick, orphaned, or injured animals that are of those species, larger wildlife species. They tend to handle general nuisance incidents with no significant property damage with outreach, but they also do site visits. And Andrea, in consultation with us during this process, has committed to keep track of calls for service to her agency, as well as provide site visits to help people with deterrence and other means by which to mitigate interactions with wildlife that are negative. They also handle public safety incidents where wildlife animals have injured humans or caused depredation. They are the only authority in the state at this point in time that can issue depredation permits for lethal removal of a problem animal. But again, the goal of this data collection and continued education outreach is to mitigate the need for any lethal activity. Like I said, they perform site visits through CDFW, and they also work on education and providing information on what kinds of lights and or deterrent methodologies to use if you're a homeowner as well as an agricultural practitioner. Non-lethal methods are their primary go-to when it comes to the advice and education and outreach they provide to consumers and property owners. And like I said earlier, they are the only agency permitted to issue depredation permits and only do so when it is ultimately necessary. There are a number of policies that CDFW uses these days to handle large predatory animal depredation on livestock that involves a 3 strikes model. We could go into that with more detail if you ask. And then the UC Cooperative Extension is a really vital partner in this because not only do they have advisors that are specialists in their field in different forms of agriculture, whether it be rangeland management, grazing management, that deal primarily with our ranching community. And our ranching community are primarily the folks that deal with the larger predatory animals. With that said, though, the UC Cooperative Extension also does extensive education and outreach with homeowners and gardeners and has publications available for purchase through the University of California Ag and Natural Resources publication page that support the wildlife management around gardens and homes, as well as some other resources that you can get to help you with mitigating wildlife incidents, especially in a non-lethal manner. This concludes the presentation. What this is as this is an informational update on what we've been doing with the potential of a non-lethal program. We are going to be collecting more information. I think that building a database of metrics that establish the relative need for additional program components is important to scoping a full program breadth. And so we're going to be taking calls for service. We'll continue to provide education and outreach, which is something that we've always done. And we would like to rebuild our capacity as a resource for the residents of Mendocino County. We'll be meeting monthly with the partnering departments and agencies, and we'll provide an update to the board in 6 months. That's what we would like to do. I do have a copy of our one thing that we've initiated as a practice in the Department of Ag Weights and Measures, which we didn't have before, was the duty inspector. So every day we have an inspector that remains in the office and handles phone calls, emails, and walk-ins, any call for service that needs to utilize our programs and services. But namely, for this purpose, they'll be able to collect data on pest management and wildlife issues and calls for service. From the beginning of the year, when we initiated the duty inspector, we've received 53 calls, only one of which involved pest exclusion or pest management activities. So we'd like to build our capacity as a resource. This public hearing offers us the opportunity to get that message out to the public, that they can lean on us, and there's no wrong door for receiving support from your local county government in handling wildlife issues and mitigating that through non-lethal manner. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, and it's pretty clear we live in a place that also is home for all of these animals and wildlife, and we have that in consideration. And certainly, I know trying to farm in the same place where wildlife is, you sometimes have to do things like put nets over your grapes and deer fences up. And my latest one is that I became really the happening place for ravens during walnut season. So there's always challenges, and I think the attitude of this board is try to live with nature rather than dominate it. So I think that this is an important program. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair McGordy. I'd like to first of all thank Andrew Smith for that presentation. And he was supposed to be in Sonoma County at 4 o'clock, and so I really, please, my apologies to your wife and your daughter. Okay. And, you know, I think that the Animal Care Services is uploading a web page that will have lots of information. So that's another place that people can go. I wanted to make sure that people were aware of that. And also, you know, there's nonprofits that are working in this field. And when we had the situation with the mountain lion in Anderson Valley High School and, you know, their farm program, that we had people stepping up from nonprofits from Sacramento area, from Sonoma County, within Mendocino County, and really taking the action needed to solve those problems. And so I think that we're better off. You know, it's just another resource for people to be aware of as we try to do this in a non-lethal way. And we're saving money, and you know, that budget expense that we were spending before has been greatly reduced at this point.
Okay. Comments or questions from board members? Yes.
Yeah, great presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
No questions.
Okay. Someone care to make a motion?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting public comment. Public's here.
Hello, I'm Chris Brennan. I was the federal wildlife specialist and trapper for decades. And when you had the USDA, you had different funding. You had funding from the gas tax for ag that came from the ag commissioner, and only the ag commissioner can do that. And then you had funding from the USDA that did human health and safety, property damage, disease control. When you got rid of the USDA, you pretty much now only have funding, if you're going to do it, through the ag tax or from the general fund. So this program here is mostly going to be for urban or city people, keep skunks from under their house. Now, I've become a private animal wildlife specialist trapper for 14 months, and I've done over 354 technical assistance for free. Everything, like last summer alone, over 80 on bears. I do this for free. You have a wildlife conflict biologist whose whole job is this human-animal conflicts out of Eureka, and he does it, and then you have the new biologist that is hired. So really all you have to do is give out the number of the fish and game or fish and wildlife biologists now, and you can save a lot of money. You don't need to have all this stuff. It's not the county's job to exclude skunks out of houses. Homeowners do that themselves. In Sonoma County, it's a private group to do it, and they got a big population and a lot of rich people. hear people do it themselves. We're talking about a lending library for scaring tactics. These things are cheap, these flashing eyeballs and Fox lights. You're talking $30 to $100. People can buy those themselves. It's not the county's job to do that. And those are usually only used on very small hobby farms. I'm a cattle rancher. A lot of this exclusion stuff is not going to help me at all. And I only have 3,000 acres I run cows on, but there's 20, 30, 40,000 acre ranches. You're not going to exclude bears and hogs and coyotes and packs of dogs from pieces of property that big. So to save money and time, I would just recommend the different animal care and Department of Agriculture just to give out the biologist's number. I tried to do this with the animal care director, Molinari. He won't even return my calls or talk to me. 12 months ago, I said, you need to put the biologist's phone number and their website, Living with Wildlife, on the animal care website. He wouldn't do it. The USDA has a huge website with millions of dollars of research behind it. That's not up there yet. That could have been done 12 months ago, and I do it for free. And I also trap. But, you know, I'd say maybe 1 out of 3 calls is people hiring me to trap. The rest is non-lethal technical assistance. I won an award from the USDA. I have done thousands of them. I'm the only one in the whole state that ever won an award for non-lethal technical assistance. So I'm available for free. So maybe it's time to stop kicking this dead horse. Just let it die. Let Fish and Game do it. I can do it. And you're done with it. And you save a bunch of money. We're broke. We don't need to do all this. And it doesn't cost them anything to just reference it to Fish and Game or me or another private trapper, which there really isn't any. There's a couple in Sonoma. Another thing you got to look at is what are you going to do when you have a human health and safety issue, a mountain lion in a schoolyard or a bear or a rabid skunk or whatever. Before Wildlife Services used to do that. They're not coming back. So you're going to have something lined up. So if the Sheriff's Department or Animal Care gets a call and there's a mountain lion in the schoolyard, that you have someone you can respond with. I have specially trained dogs. I have the equipment. I have the experience. And there's just 2 private guys in Sonoma. They don't actually do what I do, but you know, you're going to have something lined up to do. Because if that happens, it has to be done quick, and it will happen, not if.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hasjack, would you care to reply or comment?
Well, I'll just say that the program that we're doing right now is really just collecting the information. It's not going to cost anything. And we wanted to make sure that the resources are available. So if someone calls any of these offices, that they will get referred to the appropriate place to deal with that situation. So that's the purpose of it, you know, and collect the data at that point.
Absolutely. I agree that what we have here is essentially the absence of a formalized program in favor of scoping the need for what are the community needs for the frequency and the type of call for service for wildlife, human interactions, and specifically the whole range from the small nuisance pest around gardens and homes to a large depredating mammal that should be referred to the appropriate agency to handle, as Chris stated.
Right. And so with that said, I will move the recommended the staff recommendations for approval.
We have one more public comment, and this one is online from Peter McNamee. Oh, it took his hand down. Okay, then we don't. Is there a second to the motion on the table? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'll second. And again, thank everybody on the team for working collaboratively. In my mind, this is one of these Mendocino County things that we have been doing one way for so long that we couldn't see our way out of it. And I think this is a great opportunity to look at what has been a great opportunity to look at what the alternatives are. And then with the data, I think it's just going to give us more information about how we should move forward. So I'm glad that Supervisor Hasjack has been able to work with everybody to come up with a strategy. And I'm glad that the board took the initiative to to try something different.
Okay, so I think we're ready for the call.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes?
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank all of you for your contribution to this problem. All right, now I get to recuse myself.
Chair,
We're going to take a break first.
You have to
Thank
explain
you.
why. Should you explain why?
Yeah, after the break, I'll explain why. 6:30 in the afternoon. I'm going to recuse myself on the next item because as a person who owns 36 acres of mostly riparian property, I'm not sure that I can be unbiased. And in the interest of fairness, I am going to turn the meeting over to Vice Chair Mulhern to conduct the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to move on to item 4K, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation from the Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission and California Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding the need to establish riparian stream and wetland protections for the inland area of Mendocino County and provide direction as staff. Supervisor Hashak will be presenting with members from CDFW, and if there are any attendees on Zoom from the Fish and Game Commission, if you could raise your hand so we could bring you over as panelists. Otherwise, we'll take all the other callers that are on Zoom during the regular public comment portion of this item. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, this item was brought to me by the Fish and Game Commission. Unfortunately, some of them are ill, so they aren't in attendance, and they were going to help present. But basically, they did this white paper, and the white paper shows that there is a problem of, lack of any criteria for building new buildings around riparian streams and wetlands. In agriculture, they have a lot of protections there. They have a lot of restrictions that they follow. Same thing with the timber industry, same thing with the cannabis industry. But there are times when just building or road construction or some of those kind of activities don't have any, clear definitions of what we're looking for in the protection of riparian areas. And so this has been a problem where, according to my understanding, people will come with a plan for building a house along a stream or a river or wetland, and then they'll go to planning and building. Planning and building doesn't have the instructions, even though in the general plan it says we want to protect these areas. And then they'll go to CDFW, they get referred to CDFW. CDFW, which they'll be presenting in a minute, doesn't take an opinion or has an opinion, but can't really definitely explain what the criteria are. And so the person is left on their own, and it provides a real hardship for a person trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. And so what we're looking for here is, getting some grant money, going out, getting grant money to hire a consultant to kind of work on this issue, to see what the needs are and how best to preserve these kind of riparian areas. And so with that, and I really appreciate the work of Fish and Game and the Fish and Wildlife, Department of Fish and Wildlife, that have worked hard on this, and feedback from the Farm Bureau and the timber industry, along with cannabis. And so with that, I'll turn it over to either Jennifer Garrison or Angela Liebenberg with California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Hashak, for inviting CDFW here today. And also, good afternoon, supervisors and members of the public. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, come off video, and share. Also with us today, we have Rebecca Garwood, CDFW Environmental Program Manager, and also Angela Liebenberg available after this presentation. You all able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. And if the clerk could bring Rebecca Garwood over as a panelist, please. Thank you.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So first and foremost, what are wetlands and riparian corridors? Wetlands connect uplands to streams. They can be wet meadows, fens, marshes, and vernal pools, to name a few. In wetlands, the water table is usually at or near the surface. Riparian corridors are vegetated greenbelts along streams. Development adjacent to streams has narrowed, thinned, or removed riparian corridors. California has lost 91% of its wetlands, and in CDFW's northern region, which includes Mendocino County, it is estimated that only 25% of riparian habitats remain due to land conversion and development. Wetlands and riparian corridors benefit us all, humans, wildlife, and the environment. They contribute to the scenic value of Mendocino County and are host to many recreational activities. They store floodwater, protect land and structures against erosion, storm surges, and flooding. Wetlands recharge groundwater, and riparian corridors trap sediment and filter pollutants, preventing those substances from entering streams. Wetlands are habitat for over half of the listed threatened and endangered species in California. These areas are vital habitat for the majority of wildlife species as they provide water, food, and movement corridors. They are also the primary habitat for many mammal, bird, amphibian, and fish species. When CDFW discusses riparian setbacks, we are referring to the stream corridor, which encompasses the stream's top of bank, and its riparian vegetation on either side. The riparian corridor extends to the drip line of the riparian vegetation. CDFW recommends that setbacks begin at the edge of the riparian corridor. Excuse me. The next few photos show the result of development being too close to streams. So in this instance, there is a parking lot at the top of a stream bank where there's also a drain inlet that is depositing stormwater runoff, likely with pollutants, going directly into the stream, which reduces water quality. You can see that the asphalt is showing signs of slumping, and repeat repairs to maintain the parking lot is likely in the future. Next, we have a structure that has been built into the stream bed, and invasive species are present along the banks, and the bed and banks show signs of scouring. This is the same location after the invasive species, which in this case was Himalayan blackberry, had been removed, but it hadn't been replaced with riparian, excuse me, native riparian vegetation. You can see that the bank is slumping and that the previous rock armoring is visible now that the vegetation has been removed. The likely action in the future is that there's going to be additional bank erosion with increased sediment deposited into the stream, increased flooding risk, and the loss of land, which will need additional and repeat repairs in the future. Here's another photo where you have a bank eroding. The vegetation has been removed along the bank, the creek is constrained, and then you have infrastructure, material, and debris eroding into the creek. The fix for this was the additional rock armoring, which unfortunately will continue the erosion cycle, resulting in increased flooding risk, potential loss of land, and structures with additional repairs needed through time. CDFW supports and encourages the establishment of setbacks as they provide important and multiple benefits for the humans and the environment. Setbacks encourage development outside of the floodplain, which reduces reduces flooding risk and loss of property. Setbacks provide landowners with criteria to avoid flooding risk while also contributing to improved water quality and wildlife habitat. They provide a buffer to reduce development's direct impacts on species, their habitats, and they maintain wildlife movement corridors, which are critical for both sustaining species diversity and abundance. These vegetated riparian buffers reduce light and noise pollution within the riparian and stream corridor and reduce the introduction of invasive plant species. Riparian vegetation improves water quality by stabilizing stream banks, which in turn reduces erosion, sediment, and pollutants from entering streams. Maintaining riparian vegetation also lowers water temperature, which benefits many aquatic species, including fish. So that is our brief presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present this to the Board of Supervisors and the public.
Thank you. If you could please email that slideshow presentation to cobsupport@mendocinocounty.org, please, so that it can be uploaded into the public record. Supervisor Hashak?
I'd just like to add that, these setbacks and ordinances for riparian protections are not unusual. They're actually used in Sonoma County, Lake County, Humboldt County. They all have them. We're the only county in this area that doesn't. So that's pretty much why we're bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll be looking for board comment. Supervisor Jordy?
So I think this is an excellent presentation by the Fish and Game Commission, and I agree conceptually with it. There's some thoughts that go through my head when I look at it, though. The appropriate setbacks that we would want to establish in an ordinance or policy, in my mind, would be much greater when you're talking about parcels that are 1 acre or more. An acre is 43,000 square feet. We do have county parcels that are in urbanized areas that have, not a lot of them, but there are some that have urban services, which they may only be 6,000 square feet. And so the kinds of setbacks that you can have on a 40 or 80 or 100,000 square foot parcel are much greater than what you could accommodate on a 6,000 square foot parcel. So I think there needs to be some nuance in any kind of standards that we would have, maybe not for a subdivision, but for an individual existing parcel that may already exist on the books in the subdivision map. So again, if someone was creating a new subdivision in the county with urbanized services, sure, let's have good setbacks from that new development from the riparian areas. But if someone's buying an existing parcel that the county already approved the creation of, and it seems to me we'd be creating quite a few new problems if we suddenly said, okay, now you can't build anywhere on the lot because the lot is in its entirety too close to this riparian area. So I think there'd have to be some thought given to it, but generally I like the direction of this. I'm just kind of curious, what kind of bandwidth does the Department of Planning and Building have when it comes to long-range planning to take on something like this, possibly through a grant for a planning consultant, but it's not free labor. Anytime you have a consultant, you still have county staff that are working with the consultant, and I see Nash Gonzalez in the audience. Perhaps he could talk about the capacity within the Department of Planning and Building to take all these ideas together and try to have some public hearings that would lead to a coherent policy.
Thank you. I'll ask Nash to come up in just a moment, but for now, Supervisor Hashak, I think, has a question or comment before I open up the public comment.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Jordy's comments are well taken. There's a lot of nuances to this, and so that's why the proposal is to kind of look for a grant to fund a consultant to work out some of these issues, because we're looking at moving forward and we don't want to, there's lot sizes that need to be considered, all those factors. And I think that that's what, a consultant could do in this case.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, would you mind coming forward to talk a little bit about the planning and buildings capacity, and then I will open it up to public comment in the room and then online. And if you're on the Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone so I know you want to speak. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Assistant Planning and Building Services Director. There's a number of questions that are raised here today. Just like Supervisor Jordy, the concept is supported. It's something that's called for in the general plan, but I think we have to look at bandwidth and expertise and so on. The department, like all the other county departments, is recruiting, doesn't have in-house expertise, and has been pointed out. One of the recommendations here would be to look for grant funding for a consultant. You would be looking at studies, biological, botanical studies. You would be looking at mapping all the resources that are out there. So you'd have to determine where are all your riparian corridors in the county. Then you have to look at what would be the appropriate setbacks for some of these riparian corridors, whether they're 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, and so on. You'd have to look at existing ordinances that are already in place, like the floodplain ordinance. Does this only apply inland, coastal, and so on? And one of the biggest issues that I think needs to be looked at here, and Supervisor Jordy raised this, is the issue of takings. Once you go in and you start applying ordinances like this, where you may make a parcel undevelopable because you're extending a setback out too far, it may result in a takings. And that's something that, well, I'm not an attorney and can't speak to that, but when you take somebody's ability to do something with their property, it becomes an issue. As far as the bandwidth, the department is currently working on implementing the UVAP rezones, the finishing up the zoning code, and then per direction of the board, we applied for and were granted an LCP grant. So if asked today, and I have talked to the director about this, we couldn't even start a project like this until 2026. There is no bandwidth and there's no expertise in-house. And then even then, if you hired a consultant, you would still have to manage that consultant. So, you know, that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, you have a question?
Yeah, I also support the concept, but I think the county is at the breaking point. I think these departments are overloaded and just piling on more, just inappropriate timing.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment in the room and then to online. Please come forward to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name's Ellen Drell. I'm on the board of the Willis Environmental Center, and I want to thank the Fish and Game Commission and Supervisor Haschek and others who have brought this issue forward. I think it's very important, and I think it would be great if Mendocino County joins our neighboring counties in looking at how to protect and restore riparian areas. Though I agree with it's a complex issue, and I certainly have heard Nash Gonzalez, and I'm sure all that he says is true. It's kind of overwhelming to think about taking this on. But I do think it's very important, and I think as drought persists, riparian corridors and wetlands will become even more important, and it'll be even more important that Mendocino County make sure it doesn't lose any more. So I think it's important that we look ahead a little bit and make some plans for taking action to protect our riparian areas and wetlands, and even expanding some. I know there's talk about restoring groundwater resources by utilizing floodplains. Actually, and obviously you can't utilize a floodplain if it's built on, or if there's a parking lot there or something. So I think it would be really a smart move for Mendocino County to declare that it wants to do this and to take some steps in that direction. But I understand how stressed the county is in every way, and there's no point in having another ordinance on the shelf that isn't supported by the citizenry or enforced by the county, or the county has the expertise to enforce. So I think a lot of things need to come together. But I would say that I think there are citizens around the county, myself included, and I'm sure there are people with lots of the agencies who would be willing to get involved in this effort to begin looking at possibilities, reviewing existing ordinances, and looking at some of the complexities, and maybe even doing some community outreach and even some mapping, some preliminary mapping. And if there was money for a consultant to help with that, that would be fine. But if there's not money for a consultant to help right now, I think it would be great for the Board of Supervisors to encourage the interested citizenry to begin thinking about what we want and how we might get there and how we could get buy-in from the county. So again, I thank those of you who have brought this forward, and I think it's a very important issue, and we should get going in a way that is reasonable and doable for us now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just say, if there are members of the public that are interested, it seems like the Fish and Game Commission is prepared to assist before you went away. It does seem like there are people that are interested, and so there's nothing ever going to stop you all from working on something together, even if the County of Mendocino doesn't have money to bring it forward. Public comment.
Good afternoon, fellow board members and staff. I wanted to make some comments as the landowner of a lot of riparian property, and it's a very important, significant part of our ecosystem, and where there's water, there's life, and it's a virtual freeway of animals and fish, and well worth protecting. Nonetheless, I do have some concerns which we should think about. First of all, we already have other agencies that are working on this, such as Cal Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, State Water Resources Control Board, Regional Water Quality Control Board, FEMA, and the Army Corps of Engineers specifically on wetlands. So we have a lot of other agencies whose eyes are already on this, and I just wonder how effective we are at interacting with them when someone comes in with a proposal to develop property near riparian areas. We can certainly see some mistakes, such as in the city of Ukiah, where they've underground streams, which is really probably not a good way to keep a stream alive. I am concerned about the cost and time to staff. I think that Nash Gonzalez kind of laid it out for you pretty well. Drafting an ordinance takes time for county council as well as for the planning building services. You really have to have the mapping information for this to be effective. You need to know where these resources are. And for the wetlands, we don't really have great information. That's probably our least well-known but important resource in Mendocino County as it goes to sort of a particular biome. And finally, we really don't have the staff expertise and training in these areas. Next, we kind of move on to science and goals. So habitat protection is so variable in terms of what's the right setback, and we've had some indications about urban areas, but also on slopes and different soil types and different geology. Just choosing a random number often isn't correct. Habitat protection really should be one of the major goals of this, and keeping our existing habitat and restoring it when we can. Also, water quality is critically important, and that's where, when we look at our aquatic resources here in Mendocino County, we have the biggest issue with trying to meet the total daily maximum loads set by the Regional Water Quality Control Board for silt and for temperature, and that's really a lot of incentive for taking care of not only the watershed, but also the adjacent lands, and particularly roads. Roads are a very significant source of pollution. Finally, I'd just say that other counties have ordinances, but remember, we're always a little bit unique. This is kind of a steep, highly erosive geology with high rainfall and a low population base, and in light of that, we have to tailor something very, very specific for us. We can't just take somebody else's ordinance and apply it. So thank you very much for the opportunity for me to address you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to, did you have a question for the speaker? No. Okay, I'll go to online comments, and we have Peter McNamee. Apologies, Peter.
Hi, no problem. Let me just start by saying I'm speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute at their request, as I did earlier today in regard to the budget. What I would like to say is that we, as the Institute, have looked at this proposal and think it's a good step in the right direction. I would second the comments that you've heard from the other speakers. I would simply add that for purposes of the ongoing planning and development in the county, which is going to happen no matter what's done on this. And the real issue is it going to succeed in meeting the best and highest interests of the public in our county, or is it going to be done haphazardly? And right now, you've got a goal statement without any real standards that provide direction to the public. And as Supervisor Haschak pointed out, that's a real problem. We will not do this properly unless we can provide clear guidance to the public. They want to abide by the best interests in developing their lands in the vast majority of cases. But without clear guidance, that makes it very difficult to meet that standard. So I recognize all of the issues that have been raised relative to limited resources. And while I agree with Supervisor McGorty that you can't just take something off the shelf and apply it, there's also a lot to be learned by looking at the ordinances in other jurisdictions and at least examining how they solved similar problems in order to define what the best policies are in this area. So the Institute wants to go on record in support of this and offer whatever assistance we can provide in terms of helping the county identify funding sources for that purpose. And as has already been mentioned, the county has succeeded in getting a $2.2 million grant from the California Coastal Commission. And part of that will be looking at riparian areas in the coastal zone and examining what the impact of climate change is going to be on them. Really, that should be done consistently throughout the county. And I do believe there are funds available for that purpose. I thank you for your time and your indulgence allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional online comment, and I did have a question for our CEO. I understand that the Planning and Building Department doesn't have capacity to grant manage right now. You know, certainly grants come across all of our desks all the time. But is there an opportunity for Sarah from your fiscal team to work with our outside grants consultant to sort of keep an eye on grants that we could use to hire somebody to do this work process instead of having planning and building doing it?
Absolutely, that's a possibility to be able to look for a grant to pay an outside consultant to do this work. And just so you know, we've taken additional steps. We have moved forward with a grant software that will be arriving here soon, as well as hiring for the grants department. So it is something that we can do, but again, we would be hiring outside consultants as the staff doesn't have the time to do the project.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
I'm wondering if there's a component here that could provide added value to multiple county departments and the public, and yet not require a significant amount of staff time. And that might be maybe through the CEO's office working to secure a grant with a consultant. There's still somebody who has to manage that consultant. But assuming that could be done, I'm curious if we could focus the first work project out of this to be on getting really high quality mapping of the whole county. My understanding is from the North Coast Research Partnership, a 7-county group that we're a part of, that there has been this LiDAR technology that NASA led off with that's developed pretty high quality data for all of Mendocino County at this point. So if that has to do with the topography and actually the plants that are on the ground in Mendocino County in Northern California. And I'm wondering if we could focus on starting with some of that data, maybe our new satellite data that we have, and at least create some better mapping that would that we could also make available to the public, that they would know, okay, these areas are, here are the elevation changes throughout the landscape that you're considering buying a piece of property into. This is the current flood zone, which has been updated every so many years by the state. And, you know, at least we're getting the information out there in a greater level of detail. And that at least that first step could then be used as better information for people who then later, at some later point, might develop a Mendocino County ordinance.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashek.
Was that a motion?
It could be, but I just thought we might get some staff feedback if they thought that was viable.
No. Well, it seemed, I'll just add.
Okay.
That it seems to me that that's a, great idea for a first step. I think that, I'm looking at this issue as kind of like what we're looking at with the greenhouse or the carbon footprint, reduction. And it's we can, put it off but we're going to be suffering consequences if we don't start implementing right away. And if we could take a first step like that, then I think we're better off in the long run. And certainly it won't be next year, maybe it won't be till 2026 or so. But if we can start moving along in this path, I think we're better off.
My main thought is that if the information is made public, I think most people will make the right decision if they have the right information.
Mr. Gonzalez?
If I may, through the chair, I think for an ordinance like this to function is you have to develop a scope of what is it that you want to achieve. And as I've said before, you have to look at the big picture. And the big picture is the protection of riparian resources. Well, you have to do the mapping. You have to look at someone to manage the project. Obviously, the executive office can work with the grants writer to look for a grant. But once you find the grant, who's going to manage the project itself? That's the question that comes up, is maybe you do find a grant tomorrow, but who's got the expertise in-house to manage that project? Because again, as I've said, we have a lot on our plate right now. The board has to make a decision. Do we continue with the LCP, or do we continue with this or do we go with this project? What are the priorities? And so as you move into finishing one project and moving into another project and so on, again, you define the scope. You look for grants that will pay for the biological, botanical studies, the mapping. And then the question comes up, is there a grant out there that pays for all of it, most of it? Can you do in-kind? Is there a match that you have to bring? Because there's no free grant money out there. Somehow you have to bring some money, and that money, the match might be from the general fund. So that's something that needs to be thought of. The other thing, as I mentioned earlier, something like this could result in a takings. That's something that needs to be looked at. The other thing too is, it's been my understanding from this board and previous boards is that the county's priority right now is housing. As you start limiting development on parcels, you're also going to limit the availability of housing in those areas. And that's something that an ordinance like this has to look at is, as part of the background is, at what point do you say this works or this doesn't work? And that's part of the scope that has to be defined. So we have to look at the bigger picture. And that's why it's not something that just, you get a few dollars, you do the grant, and then you write an ordinance. And like Supervisor McGordy, or as he spoke as a member of the public, we're different than Sonoma County. We're different than Lake County, we're different than Humboldt, we're different than many other counties out there. Every county is unique. So you'll look at the unique circumstances associated with every county. Not every ordinance is going to work for this county.
Could you possibly speak to the issue, though, of the concept of not focusing on an ordinance in the immediate future because the time constraints and everything else, but just focusing the county, not specifically the planning and building, but there'd obviously be some participation from planning and building, but the county focusing on getting high-quality mapping established and made publicly available for members of the public to have a better understanding when they're considering buying a piece of property or considering developing their property. At least they'd have a higher quality of information to factor into their decision-making process.
And that's always a possibility, and I think your expert there is going to be Lee Farr, who oversees the countywide GIS. What layers are out there and available? What state agencies, what federal agencies can provide existing mapping resources to the county, which then would the county be able to provide that to the public? Because I know some of that is, information that may not be available, but whatever is available could be provided to the public so that members of the public could use that data and information to create the data that everybody's looking for, that everybody wants to participate in.
Would anybody like to make a motion? There's a, I guess, additional public comment in the room.
I'm available to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Oh,
So regarding Supervisor Jordy's idea, I think it's a good one. We might also review what already exists, because I know the Regional Water Quality Control Board spent a fair amount of time doing mapping of our riparian areas already, so we may want to see what they have available. Of course, the goal there is to look at water quality. It's not to look at development, so I don't know that it's appropriate, that it's at the right scale. And then we also have partner agencies that, and staff too, including the University of California Cooperative Extension, that does have water experts, even at, and GIS experts, even at the UC Hoffman Research and Extension Center. So we might have some internal resources to start this. I think trying to come up with a plan of how do we bring in the existing agencies and the existing data while we prepare, for the future would be a good thing to do, and I support that personally.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go back to the board and see there's a motion. If it's the recommended action, or if there's an alternative motion that somebody would like to make.
So let me preface it by saying I don't know that we have spare staff time to commit a significant amount of time to this project. I don't think we do. But maybe if we put some cap, I don't know if the executive office has an idea of what a reasonable cap of staff time would be to explore this concept. But if we suppose there's a cap on staff time on this, the motion would be basically with that cap, direct staff to look at existing mapping resources, documenting riparian zones within Mendocino County, and gaps that might be in that data, and kind of take this in increments.
Is there a second? Supervisor Hashak?
Well, my question for Supervisor Jurdy is that asking for our staff to do it, or is it asking for our staff to look for grants to hire a consultant to do this?
Well, what we could find out is that there are state agencies that already have most of what we want in terms of mapping for Mendocino County, and that might be what they report back. They might report back that again, it's not everything we want, and here's the gap, and here's what we would need to fund through a grant to fill that gap. I think it's more of a seeking basic information about what we have now, what do we still need if there is a need if there's a gap.
Supervisor Williams, and then we'll go to Supervisor Hashak.
I'm never going to argue against more detailed maps. That sounds like a great idea, but I would like to see the county do 10 things really well rather than trying to do 100, kind of at an embarrassing level. And we have this, all of us have this huge mess to clean up, that this place is not functioning like it needs to function. And I just think in any direction, throwing more projects on staff is diluting the existing resources. We don't have the money for it. We don't have the time for it. I'm going to drive home and note all the potholes that I have to avoid on county roads. And we've got to fix that problem. The COLAs, we can't pay our employees well as it is. It takes a long time to get a permit. And PBS is working really hard. They don't have enough staffing. They don't have the equipment. Every direction there's something that needs to be done. And here we are thinking of yet another project to start. I think there's merit to the project. But I think to follow our strategic plan to create this high performance organization, we need to get the basics working first before we branch out and allow feature creep. So I'm going to be voting against it, but I'd be willing to entertain it at a future time.
Well, I'd like this to be a unanimous vote. So could we ask that the Fish and Game Commission, which we all have appointees to the Fish and Game Commission, and we've got some very smart people on that commission, and any supervisor who wants to work with them to identify what kind of mapping does already exist in Mendocino County. That's not putting a burden on county staff. That would be putting it on our leading citizens who are on the Fish and Game Commission.
I could support that. I would consider assigning it to Supervisor McGordy since he's not up here right now.
Supervisor Hashak.
He's probably the most qualified in that area.
Well, I think that California Department of Fish and Wildlife would, I don't want to speak for them, but maybe they would help out too.
So Supervisor Hashak, are you interested in continuing to work on this with the feedback from the board and the members of the Fish and Game Commission and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife? Or are you ready to hand it off? I don't think Supervisor McGorty is an option, but I'll look to County Council for that clarification.
Sorry, just struggling with the mute button. I actually think if it were only the mapping issue and that we weren't talking about the development of a riparian ordinance, I don't think I'm not aware of any reason that Supervisor McGorty would have a conflict.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, since Supervisor McGorty is not with us, I would recommend that he be the person to work with Fish and Game and Fish and Wildlife.
Second.
Clerk, do you need a clear restatement of the motion, or would you repeat it?
I think I have it, but I'd want to verify.
Okay.
I still have the maker as Supervisor Jurdy and then the second as Supervisor Williams. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I've withdrawn my motion.
Okay. I have direct that Supervisor McGorty work with the Fish and Game Commission and works with the Fish and Game Commission to determine what mapping currently exists within the county.
Second agrees.
And Fish and Wildlife.
I think you might even be able to put any other pertinent agencies, because I think it's going to be more than Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, you see cooperative
You
extension,
make it be more
whatever they might
inclusive.
have.
Thank you, Clerk.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll wait just a moment while Chair McGorty makes his way back to the dais, and I'll hand over the imaginary gavel.
Okay, another classic example, if you go away for a second, you get a job. So, nonetheless, it's, I think, a good solution for us. So I will look forward to working on that project. Okay, so next we have agenda item number 4L, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding dead and/or hazardous vegetation removal in the coastal zone, and the sponsor is Planning and Building Services.
All right. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning and Building Services Director, Assistant Director, excuse me. Mr. Chair, members of the board, what we have here is an item that was continued from October 18, 22. The board provided clarification that dead and hazardous vegetation removal was not considered development and directed PBS to deprioritize all related code enforcement actions related to this topic. Subsequently, on November 1st, 2022, the board adopted Resolution 22-218 proclaiming a local emergency related to tree mortality. On October 18th of 2022, the board again discussed the item of dead and hazardous vegetation removal within the coastal zone, and during this meeting, it was discussed that further clarification may be necessary at a future date. Thus, why are we here today? So this item today seeks clarification and board direction based on what was discussed on October 18th, and staff has included a memo with this item with the board transmittal that raises a number of questions and clarifications so that we can get clear direction as to how the board wants to proceed. Beginning on page 2 of the memo that was attached to this item, there's 8 questions that are raised as to how we're going to treat dead or dying vegetation, hazardous vegetation. Questions are raised as to should we require an arborist report? Should there be self-certification? Also, are dead trees included being considered dead or hazardous vegetation? Are all dead trees determined to be hazardous, or are those only to have what we call the potential impact that human environment, aka the fall zone, such the ability to fall on a home, garage, or pump house? Are roadways, both public and or private, considered human environment, and that would allow for determination as being hazardous? Is the fall zone a standard buffer requirement from such a tree of 50 or 100 feet, or dependent upon tree height as verified through an arborist report? Does the board desire for planning and building to review proposed dead or hazardous vegetation removal? And then moving on, should individuals be allowed to remove dead or hazardous vegetation from within environmentally sensitive habitat areas such as wetlands, riparian corridors, and or sensitive plant communities? And then trees provide important habitat for birds and other sensitive species. Nesting bird surveys or Sonoma tree vole surveys required. Again, questions, what do we do? Is code enforcement to seize investigations into cases currently in progress involving major vegetation removal? If code enforcement receives a complaint involving multiple components, for example, major veg removal and or grading, does the division only investigate those components not involving major vegetation removal? And the department has provided 7 recommendations for the board's consideration. So why we're here today is to seek further guidance and clarification. And I've asked that John Burks, Code Enforcement Manager, and I also have Gretchen McLaughlin here from our Fort Bragg Code Enforcement Division here that can speak on the process of code enforcement, what it takes, what their workload has been, what some of the cases they've been dealing with, and so on, and also here to support this item.
What's next? What are we?
So if I may, through the chair, questions were raised on October 18th, and it led to the need for further clarification. And so what staff did is prepared a memo that
Sure, I have
outlines
that.
these
So do you
questions.
want to start answering the questions?
Well, we need your direction.
Okay, so.
How do you want us to treat these?
So question 1 is what verification that proposed tree removal for dead or hazardous vegetation is needed? Should an arborist be required? My answer is no. I think this can be self-certification. I would recommend a photo record so that we take a picture before and after. an arborist will probably be involved, because if it's a big tree, that's not a homeowner job. And arborists aren't necessarily really good at determining the health of things, in my experience, but they're very good at taking trees down if they're ill. And I think if 60% of the canopy of the tree is gone or appears discolored, it's probably on its way out. Supervisor Williams.
I think we should allow the public to make the determination, let them self-certify where dead or hazardous trees pose reasonable risk to life or property. In other words, if somebody says they have a dead tree outside their house and their house is in the fall zone and they want to take it, I don't think it's our role as local government to get involved, because if it does come down on them, imagine how we're going to feel later. And that's different than somebody clearing forest land where there isn't life or property to protect. That I think we need to follow up on when we get complaints about forests being removed. But individual trees that could take out life or property, we don't need a process for that. Let them self-certify.
Supervisor Jordy.
Just to expedite this a little bit, maybe we could go to page 3 to the PBS recommendations, because I think the comments the board members are making relate to the recommendations from the Planning and Building Department, which we might, in some cases, fully support. In some cases, we might want to make amendments to their recommendations.
I support Supervisor Jordy's idea, but I want to note before we scroll through this, the number of complaints received regarding vegetation removal. Did everybody look at that chart? Are we following up on those? I mean, I hear people ask, why don't we ever get to code enforcement complaints about cannabis? And I know our folks do, but they probably can't get to everyone. Why are these getting addressed? Complaints about a tree being removed when we're not dealing with, you know, acres and acres of cannabis. It really is an environmental impact when it's not following state code.
Mr. Burks, would you care to answer?
Yes, if I may, through the chair. I'm not entirely clear what the question is. If we're getting to all of those complaints received, we are, and obviously we're in various stages of investigation or enforcement actions with each of those. Ultimately, what this chart was really going to represent, I think, is that less than 1.3% of the complaints that we've received since 2020 are major vegetation removal in the coastal zone. I think that probably is the biggest takeaway, and that 21 of the 29 total complaints involved other violations, whereas 8 were specifically about vegetation. So that's what that chart was meant to do. As far as the broad scope of the complaints, in the complaint-driven operational process that we have, we do respond to all complaints in some capacity or refer them as appropriate. But again, I'm happy to answer that question if I'm not answering it correctly.
You answered it. I appreciate it. So which page are we jumping to?
I'm sorry, I was just suggesting we go to page 3, go to PBS recommendations, starting with 1, and just work our way down. Do we agree with it entirely? Do we would we like to see a slightly different recommendation?
Okay, so recommendation number 1 is pursue an urgency ordinance to establish dead hazardous vegetation removal standards if county council determines such an ordinance would meet the required urgency ordinance findings. Chair Williams.
Sorry, it's me again. So I agree with this one. I think it's a good idea, but I want to note when Supervisor Jordy and I met with Coastal Commission staff and chair and our planning director, Krog, who can't be here today, they mentioned there's a document that a county completes that specifies what the county does not consider development to be, items that are exempt, and ours is blank. I don't remember what the name of that document is, but I remember that ours is blank. Would that be a simpler path, given that we're talking about coastal zone here, County Council?
If I may respond to the chair, I don't know that would be a simpler path, because my understanding is that would be part of the local coastal plan update, and therefore maybe a longer process, and that is something Planning and Building is working on, and I do think we've highlighted that as something to go into the new local coastal plan update. The urgency ordinance route would really be tied to the emergency declaration and be a way to have a stopgap measure until something more permanent would be in place.
Okay, Chair, if you're polling number 1, I agree with.
Okay. Shall we just do a straw poll and see where the board stands? Yes? Yes. Okay, so I'll just make a comment real quick on, associated with this. So if we look at the coastal prairie and coastal strand biome, it's probably one of the sickest ones in Mendocino County. There's a lot of dead trees in there that simply should have been burned out or removed a long time ago. So it's an ecosystem in distress. I just want everyone to realize that. So as we kind of work through this chore here today, that we're dealing with vegetation that's going downhill on a massive scale. So perhaps this is something that's worth doing. Councilor, do you care to weigh in regarding the ordinance approach?
I'd say more or less the comments that I made in respect to Supervisor Williams' comments. This would be a stopgap measure. Generally speaking, codifying the rules and having a clear exercise of the board's emergency powers, I think helps provide some certainty to the public and frankly is a firmer legal basis for any program that's enacted. So, I would, obviously we got to look at the specifics of the ordinance once the board is given direction, but generally we would recommend doing it through ordinance.
Okay, and this would apply primarily to trees in which there is a danger for health and human safety. Okay. Number 2 is require an arborist report regarding if vegetation proposed for removal is in fact dead or hazardous, including the fall zone. PBS will not provide a letter of authorization, but will rather provide a letter that a qualified professional has determined the trees to be dead and or hazardous. I don't know if this is necessary. I don't think it is, and I don't have as much faith in arborists to really be experts on determining tree health as much as, taking the tree down. That's what most arborists in Mendocino County do. We have very few International Society of Arboriculture certified arborists present, so most of the companies are involved in working for PG&E and others doing vegetation management. So I don't know if we get desired results from this.
No on 2. Supervisor Jurdy has a...
Supervisor Jurdy?
So I was thinking the same thing. I don't think most of the people that are hired in Mendocino County are arborists per se. I guess I'm wondering, I'm leaning in the direction of saying, if the homeowner believes the tree is dead and dying and it's a hazard to their home, I don't think there should be a tremendous amount of paperwork required. If they're removing trees that cannot possibly fall onto their home, and they've got a larger property, and maybe, in some cases, the reason that they want to remove the trees is for view purposes, I think that's where we would want either an arborist or someone else to document that there was a reason to take out the trees. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, those are good points. Supervisor Mulherin?
Yeah, I don't think that we need an arborist to verify. And I agree with Supervisor Jurdy that highlighting that the tree removal is in a fall zone is probably our most important intent with even having this conversation.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I agree with that, and I guess my question is, where does the Coastal Commission come in on this with all the requirements? And, if we don't require an arborist, are we putting ourselves at some kind of risk for action from the Coastal Commission?
Supervisor Williams?
So I think we're putting ourselves at a moral risk if somebody has a tree come through their house, and this happens periodically on the coast. And what I hear is people say, I'm on a fixed income. I can't afford to take the tree. I go through the process to take it out. I know it's dead. I know it may fall on me, it might fall on my neighbor, but I can't afford thousands of dollars for the permitting. And so what I'm after here, what I originally brought this to the board, was we need to let people protect life and property, which is different than what Supervisor Jurdy is pointing out. People who are clearing so that they have an ocean view that they might not enjoy otherwise, or they wanted to clear so that they can have a new home site where there isn't development. That needs to go through the process. But where somebody is trying to look out for their life, their family member's life, or their neighbor's life, I don't think we want to get involved. And when we start talking about waivers, arborists, reports. That's bringing people back into a process that they can't afford. And frankly, I don't think we can afford it. We have such a bottleneck right now of paperwork in every direction. I don't think we even want a copy. We don't want them to tell us that they're doing it. They should have the right to take care of their lives and their property.
I basically agree with that. I don't think we need to worry about that. And I think we can kind of direct the planning and building not to worry about any reports or paperwork involved with removing a dangerous tree, a dead tree that's up close to the building.
Chairman Gordy.
Yes.
So this is a question for John Burks. Is that when you say that you had 8 cases last year or this year of tree removal, right? Violations or complaints at least. So what do those look like to you?
If I may, through the chair, what I would like to do is I am currently project managing for one of the emergency situations we have developing in the county. If I may, I would like to request that the board allow me to defer to Supervising Code Enforcement Officer Gretchen McLaughlin, who's got a lot of experience, the most experienced person on my staff as it pertains to these. And I'd like to give her an opportunity to respond to that if I may, because she'll have the best on the ground knowledge. I'd be happy to respond, but given the fact I may be pulled away at any moment to respond, I'd like to do that. May I have permission to defer to her to answer that? I'll remain on, but
certainly.
I don't know. Okay, thank you so much for that.
Good afternoon, Board Chair McGordy, CEO Andel, and County Council Curtis. To answer your question regarding the 8 hazardous vegetation removal. So what we did when we came up with this data based off of our records is that the 8 complaints regarding hazardous vegetation only actually were non-specific to tree removal. The additional 21 out of those 3 years had something to do with some type of tree removal complaint. At least tree removal was a component of the complaint. Everything else could have also incorporated some type of grading or other type of concern where an environmentally sensitive habitat may have been impacted. So we would have responded at that time to evaluate and assess the circumstances. Oftentimes, we don't know exactly what we're going to because we get very limited details of the complaint. We just hear that there's tree removal or that there's grading or tree removal. So we usually will go out there to investigate, information gathered to find out what the actual circumstances are. And then we take that information that we obtain along with any photographs and any other observations that we have about that site, put it into a planning determination request, and the planning division actually assists us with determining whether or not a violation exists. Hope that answers your question.
So do you have any cases of where it's just purely someone complained about a tree being removed, just a single tree?
There are times that we'll get something where it's a single tree or a couple trees. And oftentimes we can do, based off of our observations, take that information down, refer it to the planning division to assess based off of the criteria in their ordinance as whether or not it would constitute major vegetation removal, or if it would require further determination from the director. There's actually a specific component in the ordinance in the major vegetation removal definition that requires her assessment of that. Additionally, oftentimes when we go to these different sites to determine, we're not planners, code enforcement are not planners, so we will have property owners or the responsible parties at those locations fill out a tree removal questionnaire. It's something that oftentimes property owners will fill out themselves if they want to find out if they can remove trees before they do it, and submit that with our planning determinations for planning to review to let us know whether or not there's a violation.
Okay. All right. So any further comment on this? So our direction to, where are we? I'm sorry, we lost my place. So we're in 3 or 2? 3? So did we go through 3, or we still working?
I think 1 was a yes, was 2 a no.
So we're on 3 now. So require a waiver from the property owner acknowledging that the dead end or hazardous trees may be subject to future permit requirements and or enforcement action by any pertinent county, state, or federal agency with jurisdiction.
No. Again, that's sending more paperwork to the county. It's more process. That's what we're trying to get out of here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
My question then, I guess, on that one is just for county council, because it would be the coastal commission. So in my mind, I'm not talking about additional paper. I'm talking about a piece of paper with a piece that says, Mendocino County approved this. Maybe the coastal commission didn't.
That may be prudent. We do sometimes get sort of false expectations where, there's some sort of emergency approval, and then later on down the road, there's a question of, well, I thought this earlier thing covered it, and we're not able to speak for everyone involved. So what I might ask on this one is, if the board is willing, just give the department a little bit of discretion in working with county council based on whatever forms are developed to have sort of a minimally intrusive notice, just to make sure that anyone doing this is appropriately advised.
Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, so I understand what staff's saying, but it seems like it almost defeats the purpose. I mean, normally, if you're getting a city or a county permit, you're good to go. You're not expecting a state or federal agency to say, oops, that's not actually legal under state or federal law. And it seems to me the purpose of having an urgency ordinance by the county is we think that what we're doing is legal. And so I really think it's problematic for us to have something saying, oh, in spite of what we just said, you may be subject to state or federal authorities saying otherwise. So it just doesn't seem like it's consistent with the way the permit programs normally work.
If I may, I don't know that we would necessarily be, prior to a permit issuance, and I don't know that this is actually going to end up with a permit process, depending upon what directions are given here. So you could conceptually have essentially an authorization that doesn't involve prior review, prior issuance. It's just something along the lines of, here's your form, explaining what the process is, and then, sign off to say that you did this correctly, and then we'll go forward. The disclaimers, what we'd want to look at is essentially, are there things that we wouldn't have reviewed? Are there things that may be appropriate for notices? I guess I'm not as concerned that there's some specific language we're going to need in there. What I'm more concerned about is that there may be language that we're not anticipating now, and I wouldn't want to be foreclosed from adding it if we do go ahead in a review, find that there's some sort of warning or caution to the property owners that may be appropriate.
Yeah. So I guess I think Supervisor Williams and I were both looking at this as not so much a county permit, but a process by which you are excluded from being required to obtain a county permit. And so I think it's a little different point of view.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to go documenting all of this. That's another element. I mean, the goal here was to kind of stop intruding so much. I had a fire in my district. It was in Point Arena. There were houses that if the wind had been blowing a slightly different direction, might be gone today. The fire burned all the way up against the coast. And I was down there with the sheriff, and we were standing together looking at how close the vegetation was up to the houses. Those people say they can't afford to go through the process. They know they need to remove those trees. These are trees that are dead, that are leaning 10 feet away from a structure. And I don't know that we want to, in this case, bring them into a permitting process where we're saying, we're going to let you do this, but we think you could get in trouble with other state or federal agencies who sign this waiver. That's just weird. I mean, what, like Supervisor Dirty says, what other permit do you obtain where you sign a waiver that what you're doing may not be legal?
Yeah, and if I may respond to the chair, I don't know, and my office didn't draft this report, so I don't know exactly what was in mind in terms of a waiver. What we've done in some contexts is not quite something so much as this, as a warning, if there's another type of authorization that might be required, to let them know that's the case, or frankly, the only one that I can think of that's analogous is the emergency permitting, that's issued in the coastal zone. So as you may recall, there's a process for issuing an emergency permit that requires a follow-up CDP. Board had one of these situations pop up recently where it was referred to hearing. And some of the arguments that were made in that situation were essentially, I thought this was everything. Why do I have to go for the after the fact, even though that's not what the regulation said, even though that's not what the ordinance said. And there are some situations where we have advised it's better just to let someone know, what else might be out there. I'm not particularly advocating for a waiver. What I'm suggesting is that it may be worthwhile if we have a little bit of discretion if we find something to be able to address that. In terms of the waiver requirement specifically, you might need PBS to speak to that one.
So questions 2 through 7 are all based on a premise that we're going to have a permit for tree removal. And I think what we were suggesting is no permit. The urgency ordinance specifies that if a tree is dead or hazardous, creating a reasonable risk to life or property, it's exempt. And that's it. And so 1 would be a yes, 2 through 7 would be no. The urgency ordinance would be, just as I stated, to exempt trees that are pose that reasonable risk. And it simplifies it, then we don't have to go through all of these questions, which all have to do with a permitting process.
Other board member comments? I think you're spot on.
Well, just my question is, if we do this urgency ordinance and we aren't requiring the person, they can self-verify that this tree is dead or dying. And then they don't need to get a permit. So anyone, what is the break or, the control for a person just saying, well, all those trees are dead and dying, so, I get my view, right? Is that a possibility in this scenario?
Well, I quite honestly, it could be, but I think it still hinges around what's the fall zone? Where's the tree going to go? And is it going to go into a building? Is it going to land on your car, on your children's play area, on your path to the beach? So in other words, if it's a place where humans are, habitually there, that's what we're talking about. If it's a place that's out in the meadow and you have a bunch of dead trees, no, we're not talking about that. That's different. So we're really, this is sort of confined to the spaces where humans habituate, in my mind. Do people agree or disagree?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree, and I think but that needs to get worked into to the ordinance.
Yeah, so the fall zone could be along a trail.
Yes, it could.
So pretty much any place where anyone goes.
If there's dead trees there and they're a hazard, yes.
So out in the meadow.
If it's not a place that's habituated by humans, if it's just, and there are a lot of places on the coast like that where you look out and there's a vista and I see dead shore pine, it wouldn't cover that. Well, I guess we'll have to come up with some sort of definition of human habituation, but to me, it's the big ones are your house, where you park your cars, where your children play, where you routinely walk. Those are places that are hazardous.
So I generally agree with that. I think I think we're still looking, at least I'm looking for some sort of photo documentation.
I think that's a very wise idea that we take pictures and people keep records.
Because with the photo documentation, if they took down trees that clearly weren't dead or dying, they're going to be subject to a code enforcement action.
Could I just ask for clarification on that one? Because I think I hear that we don't want documentation. So there's a few different ways that the board can do this, right? So one is you could have a permit process where you have to submit in advance, get it approved, and then you go ahead and take down the trees. That's I think I'm hearing that that's not desirable. One is that you could have a requirement that essentially if you take down these trees, you need to submit this documentation, and then we have it. And so then if there's a code enforcement issue, there's some complaint that, hey, those didn't really qualify, we would have the documents to be able to go back and look at to make sure that it actually was in compliance. So that you don't have to wait for approval, but there may still be a documentation requirement. And then a third option may be that you simply have an ordinance that authorizes it without any sort of documentation at all under certain circumstances. And if it's the third option, we typically wouldn't have a mechanism to work in photos. So it would help to get a little bit of direction from the board, and I recognize you may need to discuss as to sort of where you want to fall on that spectrum, and if there is information and records you want to preserve, what those would be.
Okay, so this is not my neighborhood, so I'm going to defer to Supervisor Williams and Dirty as to what you think would be the best approach.
I don't know if we want to make a definition in real time here. I think we could come back with it. It's my belief people in Mendocino County are generally honest and good people. And, if we're talking about somebody in their house and they tell us that a tree is dead, I don't know how much photo evidence and documentation and arborist reports I need. I think if they think it's dead and it's strike zone of their house, that's enough for me. But again, if we're talking about undeveloped land, somebody's trying to clear a new site for a home, by all means, that needs to go through the process. And I think there is existing regulation for that. Right, that would be the full CDP.
Supervisor Dirty, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think I generally agree with that. I think the cutoff line is at what point is it no longer within the fall zone of the house or the parking space? And, I don't think, if it's in the fall zone of the driveway, I think we could be requiring some advanced, some documentation. If it's somewhere just on the property, documentation or they're going to actually get a custom development permit. But I think the cutoff has to do with the fall zone of the house and the parking area, and I think this is something that planning and building would have to be bringing back for our public hearing process for the urgency ordinance.
So I'll just add a comment about the fall zone on driveways and things, having almost been hit by trees and branches coming down, driving home on Old River Road in these recent storms. I think we do have tree hazards, and if the thing is dead and we're in a windstorm, I wouldn't want that near my driveway personally. Any other comments from Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. Sometimes it feels like we're trying to solve a problem that affects so very few people, especially considering the amount of people that we've actually had complaints on. And I think that hopefully the board has given enough direction. I think we already have a dead and dying tree ordinance, so it's very clear that our trees are not doing well in the entire county, and as Supervisor McGordy stated, especially on the coast. While I do want people to be safe, I also don't want just every tree in our entire county coming down. So I think that the fall zone, for me, I would agree, is your home or any, pertinent outbuildings, and your driveway. Wrong, parking area, not your driveway. Sorry, Chair McGordy.
Okay. Supervisor Hasjack, any last thoughts or comments?
Yeah, I could agree with that, and I think that we can't have just a free-for-all, and at the same time, we do need to be, respectful of people's rights to live safely and, not worrying every day about the tree falling on them. So I'm in agreement.
Okay, are there any public comments in the room on this issue? Are there any? Oh, okay.
I own a tree service here, and the process is very confusing to us because we have people calling us to cut trees down, and they're like, oh yeah, we can do this, and then we do it, and then we find out, especially up in brook trails. So it's very hard for you guys to make this decision because yeah, the road going into someone's house has got a dead tree on it. It's gonna fall. You don't know when it's gonna fall. My own homes have been hit by trees, and I'm a tree guy. It's, you know, it's like, did I see that happen? And I look at my neighbor's trees. Hey, that's gonna be a problem. This last storm, it did happen. And they're like, God, you told us this was gonna happen. So how do you make the decision? Very confusing. I take my hat off to all of you because, you know, you're trying to make it easier and not have a bunch of paperwork, but then you also don't want a free-for-all where everybody just goes and cuts a bunch of trees down for view. My philosophy, if it's dangerous, it's hazardous, it's dead, dying, or diseased, people should have the right to take down a tree on their own property. If it comes to a view situation, then yeah, you need a permit for that, and that's what we tell everybody, and I think most of the tree services do that. I don't think that, we kind of police ourselves. We don't want to have to deal with permits, so when it comes to something like that, no, that can't do. And I've gone through the permit process on the coast to take down trees with Caltrans and dealing with 4 and 5 neighbors for view restoration. It takes over a year to get the permits to do view over there, so it's not even profitable to get involved in those situations. And then normally it's a big cost to the people who own the trees. So I don't know if my input's helpful or not, but if it's dead, dying, diseased, or hazardous, people should have the right to take down and shouldn't have to go through a permit process. And if it is a view restoration, yeah, then you need some sort of view, a permit for that. How to make that distinction? I don't know. Hope I helped.
You did.
Didn't
Yeah.
confuse you anymore, because it seems like everybody's really having a hard time with this, so I'm just, you know, a tree guy, and I've also owned a lot of property in Mendocino County, and I've had trees hit every house that we own, and it's, some of them you can't, you know, I can't even tell, so that's an act of God, though, so. I hope I helped.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your input.
Can you state your name for the record real quick?
Matthew Barker, Matt's Custom Tree Care.
Okay, Mr. Burks, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. I would just like to request clarification on one of the items listed in PBS recommendations as it pertains to number 4. I was hoping that maybe the board could comment on that, as I know that that will certainly be a major component of this moving forward.
So this is number 4 being require appropriate surveys to be completed for vegetation removal with environmentally sensitive habitat areas?
Please.
If I may, through the chair, regarding the ESHAs, there are specific requirements in the LCP that require that appropriate studies be provided to the department as part of the CDP for vegetation removal in sensitive habitat areas, and I just wanted to throw that out. One of the reasons why John is asking for further clarifications is that this is where primarily a lot of the questions seem to arise in the coastal zone, is in the ESHA areas. And again, as the gentleman that just spoke previously about going through the process in the coastal zone, these are the areas of concern. Not so much the dead and dying, but it's the ESHAs themselves. And oftentimes we see situations where folks want to remove ESHA for view sheds. And the ESHAs are the ones that the Coastal Commission wants us to preserve.
So a question for you, Nash. So would those issues typically be up against a house or a parking area?
They could be. They could be. We've seen situations where folks will obtain a coastal development permit because they need to work with their development. They try to work around the ESHA, try to avoid the ESHA, but sometimes there isn't the ability to avoid the ESHA, whether it's a septic system that might fail, some component of the development that doesn't provide for that structure to be moved, then it requires the CDP to be able to move in and take part of that ESHA.
Okay, so let's play out a scenario here. So we have a short pine that's died in Isha, and someone might be reluctant to take it down because they're worried about a permit, but it falls down all on its own. So then what? Can they go in and clean it up?
Typically, in the past, we have documentation that's provided that shows that this is a hazardous tree. It needs to be removed. And in cases where the tree poses a direct hazard, they would apply for an emergency permit and then come in and obtain the CDP after the fact. The whole idea is you don't want to have a tree come down on somebody, but they identify that there is an immediate hazard, and so they obtain an emergency permit.
And how long does that process take?
An emergency permit, I've seen them go through the process as quickly as 30 days. And in some cases, maybe a little longer. But it just depends on when they're filed, how soon they're reviewed, is the staff available to do this, and so on. We generally put a priority on the emergency permits. The CDPs, they have a year to come back and do those.
So this scenario that you're playing out, imagine somebody has a tree next to their house and it's in Isha, and it's dead, and the wind's blowing, it's a storm, they hear it cracking. Now, we're asking that they go file for an emergency CDP and wait 30 days. Meanwhile, they're listening to a tree crack outside in the wind. It may come down on them. It's hard to enjoy living in that house when right? What does it cost between the emergency and the full CDP? I've heard $4,000.
Yeah, I don't have the exact costs.
That's what I've heard, 4,000 and change. So you have a tree outside your house that could take your life, your family member's life, and here local government is going to say, we want $4,000, and it'll take at least a month?
Yeah, that's not the brand I want to be proud of, I guess I would say. So Supervisor Jordy.
So somehow this needs to be quantified in the ordinance, I think. So for example, when you grade soil in the coastal zone, I forgot the actual threshold. It's a fairly small amount of soil that you can grade that before it's triggering a coastal development permit. It seems to me that there could be, when we're talking about removal of vegetation in an Isha, it could be literally one tree, it could be two trees, or it could be removing, in someone else's mind, it could be removing almost all the vegetation in that Isha. So I think if there was some definition in the ordinance about what was the exempted amount, then, and it also is possible, because I don't know the Coastal Act well enough, or the coastal program that we have, but it is possible, it seems to me, that our urgency ordinance might have to distinguish between the removal of any kind of vegetation in an Isha versus everywhere else in the coastal zone. So if that's the case, then we would have a different threshold, a different process probably for that. I would hope there could be the expedited process that Supervisor Williams talked about, but even if we only had the 30-day, 60-day expedited process, that's lightning fast in the coastal zone, and it's got to be a fraction of the cost. And I guess my question would be, if we had this urgency ordinance, would there be a way that we could say we have the 30, 60-day expedited process for so long as you only remove blank within the Isha, it's within the fall zone of the property, the buildings, let's say, that we've identified, the parking zone, and that's it. There is no follow-up coastal development permit for $4,800 or whatever the permit is. So that's what I'd be looking for, but I mean, I think at this point, we're not really drafting the ordinance. We're just asking for how far can we go and still have the checks and balances that we're all looking for.
If I may, through the chair, I think if staff is directed to pursue the urgency ordinance, a lot of these components can be worked in there. But again, I'll defer to council as to what can and can't be in the ordinance and for how long the ordinance would be good for. But keep in mind that all of this will have to be relooked at during the LCP process coming in the future. But an urgency ordinance can be established in the meantime to address some of these issues so that we don't have dead and dying trees or vegetation that pose an immediate hazard that somebody can't remove. And again, the ordinance would give us that cover.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
so one of the scenarios we talked about earlier, the hypothetical was your house and where you park your car, but not your driveway. So that tree that's dead, that's striking distance of your driveway, what do we think will happen? How are we preserving it? It's a dead tree. We're not telling somebody they have to leave the forest in place. This tree is already dead. It's going to come down. It's just a matter of when it comes down. So do we let the homeowner decide when to take it down so it's not when their car is in the fall zone? Or do we tell them, no, you can't. It's not striking distance of your house or where you park. So you're going to keep driving in and out and take your chances.
Well, yeah, that's my point. And what happens if you're in a storm and the tree comes down, you need to get out of your driveway? I mean, that's another scenario.
They're going to say, thank you, Mendocino County, for forcing me to leave this dead tree up, right?
Yeah, so these are issues that we kind of have to sort some priorities, and even the issues doesn't necessarily mean that the spot is so fragile you can't touch anything, and a lot of these plants and species are surprisingly resilient. So in the case of an emergency, I think most of us would rather do something that puts people in safety rather than leave a hazard up that could hurt someone.
My last comment, and I'm done. If a dead tree in the Isha, imagine you leaving it to the storm to take it down. It's going to blow around. You have no control of where it goes. It takes out other trees, other vegetation in the process, versus it's dead and you plan to take it down. You call out an arborist, a tree service. They're not going to make more of a mess than they have to. They're going to think about how to take it down in pieces and where to drop that waste to minimize the impact. That's much better for the Isha than letting nature run its course and just blow it around in a storm.
Yeah, good point. Councilor Curtis, how should we proceed on this? Oh, more commentary from Nash?
Yes, if I may, through the chair. I think one of the things that was mentioned earlier by our code enforcement manager on the coast was that there's a questionnaire that's filled out. And again, with information that's provided to the department, complete information, and again, it may accompany an arborist report, it may come, and it says at the discretion of the director. So if you do have dead vegetation or hazardous vegetation, and you do have, let's say, an arborist report or photographs, and you fill out this questionnaire and it's turned into the department, basically it is something that the director can issue and allow for the removal immediately. And so you don't have to wait the 60 days. But again, I just wanted to throw that out, that there's that possibility that not everything is going to take 60 days or 30 days to process. So again, going back to Supervisor Williams' comment about what do we do when you hear that tree that's cracking in the wind, and if you've got the documentation, submit it, review it, and the director makes that determination. But again, I'd be looking for an urgency ordinance to really clarify the do's and the don'ts at this point in time until such time as we have an updated LCP.
Okay, so thank you for that. So Councilor Curtis, how do you want the board to proceed?
So I think I'm hearing direction for County Council to work with PBS on an urgency ordinance that would exempt certain dead, diseased, or hazard trees within the strike area of an inhabited structure or its parking area from permit requirements. And this is sort of as a stopgap measure until a local coastal plan amendment can be put in place. I would suggest there's probably going to be more fine tuning that gets done on the local coastal plan and some of the adjustments that are made there. The urgency ordinance might be a little bit more limited, both just because of what we can do by urgency ordinance and just by time constraints in terms of some of the more nuanced questions of some situations where you may want to allow or not allow some of this. But if that's accurate, if that's direction, the board wants to give a motion, we'll take that direction and move forward.
Okay. Does anyone care to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to draft an emergency ordinance to allow for hazardous and dead tree removal from near houses and driveways, or, you know, places, and for that matter, for really any place where people are, including businesses, right? So,
Well, maybe that needs to be clarified because county council said houses and or parking spots.
Yeah, so my understanding from the discussion, there had been some back and forth on driveways. I think I heard no to driveways, but yes to parking areas. So essentially, if it's a long driveway, the entire entryway may not be covered, but the area where people normally park their vehicles would be. And I think I'd heard sort of, we might have to fine tune the definition, but any inhabited or habitable structure. So, you know, an office park would be the same as a home, but a storage shed might not be.
Yeah, and that's where I am, but I would also like the department to bring back options if they're available to us to allow for an expedited, maybe not the super expedited, but an expedited process beyond the inhabited building, beyond the parking space, but it may not be the same process.
okay. Let our deputy clerk read that back as he understands it.
So I can read back the part that Jody captured. I'll be totally honest, for Christian's portion, I was planning to just go listen and take what he said verbatim initially. I have directed the department to bring back available options regarding an expedited process beyond the inhabited building and parking spaces. In addition to direct county council to work with planning and building services on an urgency ordinance that would exempt everything Christian said.
Dead or hazardous trees removal.
And do we want to consult with CAL FIRE to see if they have any recommendations? I mean, they're the ones sending out the defensible space requirements that folks in coastal can't comply with because of our permitting.
I see Assistant Director Gonzalez nodding vigorously, so I think that's a yes.
Okay.
Do the maker and the seconder both agree with the addition?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We move on to agenda item number 4M, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. The sponsor is the Executive Office. CEO Antle.
There's no report today.
Okay. Agenda item 4N, Supervisors Report regarding special board assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. So we can just start with Supervisor Jurdy, and we'll work our way across the dais.
Sure. Well, with the early campaign schedule prompted by California's early presidential primary election, I feel it is in the best interest of 4th District residents that today I make a public announcement that I will not be seeking a 4th term. The election of 4th District Supervisors will coincide with California's presidential primary election. Candidates may be filing papers as early as September of this year, which is only 9 months away. With today's announcement, residents who might want to consider service as a county supervisor have proper notice. They can study the issues facing the county and can evaluate if the job is a good fit for the skills, effort, and time that they are prepared to offer.
Thank you for that significant announcement. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up one concern. I've had a lot of people since the storm reach out to me about landline phones going out. And these tend to be landline phones in areas where there isn't any cell service. So their only way to call 911 is an AT&T landline. And I've been working with AT&T passing on the concern. And the pattern has been they fix one line and then somebody else has theirs has gone out. It's almost like there's bad equipment and we're just rotating people through. And so I put together a survey. There's now been 122 responses. I want to share it next board meeting, but I was stunned by how many, these folks are telling me how many times they've been out in the last year. And the numbers are staggering, double-digit outages. And we may need, as a county, to reach out to AT&T and suggest that we do something better than just sending out a serviceman to fix individual lines. There's a problem with infrastructure here, and we may need to get the CPUC involved.
Just a real quick comment on that. So we gave up on our landline because every time it rained along Old River Road, it would go out. So it just was completely unreliable.
Yeah, I haven't had one in over a decade. But there are people, like I said, that they don't have cell service at home, and so this is their lifeline. And it's not just the storms. This has been going on long before. I think the storms just kind of pushed it over the edge where people are really feeling fed up that they have no way to get communications.
Supervisor Mulherin, anything to add?
Thank you. I submitted my December report in writing. I did want to note for the supervisors and for the clerk of the board, it seems as though we are still not having everybody use the new e-comment feature. And I think because the process had for so long been that you would just email the entire board, I will be making some, posts and announcements on social media. I'll be talking to people at town halls or other meetings that I attend and just reminding them that we have a new process because I don't want anything to be missed for agenda items.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I certainly appreciate Supervisor Jurdy's comments and his gift of public service for these 3 terms, and it's a shocking statement. And anyway, it's thank you for your service so far. We still have a couple of years, but you know what I mean. I'll add that on the Economic Development and Finance Corporation, meeting that they're going to do a financial management workshop in Willits on January 26th, and it's really focused on small business development and financial needs, taxes, planning for retirement, all of that. Okay. As far as economic development, Supervisor or Chair McGordy and I met with the West Company, and we talked about the SURF and the SMED issues, and SMED being the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District, and the SURF being the $5 million for the 4 counties in the North Coast region. And so there's a lot of work to be done on that, and it's an ongoing issue. And I think that we need to all be aware of what SURF, the possibilities are, and also the issues that will come in implementing it, because I think that there will be many as we go along. The Redwood Cemetery District is looking for a board member, and so if anyone's interested, that's for Willits and Laytonville. Cemeteries, there's 3 of them altogether, and so that's it.
Well, thank you. Just to add on the economic development piece, I'm concerned about sort of the slowness that the SURF process has been going through, because we have a limited amount of funding for our consultants. So it seems like they're eating up a lot of time with not showing us progress. So I attended an RCRC meeting, and that was discussed some, and everybody agrees that the GoBiz is going slow, and we've, RCRC is willing to help us a little bit too with some of our economic development grant writing and other information pieces. I also had coffee with Jim Wood and talked to him a little bit about our concern with both the funding for our jail and how it started out as a reasonable project, and now it looks like it's on its way to bankrupting us in a sense, or at least really tying up our discretionary income. And so it's on his radar screen, and I also talked with him about the SURF process. So those are 2 things that I did there. And in the water arena, so we have completed our first draft of the Russian River Water Forum, a survey of key stakeholders, which I think a lot of you participated in, and maybe you've seen the results of that. Maybe it came to you, so thank you for that. It's really important, so they'll be moving to the next phase of that to try to determine how to monetize as we continue with if we continue with our Eel River diversion, how that's going to be paid for. I also discussed that with with Assemblyman Wood, and said that it's pretty clear to me the state's got to be involved with the process. And he said, once you're organized, we'll help you. So that's kind of how that's going. And we have our water resource consultant, EKI. Amir Mani is the person who is our contact person at EKI. And he's worked with us before in developing the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. He's quite bright. And the Technical Advisory Committee has been formed. Howard's done a great job of getting that off the ground. They've already met. They've already identified some of the things that they want to be doing grant writing for. So we'll need a report out from them to the board pretty soon about what things we want to pursue. So that's about it for me. I guess with that, yes.
If I could make one last comment.
Sure.
Yeah, we had a standing committee for General Government Committee yesterday. And one of the things that, well, Supervisor Mulheron brought up some issues, but one of the things that will be coming to the board directly will be the contract for the outside consultants to do the planning work. And so that will be coming directly to the board. It will bypass the standing committee, and we think that it should probably be a consent calendar item, but just wanted to let you know that that will be coming directly to the board to expedite the process.
And well, the last thing I'd just like to report is that I'm pleased that both the Redwood Valley MAC and the Hopland MAC are fully staffed, or their positions have all been allocated, and hopefully they'll continue to contribute to us to help us in getting ideas for their region for self-governance. So that's all I have, and with that, I think we can adjourn the meeting.